Good morning, good morning, good morning. Today is Tuesday, March the 10th. It is now 27 a.m., ladies and gentlemen. We got 3 minutes before the opening bell, and wow, inflation came out super hot here. High as it's ever been in the past 40 years, you guys. So not looking good here this morning. But good morning, good morning, good morning. The early bird gets the worm. If you didn't know, now you know. Uh, let's see. Let's see here. We are live, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. I hope you had a good night last night. We just getting set up here. Market about to open here in 3 minutes. Super red right now. Inflation not looking good. CPI data did not look good here, man. Not look good. So yesterday was definitely confirmed. We're gonna see how it open up anyway. But I mean, yesterday as of right now, it was a confirmed bull trap as of right now. But we're gonna see how things open up here in about 2 minutes. So let's go ahead and get the description out there. Disclaimer. Ladies and gentlemen, this is live coverage from the stock and crypto market. Live ideas of thought and study. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. The market is down right now from yesterday. So it look like we got a bull trap here. Stock splits. Amazon announced 20 for 1. Announced it here yesterday after hours. Looks like they needed a savior here over there at the Amazonians. Nobody's really buying into it yet. We do want to see what it can do. We do want to see what it can do, ladies and gentlemen. The market is about to open here. Ding, 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 ding. The market is officially open, though, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get to it. Let's get to it. It ain't nothing but to do it and get to it. At this point, anyway. So we do got CrowdStrike. They open to the downside here. They did have earnings yesterday. They did really good. It looks really good. It looked really good during the time. But right now, not looking so hot here. Not looking so hot here. The market is officially open, ladies and gentlemen. So good luck to today. We're getting set up here. It is early. Sorry, we're getting everything set up right now. We're getting set up right here, right now. So we'll see what everything is doing here. So Amazon started out with one green candle here. Remember they have a stock split now, so everyone's glued to that. I would just keep an eye out in the mind, be mindful and respectful about that. we'll see here. We got some strong red jumping out here at the gate. Strong red here. I don't see the VIX and get any movement in here so suddenly right now. Tesla started out to the downside. Everybody starting out here to the downside here early here. So CrowdStrike is pulling back here completely here. Yeah, remember Amazon has a split deal going on here. So this is going to be one of those ones where it might get a little tricky here. So the split is on here. It is Mazontion. Hope that's not on the high, so we will stop it. So we got a little bit of consolidation here at the beginning here. And remember, Amazon got a 20 for 1 here. So I haven't really said too much here at all here this morning, you guys. I'm still getting things set up here. I do apologize here. We're gonna play some music here. We're gonna take a quick break. It's only been 7 minutes. Spot's just going back and forth here, kind of just trying to cosplay and figure out what it wants to do here. We don't really know yet what's going on right now, but we do know Amazon has a stock split here live in action. So we'll see if they can hold up here. Um, Other than that, we'll see if they can hold up, and then we'll see what the SPY wants to do as far as if it's going to come here below 420 today, you guys, or if it wants to stay up and hold that 420 level. I think that'll be the very main key here today. So keep all that in mind. We're going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
One rack. Go Spizzy. Boogie Left for life. Just chasing a dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm gonna go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cash. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying, let's play. Just staying in my own lane. I'm running up, keep going. Just staying in my own lane. I'm just staying in money, staying in money, staying in money, staying in money. Make the money, make this money, just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me nothing. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, run it up. Running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one rack. One rack. Go Spizzy. Boogie Left for life. Just chasing a dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm gonna go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play, I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades, a nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, please going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play, I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play, I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I got options, let's play. Stand in my own lane, run it up, keep going. Stand in my own lane, I'm just standing money, standing money, standing money, letting money, make the money, make this money, just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me nothing. Yeah, I'm just letting this. Letting this money, letting this money, letting this check, this money, run it up, running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one rat.
We still live, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, and we're gonna go over some. We're gonna go over something the company just got out of, man, just exited. Wow, that was quick, man. That stock split, hey, it's real over there at Amazon. I'm gonna show you guys. In and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. It just went crazy. In and out, in and out. Hit my number. I'm out of there. I don't have time to be playing. It's going really crazy though. Like that was so fast. Like it can shake you out. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't want to really even be fucking with that if you're not ready for that. Let's put it that way. You don't want to be fucking with that if you're not ready for it. You do not want to be fucking with that, you guys. That is a warning, fair warning. Fair warning. Amazon's still going, though. Stock split is in full effect here. It's still going here. LCAOD, we just got out right there at 29.30. They are topping us now over here at Amazonians. But you know what? I got enough shares to buy here now, so I'm flying. I might go back here. The stock split is still going on here. It's going to be taking place till May, so you have up until May to buy at least one share, and you'll own 20 of them for the price that you buy it here now. And then the price is going to reset at Amazon to about $150 here in the future this summer. So you will not see Amazon at this price anymore. So have fun, you guys, while you can. Take advantage of this moment, you guys. You're not going to get it anymore. You feel me? Amazon won't be this high anymore for at least another 10 years. Everybody kind of just sold right here at 29.30, so expect the MMs to keep pushing it here. It is a stock split, ladies and gentlemen, so expect investors to keep buying it too. That is the only thing that's green today, you guys. That is the only safe haven today, Amazon. Looking at some other names, everybody else is in the deep red here. Tesla's down 15. Amazon's selling off here right now. So they just pulled back. So if you did just get out right there, that was the top here, ladies and gentlemen. It's a little pullback right now. That was the top for this moment. Keep that in mind. It can keep going all day if it wants to. Went to 29.40, so it got me about another $10 there. I ain't tripping, man. I ain't tripping. They can have it. It's Amazonian. Shout out to Amazonian. Thanks, Amazon. Thanks, Amazon. Shout out to Amazon. Shout out to Amazon working with LCAOD. Ladies and gentlemen, can I get a horn? I don't have my horn up, so I had to make the sound effect. But you get it, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. We're going to take another quick break here, LCOD. It's only been 15 minutes. The market is coming down here. CPI inflation out there is too high. Oh, man, the market's in the red. The investors are scared here. Smart money is getting scared here. People are pulling out of their positions here. It's inflation is over a 40-year high right now, man. It is insane here. But the market is paying, you guys. The market is moving. I'm proof of it. I'm living proof of it. You see that right there, a little quick 8% here. LCAOD just snatched a little quick 8% here off a little Amazonians. They're coming down right now though, so I would be cautious right now. If you want to buy that dip, good luck. But if not, like I said, you guys, you're not missing out on anything. You're better off just holding your buying power. It is super fast. That volatility is crazy. Like it really, like, I brought the dip here and just got out at the top, but I was about to get out. As soon as I got it, I didn't even like it. So as soon as I made some profit, of course I took it out of there. I don't have time for that today. But that is just what I do over here. That's just what LCAOD do over here. You know what I'm saying? You don't got to do what I do. But just keep in mind, the market is in deep red, you guys. Even though the stock split is going on, it looks like that might be the only top over here at Amazon today. I don't know yet. Could be a dip here, opportunity, but we really don't know. The market this red, inflation that bad. Ouch. We'll be right back. The market is low-key finessing you guys. And this is deep red here. The Dow's down 1%. The Nasdaq's down 150. S&P 500 down 110, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live for LCAOD. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Finesse. Finesse.
Yeah, QT man.
Finesse. Finesse. Finesse.
I got out too because I didn't like my
One right. Go spin. Finesse. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the chain. Can't worry about the chain. Can't worry about the chain. Finesse. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the chain. Can't worry about the chain. Can't worry about the chain. Finesse. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Ain't worried about no snakes. Ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way. Get the fuck up out my face. Get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the cake. Yeah, I'm tryna get that right. Yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay. Talking about that Frito-Lay. I got options yet for days. I got options yet for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna kill your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Hey, can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin', check me. I'm the answer, come and test me. Bet nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my section. TTG, go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no following, nigga. Ain't no following, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. My gift been golden, nigga. My strength they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowling, nigga. I'm chilly cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. One rap. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing. 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 Finessing.
Come on, get out, get out. I'm working, okay? I'll get it for you. Oh man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are still live. Excuse me. Had to use the bathroom, man. My apologies there for the wait, you guys. Market is trying to pick up here though. SPY's going here. Amazon's actually picking up here now, rocking out with that stock split. The first crew, first wave, we got out over here. It looks like we got out over here at 29.30. They're topping us right now, and they're still going crazy over there. Amazon 20 for 1. Remember that. 20 for 1, man. They have it over there. This is a chance. This is your opportunity to get right over there. You know what I'm saying? Because you won't see this price like this anymore ever here soon this year. They're tired of it. They want to reset it, and they're going to reset it. So keep that in mind. If you don't know what a stock split is, do your history, do your research on Tesla and Apple of 2020. Really, that's how LCAOD got created. It got born off of that stock split with Tesla. So seeing the same possibility here with Amazon, man, but seeing a way better one here because they're going way faster here. I think with their stock split numbers, they might want to try to take this to 4,000. That's what I'm hearing here all over Wall Street. I don't know if they'll really actually do that 4,000 level, but I know previously in 2020, everybody was begging for Amazon to do a stock split. About a couple years ago when they did it. Now they wanted to do it. They was about to do it at first. They stopped it. Then they didn't do it. Now we're here 2022. They're talking about doing it again. And ladies and gentlemen, the opportunity, they were talking about 4,000 then. They might really actually try that here now. So I wouldn't be surprised. The stock split, it won't end until May the 26th. So that's when the share price will change, I think in May or June. So it has a lot of time. That's what I'm saying, to get to 4,000 if it wants to. Amazon can literally just run $100 every day till May. You do the math. That'll be way past 4,000. But I mean, shit. That's what I'm saying, though, ladies and gentlemen. This is like a surreal moment here. I almost got sad at one point because I really don't want to see Amazon back at $100. But I mean, it is what it is. If it's the best thing for the economy and the world, you gotta do what you gotta do, man. I'm gonna have to find another favorite stock. But this was one of my favorite stocks. Like I said, this is how LCAOD got created, got born really off of the stock split and Amazon when I first started investing in 2020. But yeah, man, it was crazy, man. It was really, really crazy. Amazon is really going here now, 29.47 here, so they're still going here. I probably should have held, but man, too much volatility for me. I didn't like my entry, so that's why I exited. To me, I like to be at the very, very bottom. I don't like when I'm in the middle or some shit. Nah, that's not how I invest. So yeah, like I said, I got out at my top. What top me, I got out. I'm not about to sit here and deal with that. It's a lot of volatility, you guys. You see how quick they just came back $10. So they just went up $10 and came back down $10. That's what I'm saying. That's too much for me right now. It's Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday. I'm fine with what's fine. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back. What's going on with it?
Finesse. Finesse.
We are Acuity Man.
Finesse. 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 One right. Go busy. Finesse. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Finesse. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Finesse. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Ain't worried about no snakes. Ain't worried about no chains. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way. Get the fuck up out my face. Get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the cake. Yeah, I'm tryna get that right. Yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay. Talking about that Frito Lay. I got options yeah for days. I got options yeah for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch. I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick. It's time to send a message. I got a big Glock. I'm tryna kill your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin', chimney. I'm the answer, come and test me. But nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their neck and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my city. TTG, go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no foul, nigga. Ain't no foul, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. You stepping over, nigga. My gift ain't going, nigga. My strength they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chillin' cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. You stepping over, nigga. On reminiscing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I'm finessing. Finessing. Finessing.
I was trying to wait on you, man. Yeah, I'm marking open. I gotta go, man. I'm sorry.
I had to go pick up some money anyway.
Oh yeah, you good then. I feel you. But nah, this shit hitting though. You can go in and get right though for sure. Feel me? At this point, I'm telling you, see how they buying every dip here. They're buying every dip here. Trust me. Because I'm telling you, we sold here. I thought they were about to come back down. Nope. They were like, nope, we'll take it from here, 29.808. They took it right back up higher than me, 29.50. I said, God damn, this stock split working.
So they can go back about 29.
Where they can just keep running to whatever, nigga. They can go to 4,000, nigga. This has no limit right now.
Whatever they want to do.
But nah, they really, the goal today, they already tagged 29.50. So, I mean, you can say definitely, the stock split ended in May. They don't definitely be over 3,000 by May. Put it that way. So that's what you now kind of got to be looking at now. This split gonna last till May, so you can buy a share up until May, or you can just buy options up until May. I think I'm doing the option strategy up until May, like I did the Tesla shit in 2020. I'm just gonna keep buying options. Yeah.
You try to get all of us to buy in the Tesla.
When there was a stock split, right, and nobody was trying to fuck with it. But I'm telling y'all, this is going to same thing will happen for them, even better, because it's 20-1. So they can just go to 4,000 if they really need to. They will take it down.
You still got one more day, Trey?
Yeah, it should be. I think so. I don't know. Let me check. I've been tripping though, for real. That shit was still tripping. Was that shit still showing my number?
I don't even know for real. My phone been fucking up. My whole phone been.
Nah, Robinhood been fucking up too though.
No, I was gonna say, but that Robinhood shit yesterday, like, what is it?
Yeah, that shit showed that, and then it told me them too. Remember last week they told me that about that day trade shit. I don't know.
Finessing. Finessing.
I don't know if it added it.
We are Acuity Man.
Finessing. 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 One right. Go busy. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Finessing. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Finessing. I'm all about that K. I'm all about that K. Ain't worried about no snakes. Ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way. Get the fuck up out my face. Get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the K. Yeah, I'm tryna get that right. Yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay. Talking about that Frito Lay. I got options yeah for days. I got options yeah for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch. I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick. It's time to send a message. I got a big Glock. I'm tryna kill your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin', chimney. I'm the answer. Come and test me. Bet nobody disrespect my pie. Stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapons. I'm the hardest. TTG go at your best when I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no fold, nigga. Ain't no fold, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. My kid been going, nigga. My stripes they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chilly cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. One rap. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the cake. Can't worry about the cake. Can't worry about the cake. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the cake. Can't worry about the cake. Can't worry about the cake. I'm finessing. Finessing.
Finessing. LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live. We'll let cash accumulate over days. It is 10:09 a.m. And the spot did bounce off of, 421, went to 425, got rejected. Now we're sitting here at 423, so 425 is the resistance it is showing me. Triple Qs is down here below VWAP a little bit, but they're at 329. They got rejected at 331 so far. The VIX coming down here, volatility chilling out at $32.28. Tesla at the bottom end. No live briefings right now. We're just chilling out here with the overall market. Everybody's digesting the CPI inflation data here. It rose about 0.8 in February, fastest rate since 1982. So that's history here. That's the headlines. People really kind of already expected that it was going to be high. I mean, if you really out here in the world, you out here in the real world, in the economy, in the reality of the situation, you can see inflation is high. So it would have been blasphemy if you would have just tried to say it didn't rise here in 1 month. That's clearly not the case here. If you go out here in public, like I said, you'll see that it's rising day by day. So of course it's going to rise over a month. Only 0.8 though, but I mean that's really high. Like I said, since 1982, they're comparing it to that situation. So keep all that in mind, man. Keep all that in mind. Amazon is your safe haven today. That is a 20-for-1 stock split announcement. Like I said, this can have history like Tesla or Apple, or this can have history like Google. Right now, Google's still in their 20-to-1 stock split as well. So that's what I mean. So if you don't know what I mean, go just check out Google stock, and then you'll see the comparison where I'm saying about the 20-to-1. It's either Amazon is going to be like Google, or they're going to be like Apple and Tesla with their 4-to-1. But right now, like I said, they're up $145, about 5%, right where LCAOD just got out at this morning, 29.30. So they're going to keep going if they want to. At this point, they're up 5%. They can go another 5. Like I said, this is your safe haven right here today, guys. But I would definitely stay cautious, though, because that volatility with it is insane. Like, they're going crazy. Really, just it's best to just treat that with the fundamentals. If you are going to play it, buy the dip, you guys. Just buy the dip. That's it. Literally, it's a stock split, so just buy the dip. Buy the dip and trust it. If you don't trust the dip, don't buy it. It's that simple. Or you guys, because I'm telling you, the volatility is insane. I didn't just buy it and it didn't instantly go up for me. When I brought it, it actually took me down. I got a little head scratchy, but you know what? I got faith. I got faith, you guys. So it did bounce back up. I got out on that faith too. I wasn't about to play with my faith. So yeah, I'm just telling you guys, they're moving that fast. So be very careful if you are playing that stock split news. It looks like who else is on the low today though? Let's check out some stocks that's on the moves here. It looks like we got to the downside. The leader here today is looking like Google. Between Google and I would say Tesla here. Let's see. Yeah, between Google and Tesla here, they're down the worst here, about 25. Not really seeing nobody else down that much though. So the market might be even there. Like I said, we're digesting the CPI inflation data. They could be brushing it off here today. Or, they could be really respecting it. And this is the new top, ladies and gentlemen. So keep that in mind here right now. Market not really doing too much yet, quite yet. But everything's out here. So you should be getting a confirmed direction. Right now it's looking like it wants to break out. The Bulls definitely want out of the woods now, but it's going to be hard. It's just going to be hard, you guys. The Bears not just going to let it happen that easy. Keep that in mind. So, yeah, that's really about it right now. Tesla is down 23 now. Shopify is down 25. So these are your leaders to the downside right now. And you have one safe haven here today. And, CrowdStrike is going here, you guys. CrowdStrike is actually up 25 here. So they had a good earnings and they're holding up their gains. That looks good over there, CrowdStrike. But, yeah, Tesla is definitely your safe haven here. Not Tesla, but Amazon. Tesla would be, too, to the downside, but be cautious with them. I don't see them breaking 900 here today. But Amazon, though, right now is definitely your safe haven, you guys. Up 160, 29.45. They're rolling. That stock split is going here, you guys. Like I said, be cautious, though. Me and my company, we got out at 29.30. Could have stayed in for the fight here if we wanted to. Right now, we would probably be up way more. But, man, the way it's just going back and forth too fast here for me. So, yeah, I had to book profits and get the hell out. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're going to take a quick break. I'm in my zone. I'm feeling like JP. We'll be right back.
Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. Mama, pray I make it home.
Hey, yo, Nash, you go crazy.
Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Young nigga, what you on? For my mama, work the pain. Hit the block and made a name. Nigga 50 like he came. Lead the game the way I came. Money made, but what you gain? Had to get it through the brain. My nigga saying that I'll change. Copper beamer, keep the range. White tees, I keep it plain. Chase the money, not the fame. Ain't competing in my lane. Watch your brother niggas lane. Vision clear, Gucci frames. Ain't for post, hit your brain. Talk that shit and you get flamed. It's what I bleed. Shit come with ease. I'm serving fiends. Roll the leaf, my eyes heavy, I'm in the V. Straight for this badge, are we touching the loop? It's love for my brothers, still watching my crew. Roll me this way, swinging shit like Carew. You shot, but you scared when I you up for two. Rockets stay open, so I'm on the move. Slow with my baby, cause she in that move. I'm in the hood, they don't like it's full. Switching your set, now you playing it cool. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. Down on my ass, had to flip what I had. Down on my left, turn the 8 to a half. Get in your bag, they gon' have to be mad. It's be crossing the middle, I'm taking a flag. Blood on my name, wipe it down with a rag. Throwing shit on my name, why you moving like that? Missed out on some chicken, we make it right back. The streets they been hot, but the nigga been cold. Watching these bitches cause they getting bold. Watching my brother, I heard that he told. Niggas gon' fold like clean clothes. Niggas feeling like Gino. In that pocket, you scary. Ho. Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Make a call and I'll be gone. For my brother, what you on? And got me in my zone. Ooh, oh, oh. Yeah, yo. I say, yo.
As soon as it went up, I had to take that, or I was not gonna get it.
Risky.
Yeah.
You can't do that with Amazon.
Fuck no. Amazon and plus the stock split. Fuck no. You will be down quick and be like, why did I do that? The real winners is the ones who brought the calls yesterday, though. They up 156. They ain't even touching this. They ain't even touching that trigger. It's just simulating on them. They up like 800,000%. And this is crazy to me because we've been looking at that. We've been looking at this shit. About to buy April. We had that feeling. That's how you know it's something with our spirit. We can sense that damn money line. Cause damn, we was really about to buy an April contract, bro. And just like we was on some shit like we ain't gonna look at it no more, bro. We're gonna look away type shit. Think about it. We would not been looking at it right now. We be looking at the share price. We be like, what the fuck do we got? I'll probably still be telling you, but don't look at it though. Don't look at it because we don't want to see it.
I would really been chill though. Like I was trying to be like, what's the problem?
Yeah,
chill.
yeah. I would have been chill too. I'd have been. My thing is, I'd have been like, shit. Can he get the 3,000? I'm at that point.
Blessing just popped in my eyes.
No, for real, game. Still right now, what they just announced to the world, that's a blessing, man. Look at it. It's going crazy. 29.48. That's what I'm saying. They're buying every deal, bro. This is a stock split. This is a loud stock split. This ain't going to just come back down to 2,700, 2,800 no more. That level is secured, safe, gone, locked. Throw it in the box.
And that's how everybody else feel about it too. The
Yes.
big investors, they just gonna feed
This
it.
level right here they playing on right now is about to become safe as soon as they get done buying it, and then they're going to go to 3,000 next. Then when that level gets safe, 31 next. Then when that level gets safe, you see what I'm saying? It's a stock split. They just going to continue to buy this. This ain't no reverse too. It's a forward stock split. So when you buy it, this price going up. So that's what I'm saying. When we exit, basically, I can't expect Amazon to come back to 29.30. Because why? It's a forward stock split. I sold right there, meaning it ain't going to come back right there. It's going to keep going forward like you see now. So above 29.30 because I sold. Now, once you sell, it's just going to keep going forward. You feel me? But it's giving you the amount of money for the shares, though, so it don't matter. It's like, this shit, look at this shit. This shit going crazy, bro. I'm telling you, 3,000, nigga, by May. You telling me they can't get to 3,000 by May? They $50 away. They just gapped up 5%. Think about it now. Just think about it. Got hella time though too though. That's the thing. Nobody should be FOMO in here either because you got hella time to buy into this split. Now if you don't buy at least one share or one contract before May, you a donkey of the day. Especially if you had the chance to, you got the leverage. If you got this amount of money in your buying power right now and you're not buying this stock split, you're the donkey of the day. If you don't buy the stock split by May, I'm gonna say that you are a donkey. Because that's just blasphemy. That's just stupid as hell. They're literally sitting here passing out cash. They're telling you, you better come get it now. Because once we reset this price, they're not about to trade like this no more. You feel me? They're doing a $10 billion buyback. So that means they about to become like a penny stock. But that's how they about to move anyway. They're going to reset. Their share price going to be $150. And
I was
then
going to say, you do the math already.
Yeah, it's gonna be about 150, 140 a share now on Amazon.
Damn, what the fuck? Screenshot it at 3,000.
No, you better be screenshotting it
I'm
now.
about to do it because you're not gonna be able to see that
Yeah,
shit.
you know they're gonna change the whole chart pattern. You better be
hit that
screenshotting all that shit
I'm
now.
about to do it now.
Ain't nobody gonna ever believe you in the
I
future
know,
when you
I'm
tell
about
them.
to screen record everything.
When you tell them, damn, I came up off Amazon, bro. That shit was at damn 2,700. Then it went to 4,000. Niggas like, what? 4,000? Ain't no fucking way. All right, screenshot it now because I'm telling you, all this right here, it ain't gonna look like this.
You're gonna be old heads telling this story and they're not gonna believe this.
Feed me. I'm gonna do a whole screen record video like how the numbers moving right now. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna record all of that. You feel me? So motherfuckers can see. Like I'm gonna be explaining my story too. How I came up 50,000 right here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be explaining all of that shit. Niggas gonna fuck with me. That shit gonna make my business go a little higher all day. You feel me? I'm like, damn, he got a lot of experience. I'm trying to tell you. I don't know what you waiting for, bro.
No, you say the day trade. You don't know.
We don't have it, but we could take that fourth one if you need it. But at this point, this ain't really no day trade, bro. I screwed up by day trading, as you can see. This is not a day trade moment here. This is a buy and hold moment. But you need to buy cheap, though. I wouldn't take the risk I did. I got deep in the money. I bought a 2850 call, so I put a lot up. You wouldn't want to do what I want to do.
Play it long.
Yeah, you can play it long. Yeah, they're gonna go up a lot. I just wanted to see how. I brought it in deep in the money because I wanted to see how high they was about to take that. And I see like, okay, they did take it high pretty fast. That's why I got out because I know they can go higher now. They're confirming to me they're not doing what Google is going to do. Google went down for their stock split so far right now, right? They actually on some Tesla and Apple shit right now. They're going up. They're not fucking around with us. So that's what I wanted to confirm too. That's why I got out to see if they was gonna keep going up. But cause I did like that. But nah, I'm definitely gonna buy back here. I'm just waiting for the next good dip here. I'm buying back. I'm probably about to buy a week or 2 weeks out, and I'm about to buy like I'm gonna take my chances far here on some cheap shit, like you said, because like I said, it's a stock split, bro. Like she said, it shit can run to it. It can run to it. Like I'm going with the 3,000 and 90 plus calls. You feel me? That's how far I'm taking it. Because I really believe in Amazon. I think they're gonna really pick up this stock split momentum eventually and go start going crazy. Today they just giving us an example of what they want to do. I don't think they're gonna do too much because of the CPI data. They ain't gonna disrespect that. You feel me? But at the same time though, they're not about to go back down though. For sure, you see how everybody else going backwards and red and shit. Nah, they not doing that. They just gonna play in a range and keep going forward. You know what I'm saying? So. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the spot is coming back down here towards VWAP right now. Yeah, as y'all see, that 20-to-1 stock split over there, Amazon's going crazy. They was just 29.53 and then came right back down to 29.35. So as y'all see, like I said, that volatility is insane here. The only thing you can really do right now for the first day of the split is buy the dip and sell the rip. That's really the only thing you can do right now. I mean, unless you bought it yesterday or you just at the very, very bottom of today, you really probably wouldn't be comfortable. I'm telling you, you're not going to be comfortable. This is kind of how I was feeling when I got out. So, yeah, this is kind of how I trade. So, everybody different, though. But like I said, to be in the middle of a stock split, it ain't comfortable to me. You feel me? Because you got to remember people going to be taking profits all day, too, because they see the numbers going up fast, crazy. So they can put you right back in the middle of some bullshit quick. So just be thinking that today, at least the first day, if you're going to play the stock split with Amazon, at least be thinking fast. Be thinking fast. At least if you got some day trade bubbles, be thinking fast. If you're not thinking fast, be thinking long. And I wouldn't be risking a lot here. It's not worth it, you guys. I'm telling you. My guts turned when I was down about 2 bands this morning. I started having regrets and all type of shit. So it's just not worth it, you guys, to be playing big during the stock split right now. Now, like I said, if you're going long, it's different. If you caught the bottom, it's different. If you brought yesterday, that is different. But if you're just trying to FOMO here and jump on the train and ride it out, be fast. That's all I'm saying. Get off as soon as the next stop approach. Don't try to stay for extra stops there. That's all I'm saying here. So SPY is coming down, you guys. Right back to VWAP SPY, triple Qs. The VIX is down here. Tesla is down. So everybody's down here. CPI not looking good. They got the market scared. Everybody's back scared again. So yesterday definitely was a confirmed bull trap. Yesterday. They were not taking it higher yesterday. They fooled everybody. So if you swung calls, oh man, that sucks here. It looks like we have a live Senate hearing on worldwide threats here. Didn't know this was live. We're going to tune into it here and see how long it's been on. Looks like they started this about 28 minutes ago. So let's tune in. We found a briefing here, you guys. It's 10:27 a.m. Officially about to be 1 hour. Be cautious out there, you guys. The market is in red territory. Remember, the CPI is high. Senate Intelligence Committee, they're holding a hearing right now on worldwide threats to the United States. So stay cautious. Let's tune in.
A case where I think all of us wish we had been wrong. Nevertheless, the invasion has proceeded consistent with the plan we assessed the Russian military would follow. Only they are facing significantly more resistance from heroic Ukrainians than they expected and encountering serious military shortcomings. Russia's failure to rapidly seize Kyiv and overwhelm Ukrainian forces has deprived Moscow of the quick military victory that it probably had originally expected would prevent the United States and NATO from being able to provide meaningful military aid to Ukraine. Moreover, we assess Moscow underestimated the strength of Ukraine's resistance and the degree of internal military challenges we are observing in the Russian military, which include an ill-constructed plan, morale issues, and considerable logistical challenges. And what is unclear at this stage is whether Russia will continue to pursue a maximalist plan to capture all or most of Ukraine, which we assess would require more resources, even as the Russian military has begun to loosen its rules of engagement to achieve their military objectives. If they pursue the maximalist approach, we judge it will be especially challenging for the Russians to hold and control Ukrainian territory and install a sustainable pro-Russian regime to Kyiv in the face of what we assess is likely to be a persistent and significant insurgency. And of course, the human toll of the conflict is already considerable and only increasing. Thus far, the Russian and Ukrainian militaries have probably suffered thousands of casualties, along with numerous civilian deaths, and of course, well more than 1 million people have fled Ukraine since Russia invaded. Moreover, Russian forces are at the very least operating with reckless disregard for the safety of civilians as Russian units launch artillery and airstrikes into urban areas, as they have done in cities across Ukraine, including the chairman's mention of the hospital, and near critical infrastructure such as the Enerhodar nuclear plant. The IC is engaged across the interagency to document and hold Russia and Russian actors accountable for their actions. And the reaction to the invasion from countries around the world has been extraordinarily severe. Western unity in imposing far-reaching sanctions and export controls, as well as foreign commercial decisions, are having cascading effects on the Russian economy. The economic crisis that Russia is experiencing is also exacerbating the domestic political opposition to Putin's decision to invade. In NATO's unified response, the significant resistance that the Ukrainians have demonstrated on the battlefield, Europe's rapid response to Russia's invasion, not just in terms of economic measures, but also actions long thought to be off the table, such as the provision of lethal aid to Ukraine and shutting down EU airspace to Russian planes, all almost certainly surprised Moscow. In particular, while Putin probably anticipated many of the current sanctions to be imposed when he weighed the cost of the invasion, we judge that he did not anticipate either the degree to which the United States and its allies and partners would take steps to undermine the capacity, his capacity to mitigate Western sanctions, or the pullback from Russia initiated by the private sector. And nevertheless, our analysts assess that Putin is unlikely to be deterred by such setbacks, and instead may escalate the conflict, essentially doubling down to achieve Ukrainian disarmament and neutrality to prevent it from further integrating with the United States and NATO. And we assess Putin feels aggrieved the West does not give him proper deference and perceives this is a war he cannot afford to lose, but what he might be willing to accept as a victory may change over time given the significant costs he is incurring. Putin's nuclear saber rattling is very much in line with this assessment. Putin's public announcement that he ordered Russia's strategic nuclear forces to go on special alert in response to aggressive statements from NATO leaders was extremely unusual. We have not seen a public announcement from the Russians regarding a heightened nuclear alert status since the 1960s, but we have also not observed force-wide nuclear posture changes that go beyond what we have seen in prior moments of heightened tensions during the last few decades. Our analysts assess that Putin's current posturing in this arena is probably intended to deter the West from providing additional support to Ukraine as he weighs an escalation of the conflict. And Putin probably still remains confident that Russia can militarily defeat Ukraine and wants to prevent Western support from tipping the balance and forcing a conflict with NATO. Regardless, our number one intelligence priority is defense of the homeland, and we will remain vigilant in monitoring every aspect of Russia's strategic nuclear forces. With tensions this high, there is always an enhanced potential for miscalculation, unintended escalation, and we hope that our intelligence can help to mitigate those concerns. Beyond its invasion of Ukraine, Moscow presents a serious cyber threat, a key space competitor, and one of the most serious foreign influence threats to the United States. Using its intelligence services, proxies, and wide-ranging influence tools, the Russian government seeks to not only pursue its own interests, but also to divide Western alliances, undermine U.S. global standing, amplify discord inside the United States, and influence U.S. voters and decision-making. And to finish with our state actors, Iran continues to threaten U.S. interests as it tries to erode U.S. influence in the Middle East, entrench its influence and project power in neighboring states, minimize threats to regime stability. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-un continues to steadily expand and enhance Pyongyang's nuclear conventional capabilities, targeting the United States and its allies, periodically using aggressive and potentially destabilizing actions to reshape the regional security environment in his favor, and to reinforce his status as a de facto nuclear power. The assessment focuses next on a number of key global and transnational threats, including global health security, transnational organized crime, the rapid development of destabilizing technologies, climate, migration, terrorism. I raise these because they pose challenges of a fundamentally different nature to our national security than those posed by the actions of nation states, even powerful ones like China. We look at the Russia-Ukraine war and can imagine outcomes to resolve the crisis and the steps needed to get there, even though unpalatable and difficult. And similarly, we view the array of challenges China actions pose and can discuss what is required, how to think about trade-offs involved. And transnational issues are more complex, requiring significant and sustained multilateral effort, and though we can discuss ways of managing them, all of them pose a set of choices that will be more difficult to untangle and perhaps require more sacrifice to bring about meaningful change. This reflects not just the interconnected nature of the problems, but also the significant impact increasingly empowered non-state actors have on the outcomes, and the reality that some of the countries who are key to mitigating threats posed by nation states are also the ones we will be asking to do more in the transnational space. For example, the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic is putting a strain on governments and societies, fueling humanitarian and economic crises, political unrest, and geopolitical competition as countries such as China and Russia seek to exploit the crisis to their own advantage. And no country has been completely spared. Even when a vaccine is widely distributed globally, the economic and political aftershocks will be felt for years. Low-income countries with high debts face particularly challenging recoveries and the potential for cascading crises that lead to regional instability, whereas others turn inward or will be distracted by other challenges. These shifts will spur migration around the world, including on our southern border. The economic impact has set many poor and middle-income countries back years in terms of economic development and is encouraging some in Latin America, Africa, and Asia to look to China and Russia for quick economic and security assistance to manage their new reality. We see the same complex mix of interlocking challenges stemming from climate change, which is exacerbating risks to U.S. national security interests across the board, but particularly as it intersects with environmental degradation and global health challenges. And terrorism, of course, remains a persistent threat to U.S. persons and interests at home and abroad. But the implications of the problem are evolving. In Africa, for example, where terrorist groups are clearly gaining strength, the growing overlap between terrorism, criminal activity, smuggling networks has undermined stability, contributed to coups and an erosion of democracy, and resulted in countries turning to Russian entities to help manage these problems. And global transnational criminal organizations continue to pose a direct threat to the United States through the production and trafficking of lethal illicit drugs. massive theft, including cybercrime, human trafficking, and financial crimes and money laundering schemes. In particular, the threat from illicit drugs is at historic levels, with more than 100,000 American drug overdose deaths for the first time annually, driven mainly by a robust supply of synthetic opioids from Mexican transnational criminal organizations. And in short, the interconnected global security environment is marked by the growing specter of great power competition and conflict, while transnational threats to all nations and actors compete for our attention and also our finite resources. And finally, the assessment turns to conflicts and instability, highlighting a series of regional challenges of importance to the United States, iterative violence between Israel and Iran, conflicts in other areas, including Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, have the potential to escalate or spread, fueling humanitarian crises and threatening U.S. persons. Africa, for example, has seen 6 irregular transfers of power since 2020, and probably will see new bouts of conflict in the coming year as the region becomes increasingly strained by a volatile mixture of democratic backsliding, intercommunal violence, and the continued threat of cross-border terrorism. Of course, we are also focused on our workforce and their families. The IC continues to contribute to the government-wide effort to better understand potential causal mechanisms of anomalous health incidents and remains committed to ensuring afflicted individuals receive the quality care they need. The safety and well-being of our workforce is our highest priority, and we are grateful to members of your committee for your continued support on these efforts. In closing, I just want to note how much effort has gone into improving our capability to share intelligence and analysis with our partners and allies across the intelligence community. As we have seen in our approach to the threat to Ukraine, as you've noted, the sharing of intelligence and analysis has paid real dividends in helping facilitate collective action against the renewed threat of nation-state aggression. And while such efforts must be done with care to ensure we are able to protect our sources and methods, we are laying the groundwork to broaden our work, where doing so creates the conditions for a more united focus on other emerging challenges. And we appreciate your support in these efforts. Thank you, and look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Director Haynes, and thank you on behalf of the other members of the panel on deferring to only have you do the opening statement. My first question is on the cyber domain, and I want to talk to or ask Director Haynes and General Nakasone. And I want to just again compliment the members of this committee. When we saw the Russians launch the SolarWinds attack, it was this committee that first focused on that issue, and in a broadly bipartisan way, we recognized that only about 30% of our cyber attacks are actually being reported to the government. And I'm proud to say that in the budget bill that hopefully we'll take up in the next day or two, it's already passed the House, we finally have put in place a cyber notification process, something that I would recognize that Senator Collins has been working on literally for years and years and years. We are this close to the finish line. Since only about 30% of our cyber incidents are reported, we need to make sure that information gets to the FBI, gets to CISA, gets to our private sector partners in a real-time way. One of the things I've been surprised at is that the Russian cyber capabilities, well, we've not seen a very efficient military so far. I don't think any of us think that Russia does not have extraordinarily critical and first-rate cyber tools. The fact that they have not launched much beyond traditional malware, they've not launched the kind of worm-driven NotPetya attacks that we saw in 2017. My concern has been that that type of attack could literally go beyond the geographic boundaries of Ukraine, bleed into Poland, where it could affect American troops or shut down Polish hospitals and result in the death of Polish citizens, which could potentially move us into Article 5 territory. Director Haynes and General Nakasone, maybe General Nakasone, start with you. You're the best expert on this topic. Have you been a bit surprised that they haven't launched their full array of attacks? And how concerned are you as Russia gets more and more stymied on the military front that they may unleash some of their additional cyber tools?
Chairman, thank you very much for the question. I begin by saying that we remain vigilant. We're 15 days into this conflict. By no means are we sitting back and taking this casually. We are watching every single day for any type of unusual activity. And I would just build on the scenario that you talked about, this idea of malware spreading as one scenario that we look at. But there are 3 other scenarios that also come into our thinking. One might be the use of ransomware, broad use of ransomware that our adversaries might use. The next would be a scenario of proxies, those that necessarily may not be part of the Russian government, but are functioning as a proxy or as a non-nation state actor to do this type of activity to perhaps launch malware. And the final one is this idea of a disruptive or destructive attack on a country in Eastern Europe that could take place. As I said, we're 15 days into this. We've seen 3 to 4 attacks. The reasons in terms of why there haven't been more, I think obviously this is part of Russians' own strategic calculus. But secondly, tremendous amount of work was done prior to the actual invasion. Work that was done by my agency, work that was done by Cyber Command, by the interagency, by a series of private sector partners that hardened the infrastructure of the Ukraine. I think that was part of it. And the final thing is there have been actions since then that I think that have contributed to the Russians in terms of the way that they approach the future. I would just conclude by saying not only are we vigilant, we're prepared, and most important, we're sharing information and sharing our expertise with our partners.
Let me get to my second question, because I want to honor my own commitment to try to keep within 5 minutes. One of the things that my friend Senator Burr often mentions is, we don't have a technology committee in the Senate. In many ways, the Intelligence Committee has become the technology committee. I think a lot of the competition going forward, particularly vis-a-vis China, will be around technology. I think we were all surprised at their enormous success in the 5G domain. Again, many of us are working on making sure we make the kind of investments that China's making on semiconductors. Candidly, shutting off semiconductors to Russia will be as effective as any tool on shutting down their military-industrial complex. Director Burns, you have made this a priority, and how do we make sure maybe that across the IC we both monitor and incent policymakers and the balance of the government to make the necessary investments in technology?
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Nothing is going to matter more to the future of CIA, and I think the U.S. intelligence community more broadly, than our ability to compete technologically. It's the main arena, as you said before, Mr. Chairman, for competition with China. So, just in the last couple of months, we've established a new mission center at the CIA alongside a new mission center on China, an equally important mission center focused on technology issues, to make sure that we're anticipating keeping pace, getting out ahead of the pace of innovation, to deepen partnerships with the private sector, because that's absolutely essential, I think, to our future as we look at competition and technology. We just created the position of a chief technology officer for the first time at CIA. So all of that, I think, reflects the enormously high priority that we will continue to attach to that set of issues.
Thank you. Senator Rubio.
Thank you all for being here. I'll direct this to you, Director Haynes, but anybody who wants to answer can do so. As I think we've learned from all this, the best way to combat disinformation is through transparency. So I want to walk through some component pieces of a particular topic involving labs in Ukraine, and then allow you to expand, or anyone to expand that could provide greater insight. As you're all aware, Russia has been laying out this argument for a number of months now about how there are these labs in Ukraine that are developing chemical and biological weapons, that the U.S. is involved, that they've discovered it, and they've been making that argument for a period of time, and it's the argument they usually make before they use that kind of stuff themselves against someone. So let me just start with the question, the component pieces, and then sort of allow you to expand more on the important part of it. There is a difference between a biological research facility and a biological weapons research facility, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Does Ukraine have any biological weapons research facilities?
No, let me be clear. We do not assess that Ukraine is pursuing either biological weapons or nuclear weapons, which have been some of the, basically the propaganda that Russia is putting out.
Okay, so they do have the biological research facilities. What is our government's role in their biological research programs?
So as I understand it, Ukraine operates about a little over a dozen, essentially, biolabs, and what they're intended to do. And I think that the U.S. government provides assistance, or at least has in the past provided assistance, really in the context of biosafety, which is something that we've done globally with a variety of different countries. So I would defer, obviously, to the details of that assistance to the agencies that are
Well,
responsible for it.
I guess that's the important component. Well, how do we define biosafety or biodefense? Is it the ability to have antidotes or responses if someone were to use an agent against you if you were having an outbreak? What exactly is that?
Yeah, I mean, I will quickly get out of my area of expertise, but I'll give you sort of a generic answer that I understand. So it is essentially, for biodefense, you can think about things like medical countermeasures, for example, things that will help you to address a pandemic that is an outbreak in your country, things along those lines, things that prevent spreading of pandemics and other health issues. Things along those lines. And the kinds of biosafety pieces that you would be providing assistance for are things like making sure that as you're producing medical countermeasures, that you're taking appropriate precautions, that you're letting the medical community internationally know, notifying when appropriate. So that's the kind of assistance. But I, again, just, want to be absolutely clear that we do not believe that Ukraine is pursuing biological or nuclear weapons, that we've seen no evidence of that. And frankly, this influence campaign is completely consistent with longstanding Russian efforts to accuse the United States of sponsoring bio weapons work in former Soviet Union. So this is a classic move by the Russians.
So I think the one thing that's piqued a lot of people's interest, and I hope we can address, is the Assistant Secretary Nuland said a couple of days ago in response to my question in another hearing, this is her quote, "The U.S. government is concerned about preventing any of these research materials from falling into the hands of Russian forces should they approach," end quote. So people will hear that and say, well, that means that there must be something in these labs that's very dangerous. They possess pathogens or something that must be very dangerous. Look, we're all coming off the trauma of COVID-19. The possibility that there might have been an accident or a leak out of a lab there that we still don't know the answer to. And so it's in that context that people read that statement and hear it and say, okay, it sounds to me like they have labs. These labs are working on dangerous things, and we're worried that it's going to get out of the laboratory. How should people assess that statement? Why are we so concerned? And again, I mean, I know maybe I'm asking you some questions that regard medicine and biology and research and so forth, but it's really important for this effort to understand what exactly is in these labs that we're so worried about them getting their hands on.
Sure. I mean, I think medical facilities that I've certainly been in, and even as a child, done research, in high school type of thing, in college, all have equipment or sort of pathogens or other things that you have to have restrictions around because you want to make sure that they're being treated and handled appropriately. And I think that's the kind of thing that probably Victoria Nuland was describing and thinking about in the context of that. We have to be, concerned in the same way that we have to be concerned about Enerhodar, the nuclear power plant, or other facilities that when they're seized, and if they're seized, that there may be damage done or theft, and they may in fact misuse some of the material that's there that's not intended for weapons purposes, but nevertheless can be used in dangerous ways or that can create challenges for the local populations.
Thank you. Senator Rubio, thank you for raising that, because I think we've seen some of these reports that this may be another area where Russia's trying to offer a false flag signal, and really appreciate your line of questioning. I want to turn to Senator Feinstein, but I do want to acknowledge, I think Diana served the longest on this committee, and we appreciate very much the challenges on a personal basis you've been going through, and your attendance here always. So many times, I remember one time you literally had come, I think, from a senior medical procedure. You were still here, showing up at one of these hearings, and we're grateful for your leadership. And I call on you now for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In an unclassified annual threat assessment, you state that, quote, individuals and small cells inspired by a variety of ideologies and personal motivation include Sunni violent extremism, racially or ethnically motivated violent extremism, and militia violent extremism, probably represent the greatest terrorist threat to the United States. Now, while we have no interest in giving Al-Qaeda or ISIS an opportunity to recover, you're making the clear point that individuals and small cells represent the greatest threat to the United States. So here's the question. How are you allocating your resources for counterterrorism? It appears that most of the funding for counterterrorism goes into efforts focused against specific groups instead of attempting to locate individuals. How do you justify that allocation compared against the assessed threat?
I'm happy to start, but I suspect Director Ray and others may have some thoughts on this. I think from at least the intelligence community perspective, it's true that we focus in on groups that are critical to our national security, groups such as Al-Shabaab and ISIS and Al-Qaeda core in these contexts, as examples. But it is also true that we are looking at consistently across the board how it is that the ideologies that they propagate and that others propagate that are of concern and reflected in our assessment are creating violent extremism in a variety of places, including in small groups and even for individuals. And our system is set up in such a way as to identify not simply the networking that we see with respect to such groups, but also to essentially create the opportunity for us to try to provide as much warning as we can with respect to individuals and others that
Could the military respond as well?
Absolutely, yeah. And I think, it's challenging, obviously, when you have somebody that's disconnected from the system.
I would just add that from the FBI's end, of course, the types of terrorist threats that you referenced, Senator, are at the top of our priority list, and through our joint terrorism task forces in every field office, we're prioritizing those. And the reason why the jihadist-inspired homegrown violent extremists and then the domestic violent extremists are such a high priority is because, unlike sort of the more classic post 9/11 sleeper cells, where you have a large group of people plotting, planning, preparing, fundraising, training, there are a lot of dots to connect in a plot like that. With the kind of terrorist threat we're talking about here, you're talking about an individual going after an easily accessible target with a very crude weapon, which means there's a lot less dots to connect. And so the key is to getting the eyes and ears out in the community. And that's why the growth in the Joint Terrorism Task Forces with task force officers from state and local police departments all over the country has been such an important development.
Please, I'd like other comments.
No, all I would add, Senator, is, even at CIA, even as we focus more and more attention and resources on major power adversaries like China and Russia for all the obvious reasons, we remain sharply focused on the counterterrorism challenge as well. I think it's notable that in the same month, last month in February, when all of us had to deal with renewed Russian aggression in Ukraine, we played a central role along with our partners in the U.S. military in finding the former emir of ISIS, Haji Abdullah, locating him, and then cooperating with our military partners in a successful operation against him. So we'll remain very
if I understand what you're saying, you're changing the allocation of resources to individuals from groups. Is that correct or not?
No, what I was suggesting, Senator, is that even as we focus more attention and resources on major power adversaries like China and Russia at CIA, where we're focused on external terrorist threats, we remain sharply focused on the threats posed to the homeland by everyone from ISIS, and I mentioned the successful operation against the former ISIS emir, as well as Al-Qaeda and its affiliates like Al-Shabaab, like Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. That was my only point.
May we hear from the military, please?
Senator, DIA's Defense Counterterrorism Center, DCTC, is focused on foreign terrorist threats. They continue to operate as they have for the last 20 years, focused on organizations, foreign transnational terrorist threats.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to take this opportunity to highlight what's already been pointed out. The success of our intelligence and the analysis of that intelligence product. Your thousands of employees deserve the thanks of this committee, of this Congress, and of the American people. Likewise, President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people have reminded us that democracy does not come without a cost. It has to be protected. This democracy, the independence of Ukraine, demands that democracies around the world respond with everything needed to preserve Ukraine's independence and democracies that are threatened. Likewise, leaders like Putin don't want their people to have the freedoms that we cherish and that we strive to protect. This would not be possible without the men and women who work for you on behalf of not just this country, but democracies around the world. We are eternally grateful for all the work that they do, but more importantly, the response that they've had to this current challenge. Mr. Chairman, I have no questions in open session.
Thank you, Senator Byrne, for once again acknowledging the great work of this community. I appreciate it. Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I share Senator Burr's view. And let me thank you particularly, Director, for your professionalism and dedication. We've talked on a number of subjects, and I've appreciated it. Now, let me turn to cybersecurity. In a recent unclassified briefing from my office, government cybersecurity experts reconfirmed that a technology known as SS7, which allows phones to roam from one network to another, could also allow foreign actors to get into our networks and intercept Americans' calls and texts. These experts also identified Russia as one of the top threats for this kind of surveillance. Now, fortunately, there's a way to prevent this that doesn't get in the way of communications between our country and Russia. U.S. carriers could simply block roaming requests from Russians' phone networks. The only inconvenience would be that anyone with a U.S. phone in Russia would need to buy a local phone card. Director Haynes, my question would be, would this policy make it harder for the Russian government to spy on Americans?
Thank you so much, Senator Wyden. And I think it's an excellent question, obviously. And I asked my folks what they thought about this. And basically, I think we want to explore it. If you're willing to give us a little bit of time, I gather it really would require a little bit of research to understand what the consequences would be of doing that exact kind of blocking. So I'd like to be able to come back to you, but I think it's a really worthy question and appreciate the interest.
And you inherited this problem because I've been asking you about it for some time, but you're new on the beat and you've been responsive and I appreciate it. Director Burns, the public knows far less about intelligence activities conducted under Executive Order 12333 than under the FISA law. So I want to express my appreciation to you and to the Director for being more forthcoming and transparent about this subject than your predecessors. Here's my question. The CIA released a portion of a report from the Privacy Board that raised the concern that when CIA analysts searched their records for information on Americans, there was no requirement to justify it, no requirement, for example, to write down the justification for a search. My question, and we've been talking with your folks, will you commit this morning to requiring CIA analysts to write down their requests for conducting searches on Americans so those searches can be reviewed?
The short answer, Senator, is yes. I can assure you that CIA will comply with our Attorney General guidelines, documentation requirements for conducting queries. In fact, I met last Friday with the new chair of the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board to talk about this issue, and I stressed my personal commitment to working with her and the rest of the board very effectively in the years ahead.
So when could we expect that this reform would actually be implemented?
Well, as I said, you
Hey, this hearing scaring
my
the market
commitment
too,
that
for real.
will review our current procedures and ensure that all our systems are compliant, and I'd be glad to report back to you in 6 months on that.
Okay, let's see if we can speed it up because we've been waiting a long time for this one as well. We'll talk further about it. You've been responsive
And
as
I
well.
like this because
Let me go to you, Director Ray, if I might. You testified on Tuesday that the FBI bought a license for the NSO hacking tools to evaluate them and determine what security concerns they raise. Did the FBI inform anybody else in the government about what it learned from that evaluation?
I think I'd have to defer to closed session about anything on the, I think what you're getting at is the so-called VEP, the vulnerabilities process that's interagency. And while we participate in that, whether or not it applied here is a different question, but we could maybe talk a little bit more about that in closed session.
I'm glad to do that. Here's what I'm interested in. I'm just asking.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're tuning in, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Let cash accumulate over days. It is 11:02 a.m. We got about 28 minutes until the European market close. Keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tight, stay right, stay cautious. Market coming down here. We're looking like we're about to get into that crash section here, you guys. SPY's at 421. We get below 420. You guys know what time it is. We're back in the crash area.
Let's continue the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Wyden. And just want to again acknowledge if Congress had just followed Senator Collins 10 or 11 years ago, we might be further along on the cyber issue. Senator Collins.
Thank you. Director Haynes, following up on the chairman's leadership here, before I begin my questioning, I just want to personally thank you for working with the chairman and me and other members of this committee on the cybersecurity bill. We very much valued and appreciated your support, which was critical. Director Burns, you have always shown extraordinary insight into Putin's thinking. We all read about the Russian Defense Ministry publicly accusing Ukraine of possibly planning a false flag chemical weapon attack. What do you make of that? Does that signal that Putin intends to launch a chemical or biological weapon attack on the Ukrainians?
Well, thanks very much, Senator. I mean, I think it underscores the concern that all of us need to focus on those kind of issues, whether it's the potential for a use of chemical weapons either as a false flag operation or against Ukrainians. This is something, as all of you know very well, is very much a part of Russia's playbook. They've used those weapons against their own citizens. They've at least encouraged the use in Syria and elsewhere. So it's something we take very seriously. And it's one of the reasons, as Director Haynes said earlier, that I am convinced that our efforts at selective declassification to preempt those kind of false flag efforts and the creation of false narratives have been so important. In all the years I spent as a career diplomat, I saw too many instances in which we lost information wars with the Russians. In this case, I think we have had a great deal of effect in disrupting their tactics and their calculations and demonstrating to the entire world that this is a premeditated and unprovoked aggression built on a body of lies and false narratives. So this is one information war that I think Putin is losing.
General Bernier, I feel very strongly that the Ukrainians should be able to defend their own airspace. But obviously, they need planes, they need manned drones. What is the current status of the battle for control of the Ukrainian airspace? And what is your assessment of what additional aircraft or manned drones would mean for Ukraine?
Senator, thank you for that question. My assessment is that the Ukrainians have been somewhat effective with the assets and resources that they have. The Russians have not achieved what I would call air dominance or air superiority over the country of Ukraine right now. That said, they are taking some losses, and they do need additional assets. Weapons like Stingers have moved in, and they have been used with effect, and I think the Ukrainians will continue to be able to use those in small unit tactics with great effect. Certainly, additional assets and resources with UAVs and aircraft, I'm sure they could make very good use of that.
Thank you. Director Bernier, I want to switch to a different issue. I believe that we have a very strong moral obligation to welcome those Afghans who have risked their lives, their families' lives, their livelihoods to help our troops, our diplomats, and our intelligence professionals. Nevertheless, fulfilling that obligation does not require compromising a thorough, comprehensive vetting process for those Afghans who managed to get on airplanes before the last U.S. aircraft left the runway. Unfortunately, a report from the Department of Defense IG found that Afghan evacuees have not been screened appropriately using all available DoD databases. And as a result, at least 50 individuals with security concerns already are in the United States, and most of those cannot be located right now. Do you know whether the NGIC has completed a biometric analysis as part of this vetting process?
Senator, I don't know the answer to that question right now, but I will take it for the record and get back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Collins. We mentioned the fact that this committee has really taken on a major focus on technology, and I want to acknowledge the fact that on some of the very sophisticated areas of technology, Senator Heinrich may be the only one that actually brings real expertise to those issues. So appreciate that. Senator Heinrich.
Thank you, Chairman. And Director Burns, I actually want to reiterate my colleague's statement of thanks to you for working with us on increasing some of the transparency around CIA's activities under 12333. I think this is all about ensuring we just understand how Americans' privacy and civil liberties are protected under those authorities, and I know that's something you care about as well. I want to ask about the current situation in Chernobyl and how concerned we should be about that. I know there's been a lot of reporting about that coming, that Ukraine's grid operator.
That we haven't yet seen anything that kind of brings us from concern to, it's a complete crisis. And I think if you want further details, what I should do is come back to you in writing on it and give you our best sense of it. But I don't know if others have anything to add.
No, I look forward to that.
Absolutely.
Director, you talked a little bit about Russia's strategic nuclear posture. And I want to pivot from that for just a moment and ask about tactical, or some people have even referred to them as small nuclear weapons, and almost as if they're something we don't need to be overly concerned about. But folks who work with nuclear weapons today know that even tactical nuclear warheads have yields many times larger than what we used at the end of World War II. How concerned should we be about Russia's potential use of a tactical nuclear weapon in Ukraine? What would that look like, and what can we do to prevent that from happening, especially given how Putin seems to be in a posture where he needs some sort of a reset, and has proven himself to be very unpredictable.
So I'll just say, I think probably we could have a further conversation about this in the closed session, but, you know, as a general matter, as I indicated, we're obviously, very concerned, want to make sure that we're monitoring everything that may be going on with respect to Russia's strategic nuclear forces. And, but as I indicated, we have not yet seen posture changes that are beyond what we've seen previously during moments of tension, such as in, relation to Crimea.
Yeah, just keep going right now. Really, you need visuals, bro. You don't got no visuals.
Go crazy.
Y'all know how many songs I got. Yeah, I ain't saying keep going. I'm gonna say get some visuals. I ain't gonna say keep going.
Video.
Yeah, he got too many songs, bro. He just need the visuals.
Video. That's what I'm saying.
You don't have no videos. This is crazy. But it'll come to it. Happen. With time, you feel me? I'm gonna do a count of that song. What's wrong with this shit?
Yeah.
It's coming down. They trying to figure it out.
Top line takeaway is that the Russians' ability to circumvent the sanctions with cryptocurrency is probably highly overestimated on the part of maybe them and others. We are, as a community and with our partners overseas, far more effective on that than I think sometimes they appreciate. And there's a lot of expertise in terms of tools and strategies to help block that kind of effort. Ultimately, what they really need to do is get access to some form of fiat currency, which becomes more challenging. I don't know if Director Haynes, you want to add.
And you are utilizing those tools.
Absolutely. We have built up significant expertise, both at the FBI and with some of our partners. And there have been some very significant seizures and other efforts that I think have exposed the vulnerability of cryptocurrency as a way to get around sanctions.
The only thing I'd add to what Director Ray said is just with respect to the first part of your question, which is the enormous economic impact that's been had as a consequence of the sanctions, and that part of what we've seen is, as I indicated in my opening statement, we expected President Putin anticipated to some extent what the sanctions would be and how we would approach this. Given our past practice in these areas, he built up a reserve fund that was really intended to help him defend his currency in the context of sanctions. But through the actions of, our Treasury Department and others in Europe and the West, what they've done is actually make it very hard for him to access that money in order to defend his currency. And we've seen it in free fall. I mean, I believe it's lost about 40% of its value. It is extraordinary to watch the stock markets, the fact that they've had to close down so much of their economic, industry, and also the private sector impact has been extraordinary, and I think really exacerbates the challenge for them in a pretty extraordinary way.
The only thing I would add very briefly, Senator, is that I think among the many profoundly flawed assumptions that President Putin made in launching this invasion was his assumption that he had built a sanctions-proof economy, that by building, as Director Haynes said, a very large war chest of foreign currency reserves and gold reserves, and by not anticipating there'd be sanctions against the Russian central bank, by not anticipating that the German leadership would show such resolve in particular, I think he deeply underestimated the economic consequences, and I think they're just now being felt in Russia, and it's going to intensify.
Senator Heinrich, I think some of your crypto issues are really important. I've got some questions on that in the closed session. Senator Blunt, this is going to be your I think last worldwide threat briefing, and we really thank your service on this committee.
Well, there are things I'll miss about the Senate next year, but one of them will probably not be the worldwide threat discussions that we have publicly and every week in this fine committee, Chairman, and thanks for your leadership.
I just want to say particularly on NGA issues, and we'll address some of that in the classified briefing.
Thank you.
Senator Blunt.
Thank you. Well, let's follow up, Director Burns, on your another idea about the economy. Do you think Putin overestimated what the Chinese might be able to do to offset the sanctions and other economic activities, or do you think the Chinese will step in a way that he might have anticipated?
Thanks very much for the question, Senator. I think he may be overestimating the extent to which the Chinese leadership will be able or willing to help him deal with the quite severe economic consequences of his invasion of Ukraine. It remains to be seen how this will play out, but, I recall after the sanctions that were levied against Russia after his prior aggression in Crimea, the Chinese drove, a very hard bargain over pipelines that the Russians were trying to negotiate. So they weren't, particularly flexible or sympathetic in a way during that period as well. So I suspect there's not going to be any easy out for President Putin as he looks at trying to deal with those economic consequences, not from the Chinese, not from anyone else.
Do we have any sense of how the Chinese have reacted to their recent locking arms with the Russians right before all of these events happened?
I think, Senator, that the Chinese leadership first has invested a lot in partnership with Russia, and I don't expect that to change anytime soon. I do, however, believe that the Chinese leadership, President Xi in particular, is unsettled by what he's seen, partly because his own intelligence doesn't appear to have told him what was going to happen. Second, because of the reputational damage that China suffers by association with the ugliness of Russia's aggression in Ukraine. Third, by the economic consequences at a time when, growth rates in China, as you look over the rest of this year, are lower than they've been in 30 years. And fourth, I think, because President Xi is probably a little bit unsettled as he watches the way in which President Putin has driven Americans and Europeans more closely together and strengthen the transatlantic alliance in ways that would have been a little bit hard to imagine before the invasion began. I think the Chinese leadership looks at Europe not just as a market, but as a kind of player with whom they can have an independent relationship and try to look for ways in which they can drive wedges between us and our European allies. And what President Putin has so successfully done is to make that much less likely.
Well, I didn't intend to dwell in this public session on China as much as I'm going to wind up doing it in my 5 minutes, but the Chinese have also announced their plans, their intention, their capability devoted to biotech, and underlying those activities, I think, is something Director Wray and the Director, we should be really focused on, is how much that may impact Americans as Chinese try to get more information about Americans in various ways as they develop their own biotech potential to impact populations. I'll let you start, and then Director Haynes, I'll come to you.
So certainly, the Chinese have shown that they are willing to pursue our personal data at a scale unlike anything anywhere else in the world. They have stolen more of our personal and corporate data than every other nation combined. And then one of the other lessons we saw from the COVID period is their aggressive targeting of COVID research, whether it was vaccines or other forms of medical treatment. And you could almost clock any company's announcement that they were making progress on something almost within days. You could then see Chinese targeting of trying to steal that research.
We certainly know they've done that with personal data, financial data. I'm wondering, with their biotech focus, Director Haynes, are they going to be, do we need to be now concerned about genetic data in ways that we might not have been at an earlier time?
Yeah, we do have concerns with bio data across the board, and I think not just genetic data, as you point out, but that's a critical aspect of it. And the collection of that by China in particular, but other countries as well, and how that can be used in the future, particularly as the technology develops. So absolutely.
Let's try. Some of the reporting here and the studies here are, you could take this this biotechnology, look at populations here or Africa or other places, and decide to do things that specifically have impact on just a segment of the population that has the genetic code that may be susceptible to that, where their surrounding neighbors and others in the country don't have. I think it's an area we'll be talking more about, and I look forward to discussing that further. Thank you,
Senator
Chairman.
Blunt. Senator Bennett, again, just want to publicly thank you for what we were able to do last week in looking at some of our overhead assets. You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for coming to Colorado. I want to start by lending my thanks to all of you and to the people that work for you. While Putin was lying to us and to the Ukrainians and his own people, your people were ascertaining the truth, and we were warning the world, and that could not have happened without the work that you've done. So I deeply, deeply appreciate it. We were on the phone on Saturday, most of us, I guess, with President Zelensky. He started the call by saying, we're just fighting to be able to live our lives like you. And he ended the call by saying the world should live in peace. The world should live in a pluralistic way, by which he meant with freedom of speech, freedom of religion, self-determination, and that's what's at stake here. And I think we got a chance to win this fight in part because of the people that work for all of you. So I want to say thank you. Director Haynes, Putin's aggression against Ukraine and against international rules and norms demonstrates the urgency of maintaining American superiority in emerging domains, including space and cyber, two domains that really I think the American people have not heard enough about. Last week, as the chairman mentioned, he joined me in Colorado for a series of briefings with Space Command, the National Space Defense Center, and NRO leadership. Our conversation reinforced for me that our military and intelligence community missions are inextricably linked, and we are concerned that the decision to relocate Space Command does not fully account for the intelligence community missions that are in Colorado, the depth of the private sector, which is so critical to building resilience in space. It's my view that we should be spending money on the mission in space, not on moving Space Command and starting from scratch. Could you explain how strengthening the integration of our military and intelligence missions is critical to maintaining our superiority in space?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I couldn't agree more with the overall sentiment, which is that we have to integrate these areas. I do think that, it's a domain in which obviously the Defense Department, but also other parts of the government, such as NASA and so on, are occupying, and it's increasingly crowded with commercial satellites as well. And all of us have to be able to integrate together in order to effectively manage things. But no two entities more, I suppose, than the Department of Defense and the IC in order for us to do our jobs. And as we've been doing, we have a number of mechanisms that we use for that kind of coordination. There's, obviously the Joint Space Warfighter Forum, which, has the U.S. Spacecom commander and the NRO director as sort of co-chairs and leading of that. And that's a kind of an example of DoD and the IC coming together on these issues. And we have a number of other things, Space XCOM, a National Space Defense Center, an integrated protection strategy that are intended to do this. I would just say that, as I know you already know, but just to acknowledge it, like we have work to do in this area to make sure that, frankly, as compartmented as some aspects of our work is, that we integrate that as well effectively so that we can actually work across this domain in a sensible and sort of strategic way. And really appreciate your support and others for this area, because I think it's obviously critically important to our future.
We heard some unbelievable things while we were there, but which obviously we can't talk about in open session, but it is very clear, I think the chairman would agree with this assessment, that we do not have a moment to lose here in space. I just have a minute left. Director Burns, could I just ask you to talk a little bit for while we're in public session, just give the American people a sense of how Russia is using disinformation across the world, how it's using it in its own country, but also how it's using it across the democracies to try to pit us against one another, divide us from one another.
or things that appear to the American people sometimes to look like just another person's Twitter feed, when in fact the Russians can be behind it. So could you spend a minute on that?
Sure, thanks, Senator. And I'll focus on, the ways in which I think President Putin has worked methodically over the last 2 decades to turn Russian society into a kind of propaganda bubble. I mean, he's used financial pressures, he's used lethal actions. I remember vividly when I was ambassador in Russia, some years ago, going to the funeral of a very courageous independent Russian journalist named Anna Politkovskaya in the fall of 2006. And that's just one part of the pressure that he's brought against, open information in Russia. He's intensified his domination of the state-run media and in his strangulation of independent media, especially in recent years, and particularly since the invasion of Ukraine began. But I guess the last thing I'd say is I don't believe that he's going to be able to seal Russians off entirely from the truth. There are lots of Russians who have VPN accounts, who have access to YouTube to this day, who have access to information. I don't believe he can wall off indefinitely Russians from the truth, especially as realities begin to puncture that bubble. The realities of killed and wounded coming home, an increasing number. The realities of the economic consequences for ordinary Russians, as I was discussing before. The realities of the horrific scenes of hospitals and schools being bombed next door in Ukraine and of civilian casualties there as well. I don't think he can bottle up the truth indefinitely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cotton, thank you as well also for your constant willingness to press this committee and frankly the IC leadership to make sure both on the unclassified and classified section the collaboration between the DoD projects and the IC projects. Senator Cotton.
Thank you. Director Haynes, I want to address the administration's fiasco of failing to help Poland transfer its aircraft to Ukraine. The Pentagon spokesman yesterday cited your intelligence community. Quote, the intelligence community has assessed the transfer of MiG-29s to Ukraine may be mistaken as escalatory and could result in significant Russian reaction that might increase the prospects of a military escalation with NATO. The State Department spokesman said essentially the same thing earlier today. Since administration policymakers are justifying their hesitancy to help Poland transfer these aircraft by pointing to your intelligence community, could you tell us what is the basis for this alleged assessment?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you're tuning in, we are live here. The market is about to dump here. We're at that 420 level. It can either dump or they're going to buy the dip right here. The euro close is happening in 2 minutes. You're seeing the action take place. They're selling that euro close here. They're selling bad right now. We're at crash phase again, you guys. Right here, back at 420. So we get back below 420. It looks like they might try to retest 416 here today on the SPY, you guys. So the lower the SPY go, the lower the stocks go. Amazon losing steam here, but they're staying in the range though. But there's still a stock split over there, so keep that in mind. They're going to stay green, but they're going to just lose steam. So it's really a safe haven today over there, Amazon, but you just got to really be careful. Everything else other than that is red, you guys. I would not be trying to buy here. You have some that CrowdStrike, they're up 21. That's because of earnings, though. So you got to think, if it's green today, it's because of something. It's something causing it to be green here. So keep that in mind, you guys. Keep that in mind. Airbnb's clap. Woo. Bad we didn't go take that route. But yeah, the market is down here, though, you guys. The market is down. Euro close is officially about to happen here. Expect a move in about 30 minutes. It's either going to dump here or they're going to buy the dip, buy the SPY right back to VWAP, which would be about 422 on the SPY, about 329 on the triple Qs. Look out for those numbers. Look out for the stocks numbers.
For their hesitancy. General Barrier, could you explain as an intelligence officer how Vladimir Putin might be A-OK with us transferring missiles that turn their tanks into burning piles of rubbish or shoot their jets out of the sky, yet transferring tactical aircraft is going to be unacceptable? Why is the latter escalatory and the former not escalatory?
Senator Cotton, thank you. I will take a stab at that in open session here. I think when you look at anti-tank weapons and air defense, shoulder-fired kinds of weapons, there is a range of escalation. And I think in our view, that escalation ladder doesn't get checked higher with those weapons versus something like combat aircraft?
I got to say, I don't think there's a lot of common sense between this distinction, and a lot of farmers in Arkansas wouldn't understand it either. I mean, your own written assessment, Ms. Haynes, says that Russia, quote, doesn't want a direct conflict with the United States, end quote. That was from January 21st, that assessment said Russia doesn't want a conflict with the United States. You think they're more likely to want a conflict now after Vladimir Putin has seen the performance of his army? Not just against the Ukrainian army, but with moms with Molotov cocktails and grandmas with AK-47s. You think they're more likely to want a piece of us now than they were 2 months ago?
I don't think it's an issue of whether or not they're more likely to want a conflict. It's whether or not they perceive us as being in that conflict with them. I think we're in a very challenging position, right? Where we are obviously providing enormous amounts of support to the Ukrainians, as we should and need to do. But at the same time, trying not to escalate the conflict into a full-on NATO or US war with Russia. And that's a challenging space to manage. And the analysts, I think, are just trying to provide their best assessment of what is likely to be perceived as that kind of escalation in this circumstance.
Well, I mean, I've got to say, it seems to me that Vladimir Putin simply deterred the US government from providing these aircraft by saying they would view this as escalatory. And if that's going to be our position, I mean, we might as well call the commanding general at Fort Lewis outside Seattle and tell him to take the flag down and surrender our position. Because he's not going to stop in Ukraine. He's not going to stop in Europe. He's going to go all the way to the West Coast. And every time he raises a threat, we immediately back off. One other question I want to ask in this area as well about intelligence sharing. Last Thursday, the House Armed Services Committee Chairman Adam Smith said, quote, we are providing some intelligence. We're not providing the kind of real-time targeting because that, steps over the line that makes us participate in the war, end quote. Just a few hours later, the White House press secretary contradicted him, saying, we have consistently been sharing intelligence that includes information the Ukrainians can use to inform and develop their military response to Russia's invasion. That has been ongoing, and reports that suggest otherwise are inaccurate. So who is correct? The Democratic chairman of the House Armed Services Committee or the White House press secretary? Are we or are we not providing that kind of real-time targeting intelligence to Ukraine?
We are providing an enormous amount of intelligence to Ukraine. I'd be happy to get into in closed sessions the details of what we're providing, and I think maybe if there's anything else that
Can you at least tell me who is correct between the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee and the White House press secretary?
Honestly, Senator, I think getting into this in closed session would be easier so that we can actually explain to you what it is that we're providing. But I'm happy to defer to my colleagues who may have additional.
I'm sure we'll address it in closed session.
Thank you, Senator Khan. Senator Blunt, last worldwide threat, Senator Casey, your first worldwide threat, Senator Casey.
Mr. Chairman, thanks very much. I think I join a chorus of gratitude and commendation for the work of the intelligence community, not only with respect to what's happening in Ukraine, but I think more generally. And so I want to thank both Director Haynes and Director Burns for the work they and their teams have done, not just most recently, but in many cases for years and even decades, so many dedicated professionals. I think that gratitude, though, is extended to every member of this panel, Director Wray and General Nakasone, General Barrier. It might be that the collective public service of the people that work in each of your areas of responsibility, that public service might be more consequential today than it's ever been. So I want to extend that thank you more broadly. I want to try to get maybe to two issues. One is on food security, or I should say food insecurity across the world at this time and how it's exacerbated by what's playing out in Ukraine, but also to get to a question on China. We're told that in 2019, the number of people across the world who were on the edge of famine was about 27 million. That was in 2019. A hell of a lot worse right now. 45 million people across the world on the edge of famine. So in just 2 or 3 years, 2 years really, from 19 to 21,
up from 27 million to 45 million. We know that Ukraine itself, its farmlands provides food for the whole world, especially to places like the Middle East, South Asia, and North Africa. Here's the data on wheat, corn, and barley. 12% of the wheat of the world provided by Ukraine, 16% of corn, 18% of barley. So you have both a exacerbating problem on food insecurity and Ukraine providing all that support. So with this state of food insecurity in mind, how does the IC incorporate food insecurity into its various analyses of threats in the United States and beyond? Director Haynes, if you could start, or anyone else.
Of course, Senator. Thank you very much for the question, and I agree with you. This is a really incredibly important issue and one that we are following. So we assess that Russia's invasion, which, as you point out, it's caused energy prices to rise, which is also has a dynamic relationship to the food security issue and has put upward pressure on global food prices. And this is what poses essentially the additional risk to food security globally. It could disrupt food supplies, particularly wheat, for the reasons that you identified, because Ukraine, I mean, having been known as the breadbasket of Europe in many respects, is critical to that. And both, frankly, Russia and Ukraine are important food suppliers to the global market, and this is part of what I think we're going to be seeing as a challenge moving forward. And as a consequence, we perceive that there is an increasing challenge through 2022, particularly with developing countries that rely on many of the food supplies at particular prices for them to manage this. So we are doing work on this. If you're interested in additional material, I definitely get that to you from the real experts as opposed to me, but others may have more to add on this.
Thanks very much. I wanted to get to a question on China. The China section of the threat assessment says, and I'm quoting in pertinent part, quote, Beijing's willingness to use espionage, subsidies, trade policy to give its firms a competitive advantage represents not just an ongoing challenge for the U.S. economy and its workers, but also advances Beijing's ability to assume leadership of the world's technological advancement and standards, unquote. As many of you know, Senator Cornyn and I have worked for a good while now on a piece of legislation which would institute as a matter of law, a committee to review outbound investment, especially the offshoring of critical U.S. Supply chains. How's the IC working to better understand both the Chinese government's surreptitious efforts to gain an unfair competitive advantage over U.S. firms and workers?
I'll start and others should weigh in. I mean, I think we are obviously following this very closely, and we recognize that, frankly, Beijing targets U.S. private sector companies in a variety of ways. Cyber is one aspect of it, but it's not the only way in which they do it. And we've observed China targeting company insiders, not just for their access to computer networks, but also because of the opportunity for essentially economic and other espionage in these spaces, and really other individuals that have access to critical technologies, to your point. We've also observed China engage in theft of trade secrets, U.S. export control violations, hacking, ransomware, cyber pieces. All of this leads to grave concerns, obviously, with respect to their capacity to steal from American companies and innovation, and to ultimately use that to bolster their capabilities to promote their own technological advancement in areas that are of critical national security interest to us. And we've also seen how they've created an essential legal framework that provides them with access to companies that invest or that move to Beijing in order to allow for that information to be used by the Chinese government and to be, to advance their technological innovation. So let me leave it to others who probably have more to.
Director Wray.
I would just add that some of the reforms that have taken place, thanks to this committee's leadership on the CFIUS process, for example, have been extremely important, and we've dedicated now collectively significantly more resources to trying to be more proactive, which is what some of the new authorities enable us to do that. Certainly, the FBI, we now have about a 1,300% increase in economic espionage investigations tying back to the Chinese government from, say, a decade ago. And we are finding that more and more, much as Director Haynes referenced more broadly in her opening statement, that sharing information through a variety of ways with private sector partners often enables them to make responsible decisions that maybe in the past, in a short-sighted way, they would not have made. And I think that's ultimately going to have to be a key part of this as we go forward. We can't just investigate or disrupt our way out of it. We need the private sector engaged too.
Senator Casey, thank you for your and Senator Cornyn's leadership on this, and I also want to acknowledge Senator Cornyn's leadership on the CFIUS reform a few years back that really has given Director Wray and others the tools they need. Senator Cornyn.
Thank you. I want to join my colleagues in thanking you and the people you represent for your service to our country. I want to talk about Russian propaganda. We all know that in 2016, there had been extensive work of this committee and the Director of National Intelligence, the intelligence community writ large, on Russian propaganda. But I want to talk not about their role in our elections, but now when it comes to energy. John McCain, our former colleague, used to say that Russia was a gas station masquerading as a country, which is a humorous way of talking about how Russia is economically dependent on energy exports and is doing everything it can to keep Europe and the rest of the world dependent on Russian energy exports. Many of us have pointed out that the high price of oil that Putin is reaping today is being used to fund this horrific invasion in Ukraine. And I just want to point out, I think it's the Energy Information Administration predicts that by 2050, that the world will still continue to need fossil fuels. And its role in providing energy to the world will be 4 times what renewables can provide. And this is not meant to denigrate the role of renewables. It plays an important part in our portfolio. But I do worry that Russia's ability to provide a monopoly and to weaponize energy when it comes to Europe could well undermine the sanctions that we are trying to impose. It would certainly seem to make the other countries in Europe who rely on Russia for their oil and gas more pliable or compliant with the Russia's wishes. Back in 2017, Director Haynes, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the office you now hold, reported on page 8 in Annex A in a document called Assessing Russian Activities and Intentions in Recent Elections. But there's a piece about how Russia today, which I believe now is a registered foreign agent of the Russian Federation, was conducting anti-fracking messages with the intended impact of weakening political support for U.S. production of our natural resources and diminishing any challenge to Russia's preeminent role when it comes to providing oil and gas and energy to Europe and the rest of the world. So it seems to me that Russia has been for some time trying to discredit any energy initiatives which threaten its preeminent position, whether it's attacking American or European fossil fuels or funding green groups to spread disinformation. Can you elaborate, Director Haynes, on how extensive Russia's propaganda campaign has been in this area?
Not with precision, but I'm not familiar with the specific report that you're referencing, but I it certainly is consistent with what we've seen, and then therefore don't doubt it. And we could definitely provide you sort of a further assessment that gives you a sense of what scale we've seen and whether there are any particular trends in that area. But I think your overall conclusions are ones that we share, which is to say that they would use their information campaign and influence in order to promote their own energy industry and in order to divide us on these issues as well.
The only thing I would add, Director, would be is that, this is the methodology we've seen with the Russians, right? Find the divisive issue, find the two groups that you can both feed this, use social media as an influence, and then be able to continually pursue that message.
Director Burns, isn't Putin's monopoly on providing energy to Europe a boot on the neck of the Europeans? And doesn't this threaten their willingness to cooperate when it comes to these economic sanctions? Because he can just turn the gas off, right?
I think Senator, one of the most striking unintended consequences from Putin's point of view is the extent to which a number of leading European governments seem to be belatedly realizing what you just described. The threat that they face by overdependence on Russian energy resources. You had not just the demise of Nord Stream 2, but also the fact the Germans just announced the construction of an LNG facility clearly aimed at diversifying beyond Russia their sources of energy. And so, I think that's something that President Putin certainly did not anticipate when he began this invasion, but it could have a quite significant long-term strategic effect as well.
Thank you. Senator King, I just want to also acknowledge the great work that you and Senator Sass have done on the cyber symposium. A number of us have raised some of those questions, but thank you for your good work.
Thank you very much. I apologize for being late. If we could apply AI to the Senate schedule, we might not have 3 hearings scheduled at exactly the same time. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. I think one of my first questions in a large strategic sense for you, Director Haynes, is China-Russia cooperation. To what extent, it seems to me in the last couple of years, or really in the last year, we've seen a closer cooperation and communication between those two countries.
Tomorrow morning, that's on you. Today, you're gonna have this has to sit here all day. We all know how NVIDIA likes to play. They're gonna make the move as soon as you try to get out. They do this every fucking week. Like, literally, I'm cussing because I'm sick of it. Like, you just have to stay in it. They're going to pay you. Wait till 3 p.m. That's what all you need to be thinking about right now. March the 11th, 3 p.m. That's all that matters. Try to take it that long. If you can't take it that long, 9:30 a.m. tomorrow then. Fuck it. Go ahead and do what you need to do.
The announcements that were made during the Olympics sort of, are an indication of how close they're becoming. At the same time, we do see it as not yet at the point where we are, for example, with allies. They have not achieved that kind of level of cooperation, and we anticipate it is unlikely in the next 5 years that they will, in fact, become sort of the way we are an ally with our other NATO members in that context. But others may have things to add to this, I think.
Director Burns?
No, the only thing to add, Senator, is as Director Haynes said, the joint statement that President Xi and President Putin issued on the 4th of February at the beginning of the Winter Olympics was the most sweeping, expression of their commitment to partnership we've seen. But I would only add that I think what's unfolded in Ukraine, the ugliness of it, the flawed assumptions that underpinned it on the from the point of view of President Putin, have unsettled the Chinese leadership a little bit. They're unsettled by the reputational damage that could come from that for
And
them.
the Chinese seem more concerned about reputational damage than Russia. just generally?
Well, Russia, yeah, President Putin's a low bar in terms of concern about reputational damage, I think. But I do think they're concerned about that. I think they're concerned about economic consequences at a time when, their own projected growth rates are lower than they've been in quite some time. And I think, as I mentioned earlier, they're concerned about the way in which President Putin is driving Europeans and Americans closer together. At a moment when I think the Chinese have always valued their independent relationships with the Germans and other leading Europeans as offering opportunities to drive wedges between them and the United States, which I think President Putin's actions have helped to deprive them of. So I think they're concerned by all that.
One more unintended consequence of what Mr. Putin has done. General Nakasone, one thing that has surprised me in Ukraine is the lack of a strong, consistent Russian cyber attack on Ukraine. I expected to see the grid go down and communications, and that hasn't happened. Do you have any assessment of why? I thought that would be in the first couple of days.
So, Senator, I think that, as we look at this, and we're only 15 days in, and so much can still occur, and we're very vigilant to make sure nothing does occur. But with that said, I think that there are several things that are important to note. We've worked very, very hard with Ukraine over the past several years, really since the shutdown of energy in 2015. We had hunt forward teams from U.S. Cyber Command in Kyiv. We worked very, very closely with a series of partners at NSA and the private sector to be able to provide that information. The interagency, these are all impacts that I think have played out positively early on. And I think to a degree, there's still obviously a Russian calculus that will play out here, and we'll be very, very vigilant to see what occurs there.
Finally, Director Haynes, one of the learnings from the Ukraine experience, from our point of view, is the value of sharing intelligence. I don't mean sharing necessarily between allies, but I mean with the American people, with the people of the world. I've always thought that we classify too much, and that we really blunt the impact that we could have in international relations by not sharing, as long as we don't compromise sources and methods. It appears that a conscious decision was made to share more. Is that the case?
Yes, we have all of us, I think, engaged in this, and it has been an extraordinary team effort, to be honest, in trying to promote sort of more mechanisms for sharing, finding ways to make sure that we're integrating our work across the intelligence community and providing that information to partners and allies in this context, and also disclosing certain things publicly, as you've indicated. And I think it really has been, at least from my perspective, critical to the diplomatic effort. I think it has helped to galvanize the response, and also, I hope, help to prepare the Ukrainians to some extent, even though I think, honestly, it's obviously tragic that despite all of the information we put out, that we still see the Russians invade Ukraine. And so it's a bit bittersweet in this moment, but I think we've learned a lot of lessons from it, and I think it will allow us to continue to do that in places where we see the need.
Mr. Senator, if I might, just on top of what the director said, we share a lot of intelligence, but here's the difference. The intelligence that we're sharing is accurate, it's relevant, and it's actionable. I think when we look back at this, that's the key piece of what we've been able to do as an intelligence community.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sass, even though you claim to be the longest-serving rookie on this committee, I want to personally thank you for your relentless focus on China and holding the IC's feet to the fire, that it's not just language, but dollars that flow that. Senator Sass.
Thanks, Chairman. And thanks to all 5 of you for being here. I have a bunch of questions about self-deterrence, around the MiG U-turn, around real-time sharing of lethal targeting information, but I think I'm not going to do that here. I'm going to save it for the classified setting, because I think Senator Cotton, his exchange is the most important part of this hearing so far today. Vladimir Putin will embrace the idea that we might self-deter every time he issues a press release. And lawyerly hair-splitting about providing this kind of weaponry is not escalatory, but providing that kind of weaponry is escalatory. I don't think we really believe that. I think the administration is pushing the intelligence community to give them cover for lean forward decisions they don't want to be making. So I applaud Senator Cotton on his line of questioning, and I suspect it'll be the heart of a lot of what we do in the classified setting. I want to stay on the China point that the chairman just mentioned, and Director Burns, first of all, kudos to all of you. It's been said many times today, but let me associate myself with the praise for the pretextual rebuttal of Putin's lies about why he was going to invade. The whole IC did great work. Director Burns, since you arrived, standing up the China Mission Center, as you pledged to do, is a really important development, so thank you. Could you explain to us how Chairman Xi views Putin and this invasion? A month ago, today, and a month from now?
I mean, I think, as I said, I think the Chinese leadership, President Xi, has invested a lot in partnership with President Putin and Russia. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. It's for a lot of very cold-blooded reasons. I do, however, think that President Xi is unsettled by what he's seen transpire in the last 15 days in Ukraine. I don't think they had anticipated that the Russian military was going to prove largely ineffective so far. I don't think they anticipated that the West would react with such resolve in terms of not only military support for the Ukrainians, but also in terms of economic consequences as well. I think they are worried about reputational damage, and I think they're worried about the wider economic consequences at a time when, especially in 2022, with the Chinese leadership preoccupied by the Party Congress in November, they're looking for relative stability and predictability in the global economy. This unsettles that as well. So I think that's raised some question marks, in the minds of the Chinese leadership as they look at what is going to be an enduring partnership, but maybe with a few more concerns than they had 16 days ago.
That's helpful. I have heard from multiple foreign ministers and defense ministers and other NATO leaders over the course of the last month that one of you can't say there are any silver linings to the evil of what Putin is doing and targeting women and children and civilians. There is no moral limit to what the guy will do. But if you made a list a year from now of developments that happened in the world because of this invasion, the horror list is a mile long. But one of the only things on the good side of the ledger is that I think many European leaders are going to get more steely-eyed realist about who Chairman Xi is because the guy greenlit this invasion. Russia has 11 time zones, and they were able to move almost all their troops back from the Far East because Xi wants to see the West destabilized. He wants to see Europe and the U.S. humiliated and embarrassed, and there are a whole bunch of European corporate executives that lust for the 550 million middle-class consumers of the 1.4 billion Chinese. And a lot of European political leaders were willing to provide cover for that and pretend that Xi is a sort of benign figure, and he is not. And the fact that he greenlit this by Putin, I think, is a pretty important development for our allies to get more serious about. General Berrier, I wonder if you could help us understand what are the most important needs the Ukrainian military has to extend this fight, and how can the U.S. do more and faster?
So, Senator, thanks for the question. We'll go into much more detail in the closed session. Right now, they do need support in the cities where the combat operations are going on right now, in the major cities. They need humanitarian support as well as small arms, ammunition, artillery, rockets, the entire panoply, if you will, of ground forces kind of support. The anti-tank weapons are very important. The air defense weapons, as we've talked about it, are very important. I would like to go back to the escalation ladder, though, with these types of weapons. I do believe that there is an escalation ladder, and there is a difference between an anti-tank weapon, a shoulder-fired air defense weapon, and a combat aircraft and a jet that could cross a border and actually conduct operations on Russian soil. So in terms of analytical thinking, that's sort of where that's at.
I know we're at time, but I just want to underscore one historical point. In World War II, there were planes dragged across the U.S.-Canadian border. So this conversation has been had before, and it's not impossible to figure out a way to solve the problem if we wanted to solve the problem. And women and children are being bombed. Nobody on this committee is calling for U.S. boots on the ground in Ukraine, but there's more we can do, and we should be going faster. The answers the American public hears, particularly from State Department and White House press briefings, is often process about a meeting. There's a war going on, and Zelensky is a hero on behalf of 44 million Ukrainians. He's asking for more help, and the administration should be doing more faster.
I know we're going to close session, but I think a couple members want to at least ask one more question. I want to, on my one point, is simply reemphasize what Senator Rubio's line of questioning would be about things that are already floating in the internet around the possibilities of biotools being used. And I think Director Haynes did most of this effort, but I do think in the public session, you know, Director Burns, if you could address this, and clearly there is a difference between, you know, bioresearch centers and bioweapons centers. Anything you can do to help clarify some of the things that are already floating, because I'm fearful that this could be the new direction of a Russian false flag operation.
Well, the first thing I'd say, Senator, is that, you know, unlike Russia, which does have chemical and weapons and has used them and does do biological weapons research and has for years, Ukraine has neither. And second, as Director Haynes said, you know, in any public health system around the world, there's going to be, you know, work done in the interests of wider public health to, you know, ensure that we have a grip on issues like that. But that's in no way threatening. You know, that's not something that can be weaponized in the way that the Russians have clearly demonstrated by their own actions against, you know, their citizens and people outside their country, their willingness to use. And when you couple that with their, you know, demonstrated willingness to create false flag operations and try to create the impression that somehow Ukrainians are responsible for this, that should give us all, you know, pretty serious reason for concern about their propaganda.
Thank you. Senator Rubio.
Just to follow up on that, let me kind of try to put it in perspective. So people are saying, you know, Secretary Newland, Assistant Secretary Newland said there's these facilities there, and there's something in those facilities that's dangerous because we're afraid the Russians will get a hold of it. Now, I understand that there's a difference between a bioweapons facility and one that's doing research. A bioresearch facility is a totally different thing than a bioweapon facility, because you could have samples of a deadly or, you know, serious pathogen, but that doesn't mean you could weaponize it or that you're working on weaponizing it. But people ask themselves, if there's these facilities there, and there's a lot to play here. I mean, there was a lot, we should have, and this is none of you, but a long time ago, this should have been acknowledged. Like there are these labs, this is what they do, because a lot of these fact checkers just said, don't even mention labs because they don't even exist. They do, they exist all over the world. There's labs like that right here. So what I think got some people fired up is when she said, we're worried that the Russians will get a hold of these facilities, because that implies that there's something in those facilities that's very dangerous. So I don't know if you could shed some light on how there can be things in the lab that are dangerous, but they not be weapons labs.
Yeah, all I would say, Senator, is that, you know, that the danger here, it seems to me, is the capacity the Russians have developed and that they've used in the past, and their, you know, interest in trying to create false narratives here as well. To the best of my knowledge, well, you have to be careful about, you know, any of those substances you've talked about, which you see in public health or research systems around the world for civilian purposes. Well, you have to be careful about that. That is in no way akin to the kind of threats that would be posed by, you know, weapons research and development or weapons facilities.
Yeah, I just think that the answer is what piqued a lot of people's, and look, they're latching onto it, is my point. This is what I think there's been such a good job done at defeating them in the information space, but this is one where they seem to have latched on. I don't think anyone believes per se that if there's some very serious attack or even a fake one that they're going to convince the American public that the Ukrainians are behind it. But it's the confusion around it that I worry about debilitating the debate and allowing them to deflect it. I do want to ask you, and in particular, Director Burns, because you have been involved with Russia issues for a very long time. So I think as much as anyone involved today in this issue, you've had an opportunity to watch Vladimir Putin through the years, I suppose. And does this whole thing about they're having negotiations or apparent negotiations today in Turkey with the foreign ministers. It's my view that he uses negotiations as just another tool in his toolbox. What is your view of why he continues to agree to these talks and put these talks forward if we know they're not resulting in anything? And in fact, he's violating whatever they even nominally agreed to.
Well, I mean, I think Senator, yours is a fair assumption that these sometimes are just used tactically as well. I think the core issue here is that President Putin does not have a sustainable end game in Ukraine right now. So the question is he simply going to continue to double down and grind down the Ukrainian military and the Ukrainian population, or at some point does he recognize that reality, that he doesn't have a sustainable end game, and look for ways to end the bloodshed, to cut his losses, and to reaffirm the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Now, given Putin's track record, given the fact that he's someone who hates to act out of what he believes to be weakness, that he hates to concede or admit mistakes, that's probably a long shot. But that's our hope, at least, that at some point he recognizes that. Because absent that, off ramps become just rhetoric.
Thank you for raising the bio issue, Senator Rubio. Senator King.
General Barrier, we see these horrendous pictures of apartment blocks being hit, hospitals being hit in Ukraine. My question is, what's hitting them? The use of the term bombing is very common, but my impression is it's mostly missiles and artillery. Is it bombing from aircraft or missiles and artillery?
It is a combination of mostly missiles, artillery, multiple rocket launchers. There are some precision guided munitions that are being dropped from aircraft, but that number is small.
So the talk about a no-fly zone wouldn't really impact what's causing the damage currently. Is that correct?
Well, the Air Force is having a tough time flying in Ukraine right now. They're conducting surveillance and reconnaissance. They're using their assets to do a bunch of different things. And quite honestly, a no-fly zone is a combat operation that requires manned and unmanned aircraft, ISR assets, resources, and on the escalation ladder, that is escalatory.
I understand that, but my point is a no-fly zone wouldn't inhibit missiles, rockets, and artillery.
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Senator Brown.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I'm going to direct this at Director Haynes. And this is really precipitated by Senator Cotton's question on the transfer of aircraft. We gave a green light to Poland to transfer MiGs. The United States, publicly. When Poland came back and said, we'd like to transfer these over to a U.S. facility and have Ukrainian pilots fly from there, all of a sudden, the American line was, we think that would be escalatory. We're all part of the same thing called NATO. And under that agreement, when one of NATO's members' geography is challenged, the rest respond. Now, we can get into whatever we want to in closed session. I, as much as anybody, really respect the analytic product that comes out of the intelligence community. It should be questioned. That's why we have analysts in every area and outside of the intel community. But when the U.S. publicly gives Poland a green light to transfer aircraft and then changes their mind when the aircraft is transferred off of our space, our geography, as a member of NATO as well, and we say that that would make it escalatory, but if Poland transferred it, we didn't consider it to be escalatory, then I draw this conclusion. This is a policy decision. It's a policy decision made by the administration. And I remind all of you at the table, intelligence is never supposed to influence policy. It's the reason that we try desperately, we don't always succeed, but we try desperately not to present you with a policy question as part of the intelligence community. By the same token, we expect that if intelligence is inappropriately being used to reach a policy decision, that it's the intelligence community that pushes back on that. So I look forward to your explanation, but I remind you that there is a bright line that the intelligence community has always maintained between policy and the advice you give about what the intelligence says. My hope is that we haven't, as an intelligence community, put our finger on the scale of a policy decision that's been made. Because clearly this is confusing to the American people, how America could say, Poland, it's okay for you to transfer, but you can't transfer it off of our geography. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Collins.
Can I respond? Oh, sorry. Just to say, Senator Burr, I mean, obviously, and you know this, but analytic objectivity, and for all of us here, is an absolutely core ethic for the intelligence community. And I do not believe that there is any issue here with respect to political or policy pressure being put on the analysts. They were asked the question of whether or not providing these airplanes would be perceived by the Russians in an escalatory way, and they answered the question. And I don't know when the timing was with respect to the policy
Director, I'm not
things that were made, but
I'm not
okay.
questioning what the analysts came to a conclusion on. But if the analysts came to a conclusion that the transfer of aircraft was escalatory, then it would apply to Poland's transfer, not just a transfer off of United States geography. And that was not used as a reason when Poland was given the green light, but it was used when it was thrown into our laps, which leads me to believe that there is a policy decision that we're not going to be involved. I only throw it out there to you for the thought process of going through it. We can get into it in closed session. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Collins.
Director Haynes, I want to switch to Iran. Your predecessors at every single worldwide threat hearing since 2016 have labeled Iran as the foremost state sponsor of terrorism. Is that your assessment as well?
Yes, Senator Collins, there's no question that Iran continues to support terrorism.
There's widespread speculation that in exchange for a new nuclear agreement with Iran, that the administration is considering lifting sanctions on Iranian organizations or individuals, including those that are tied directly to Iran's terrorist activity. And there's one speculation that the administration may go so far as to rescind the foreign terrorist organization designation of Iran's primary arm to foment terror in the region, the IRGC. Now, I'm not going to ask you whether sanctions should be lifted or not, recognizing that is a policy decision, but I do believe that it's fair to ask you which Iranian entities are actively supporting the regime's malign activity today. So let me pull on that thread a bit. Tony Blair's Institute for Global Change said in a report last year that the IRGC acts as an institutionalized militia and uses its vast resources to spread a mission of jihad through an ideological army of recruits and proxies. So with respect to the IRGC, do you agree that it continues to conduct, support, and facilitate tourism throughout the Middle East?
Thank you, Senator. The regime as a whole has supported destabilizing activities throughout the Middle East and continues to be a concern. And IRGC is among entities that are part of the regime's overall strategy. But I think if you want detail on particular entities, we should provide that to you separately and in writing. I don't know if others have anything.
Is there any evidence that the central bank of Iran has stopped financing terrorist activity?
I think if you mean the money that goes through the central bank of Iran may be ultimately used by Iran in the context of a thing, I don't have details, but we can certainly look at whether or not it's increasing or decreasing based on our assessments.
Is it fair to say that the assessment of the IC is that advances made by Iran related to launching missiles into space have an inherent dual use technology as a delivery vehicle for a nuclear or a conventional ballistic missile?
Absolutely, Senator. We obviously have had concerns about their ballistic missile technology and their advancements in this areas, and obviously over the course of many bipartisan administrations, sanctions have been enacted as a consequence of that.
And finally, I would just note, and I commend you for this, that in your confirmation hearing, we discussed the prospect of a renegotiation of the JCPOA. And one of your points was that there should be more opportunity to consult with Congress on issues related to any new agreement. And I've appreciated the IC's attentiveness to keeping a focus on Iranian activity, but I've been disappointed in the lack of transparency and outreach from the policy community regarding the status of the negotiations. And I would just ask that you take that back to the White House. Thank
So
you.
we're gonna move through, and everybody obviously gets this last round. If you can, is maybe a incentive to limit to one or two questions in an unprecedented move. The committee is providing lunch directly after this, and unfortunately for our panel, there will be no break. So we will go over, and if you guys answer briefly, you will also get lunch. Senator Cotton.
Senator Burr raised an excellent point. It's a second arbitrary distinction about these Polish MiGs. Apparently, the U.S. government position was they go from Poland, okie dokie, that's A-OK. They go from the United States, nope, Vladimir Putin use that as escalatory. I still don't think there's any intelligence to justify that distinction. I want to return, General Barrett, to what you said, Senator Sass. You said that you believe that there is a difference in escalation between anti-tank missiles and anti-aircraft missiles on the one hand and aircraft on the other hand. I understand you believe that. I understand that Director Haynes believes that, and she claims that the analysts believe that. I don't believe it. I don't believe it, and I don't believe there's intelligence to support it. I bet the Russian pilot that gets shot out of the air by an anti-aircraft missile as opposed to an aircraft doesn't believe it either. But it's not really a matter of what you believe or I believe. It's a matter of what we can prove and what we can prove that Vladimir Putin believes. And I just don't think the proof is there. We'll know in a few minutes, I guess, if there is. I want to address a bigger point, and I want to join with a lot of my colleagues to commend the intelligence community, and especially the DIA, for the outstanding work it did leading up to the invasion. It's the best I've seen the intelligence community perform in my 7 years on the committee, from September until February 24th. Director Haynes, you testified that you think Vladimir Putin underestimated the Ukrainians' skill and their will to fight, and he overestimated his own military's ability. Is it fair to say our intelligence community made the same mistakes based on the testimony we've heard here?
So we assessed prior to the invasion that he was underestimating the Ukrainians' essentially likely resistance to it. So I think we did well there. We did not do as well in terms of predicting the military challenges that he has encountered with his own military.
General Barrett, could you address this?
Senator Cotton, I will address that. My view was that based on a variety of factors, that the Ukrainians were not as ready as I thought they should be. Therefore, I question their will to fight. That was a bad assessment on my part, because they have fought bravely and honorably and are doing the right thing. So that was an issue for me as the director of DI.
And I understand that assessing a people's will to fight is one of the hardest things an intelligence agency could do. In some ways, it's a moral or psychological question, an intelligence question. But in other things, like how long Kyiv would hold out, or these other major cities, or how long Ukraine would still have an air force or air defense systems, did we make mistakes about those assessments as well?
Well, we made some assumptions about his assumptions, which proved to be very, very flawed. And so his actual activity as he got into this fight turned his operation kind of on its head. And what we've seen is a devolvement, if you will, of the operations that he has going on now. And I'd like to save the rest of this for a closed session.
To the extent we can address it here, could you say why you think we made those mistakes?
I think assessing will, morale, and a will to fight is a very difficult analytical task. We had different inputs from different organizations, and we at least from my perspective as a director, I did not do as well as I could have.
Director Haynes, could you give your opinion on why the IC made those mistakes?
I don't think I have anything to add in open session. I'm trying to, we can discuss further.
Okay, I just want to say, because I just don't want to be critical, but these mistakes had potentially real world policy implications about the willingness of the president or other NATO leaders to provide weapons that they thought might have fallen into the hands of Russians in a matter of hours, or to impose sanctions for something that might have been a fait accompli. And we need to ask ourselves, if we made mistakes about the first 2 weeks of this war, are we making mistakes about the next 2 weeks or the next 2 months and the policy implications those might have? And furthermore, to Richard Burr's point about the use of policy to influence intelligence, I have to say I have concerns that part of the reason the administration went relatively soft on Russia and was hesitant in Ukraine in 2021 is they were relying on Russia to get the bad nuclear deal that Susan Collins was talking about. I have the unavoidable conclusion that influenced part of it.
Senator Cornyn.
I want to just ask the question, recognizing intelligence is not science, it's an art. What do we think that Putin would do if the United States or the Poles provided these MiGs to the Ukrainians?
Senator, we have run through a number of scenarios as the escalation ladder continues to unfold. I'd like to answer that question in a closed session.
Thank you.
Senator Sass.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll save most of my questions for classified too. I want to make one comment and then ask General Nakasone one small question about the pretextual work that y'all did. The comment is, at many White House briefings and a number of State Department briefings over the course of the last week and a half, the phrase has been used that the U.S. did or NATO did or the U.S. hypothetically did or NATO hypothetically did escalatory things or aggressive things. I think we should get the language right, which is there are claims by Putin that we did escalatory or aggressive things or are hypothesizing about aggressive things. There's only one aggressor here, and that's the jackass who's killing women and children. There's one aggressor. There's one person targeting civilians, and us trying to figure out what our obligations are to our allies and our obligations are to the world and to humanity when civilians are being targeted is a really important debate that we should be having more aggressively, leaning farther forward, and we shouldn't accept the idea that because Putin calls us aggressive when we figure out how we try to stop the guy, we are not the aggressor. General Nakasone, you all have done some really great work on sharing intelligence to expose what Putin was up to. What do you think the implications will be 1 or 2 or 3 years from now from what we've learned from this more aggressive, healthily promiscuous sharing of intel in advance?
I think we'll redefine sharing, Senator. You talk about sharing with our partners, what that had an impact about being able to bring a coalition together. We talk about sharing with the Ukrainians, actionable intelligence that allows them to be able to take, combat operations to a new level. And then I think the other piece is being able to shine a light on disinformation. We've seen this in the elections, 2018, 2020. When we take on an adversary, when we work with a series of partners, being able to shine a light on these missed stories and these false flag operations, it suddenly isn't as big a deal. And I think that's what we'll learn from sharing.
Thank you.
Let me just make one comment or two quick comments. One, I remember when many of us were in Munich a few weeks back, and some of the, I think, very legitimate questions that Senator Cotton's asking about what we got right or wrong post-conflict starting. I just recall all of the interactions I had, and some of us were with us there, had with all of our European partners who candidly had the same assessments, particularly around control of the skies. I think the more global comment I'd make, and it's one of the reasons why I think it's so important that we do this in public. You've heard from both sides of the aisle that members are pressing the leaders of the IC on their analyst assessment, the quality of their intelligence, decision-making. This is a committee that robustly asks hard questions. I want to assure the public, at least, that the same level of questions, if not higher, are raised in closed settings. So for any notion, and frankly, the fact that Senator Wyden didn't ask for those returns in his normal 30-day period as opposed to or week period, I don't think you have a committee here that is captured by the community. We have great respect for the community. I think virtually everyone here has commended their, I believe, excellent work. I would argue both leading up to the invasion and continuing to keep us informed. But people should know that this committee operates in the same way behind closed doors as it does in open session, and I hope people will take some solace from that. And recognizing because we're moving on, and I know there's a host of questions for the closed setting, we will move directly next door, and again, lunch will be served. We're done here.
Okay, well, don't worry about it. I don't worry about it. Just give me a double decker on milk cake and all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So it is officially about to be Wall Street lunch break here. You see, they're done there. They're about to go to lunch. Every politician you see in the room right here, you on the camera, are about to go to lunch. Keep that in mind to the market here. The market is about to definitely make another move here in the next 30 minutes. They'll be back around 1 p.m. to look at their portfolios. You got the market makers. They're taking lunch here. They're not at the machines right now. They're letting it simulate. So all that's about to take place here, you guys. LCAOD is about to take lunch as well. We're going to take about an hour break here today. We might have some more briefings come later throughout the day here. But, man, what a day, man. What a day. CPI has definitely put fear in the market here. Amazon, they probably would have been dumped if they didn't announce that 20-1. That's what it looks like. They're still up, though, a lot, though. Really like they're right there at that target where LCAOD sold this morning. So they're just sitting right there. So that's a key spot of resistance. That's what that's really telling LCAOD here, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to take a lunch break. We're going to be right back here. The market is more than likely. Let me check with you guys. I was viewing that briefing and doing some other things as well. But I think overall there is no breaking news headlines now. Not seeing anything. Let's see here. So the headlines right now is rolling. This just says Dow drops 300 points as stock market continues to swing wildly during the Russia-Ukraine war. So, yeah, the Dow is down still about 90% here. The S&P 500 is down 1%. The NASDAQ is leading the way down 1.68%, ladies and gentlemen. So still red here, still red. Near the crash area, so be cautious, you guys. Bear market here. Don't get overly bullish here. Don't think it's gonna bounce and go crazy. If you're on the bear side, stay patient. Have some patience. If you got on that side, you're obviously on the right side. You just want to be cautious here and have some patience. About just it going farther down here, because you gotta be respectful too about it as well. So keep all that in mind, you guys, man. Keep all that in mind. But we're going to take a lunch break here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to continue to stay in our own lane here. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen, after the lunch break. Enjoy your lunch.
One break. Go gon' spit. Boogie Lit for life. Just chasing a dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm on go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a Beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I got options, let's play. Stand in my own lane, run it up, keep going. Stand in my own lane. I'm just standing money, standing money, standing money. Let the money, make the money, make the standing. Just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me no. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, run it up. Running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one ride.
That was the day we was posting this shit. The day before that, so that's what I'm saying. If he's saying that, mean they looking, they watching. There's a lot of people in here. Got your little fan base in Miami right now. I'm just trying to get over there for real. Even if just with just chill with bro, like I said, we ain't even gotta. I'm just trying to. He showed me where the studio with and shit.
Hey, play. There's one of y'all on that song on Pluto. Get to the money.
Real? How many views that shit say? 13 right there. You got 20 right there. Which one? 20 on where? Damn, they fucking with that.
Finesse. Finesse.
Yeah, Acuity Man.
Finesse.
Oh, it's on Newberry 3.
Finesse.
Nah, that's just super.
Finesse.
That's when he first started.
One right. Go spizzy. Finesse. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Finesse. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Finesse. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Ain't worried about no snakes. Ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way. Get the fuck up out my face. Get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the gate. Yeah, I'm tryna get that right. Yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay. Talking about that Frito-Lay. I got options yeah for days. I got options yeah for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna get your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Hey, can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin', chimney. I'm the answer, come and test me. But nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my section. TTG, go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. My gift been golden, nigga. My strength they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chilly cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. One rap finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing.
Good threats. I told my niggas we gotta get it. Fuck all the haters and get to the money. You know the fake hoes that can come with it. That's why I cut them, baby. Keep it 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. 200. I told my niggas we gotta get it. Fuck all the haters and get to the money. You know the fake hoes that can come with it. That's why I cut them, baby. Keep it 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. I really go on the back street. Only run with niggas who clappy. Play with the gritty, your ass from 6 feet. Bro ain't clutching, I'm clutching. Room nigga is nutty. Mob put you in the oven. We ain't playing that chain shit. I'm a hop with the Jackson. Car machine just nutty. Pull up on your first cousin. I just talked to TG the other day. Said stay low and stay out the way. And butter this cake for your family. Every day, for food on the table, every day. I done fell in love with this cake. Percocet just straight to the face. I just hopped on 85. Lean all in my Henny, man. Bitch giving me a dumb neck. So the bitch just joined the ride. Mom smoking on 85. About to go holler at the club today. He told me he got for 2 for 5. Boy, on him like, yeah. I need that nigga right now. Play card, I got 2 for 10. Serve a nigga like right now. Got my bitch from giving dick. While I'm chasing this chick. Kobe Bryant in the 4th. All you see is straight nits. I told my niggas, we gotta get it. Fuck all they head and get to the money. You know the fake goes that come with it. That's why I cut them, baby. Keep it 200. 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. 200. I told my niggas, we gotta get it. Fuck all they head and get to the money. You know the fake goes that come with it. That's why I cut them, baby. Keep it 200. 200. 200. Keep it 200. This ain't even Elite 8. I'm already lit up at the gate. The snow bunny off the molly. I just let the fucking tropics. Met a plug named Jesus. Serve a 20 piece right in your face. He asked me if I lead a day. Will your family be straight? Hell yeah. Count it up, count it up, count it up, run it up. Me and DP, you already know we back to fuck the summer up. Money days under my eyes, cause I stayed up all night. Count it up. With the BMW, just in case a nigga trying to wake me up. Hit his ass real fast, like KP running the screen pass. I'd rather come first than last. Chasing this paper, I really got no plan. What you think the hitters for? From Jibber all the way to the boat. Pull up at the prayer, you know how I go. Serve a nigga, then you gotta go. You love hoe. Vivian diamond shining like a chandelier. Her see me and she started to choke. What do you mean, a nigga? I can never ever see myself going over Zay. And now I'm doing this shit. So there's the spirit in my soul. Fuck the election, but I grab you a pole. Fuck the election, but I grab you a pole. I told my niggas, gotta get it. Fuck out of here to get to the money. Know the people that come with it. That's why I cut it, baby. Keep it 200. 200. Keep it 200. I told my nigga, gotta get you. Fuck out of here, get to the money. Go to the come to what I could keep it 200. 200. Keep it 200. 204. Else.
All we had to do was follow the damn train, CJ.
You lost, put his ass on the cross, make his ass get lost. You ain't really no boss. I do this shit with no fault. Get lost, get lost, get lost, get lost. Put his ass on the cross, make his ass get lost. You ain't really no boss. I do this shit with no fault. Get lost, get lost, get lost, nigga. You lost, nigga. Really, I'm a boss, nigga. Chase a bag, nigga. Really from that stoop, nigga. That's one rack, boss. Yeah, I'ma get him. That's one rack, lost. Damn, Skizzy hit him. Got him with them bars, nigga. Call me Hershey, cause I kiss him. In the back of the back of the May, nigga. You know that Maybach all white, and I'm tatted, nigga. Like I'm Haitian with them brothers on my head, nigga. One rack shit, one rack bitch, I love that. One rack shit, that one lack bitch, and I'm gon' splat at your shack shit. I meant, oops, my bad, I'm back, bitch. You lost, put his ass on the cross, make his ass get lost. You ain't really no boss. I do this shit with no fault. Get lost, 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 get lost. Put his ass on the cross, make his ass get lost. You ain't really no boss. I do this shit with no fault. Get lost, get lost, get lost.
Hey, have you ever been down there hurting, lost? And worry about yourself, trying to be a boss? Huh? Do you know the cost? You're lost up in the sauce. I never took a loss. If I did, I bounce back. That's boomerang, nigga. If you get it, then it's facts. I'm getting cash every day. I'm just chasing checks. I gotta do what I gotta do. I ain't taking no loss. Nah, I ain't taking no loss. I ain't taking no loss. Gotta do what I gotta do. I ain't taking no loss. Nah, I ain't taking no loss. Nah, I ain't taking no loss.
He's not first. He trying to get 100%, basically. He said he had a set of questions he had to ask him for first. So he's not actually first team. I definitely do have to say what those I have
Six chill for
water drip.
Yeah, go dummy car.
Drip. Water splash. Water drip. Water splash. Water drip. Keep dirty on my hip. Drip. Water splash. Water drip. Water splash. Water drip. Keep the 30 on my hip. Chase. Water drip. I drip. Your bitch, she on me like a drip. Oh, water when I hit, yeah, she turn her head. That vision is on that money, yeah, I'm chasing it.
niggas chase a bag, and yeah, I did it for my city. Then shot the shots, everybody with me in they 30s. I don't give a fuck, I hurried up and chased that bag, homie. Just chase a bag, homie. Lenny rockin' with me on it. I do it for my city. Who my
I don't know why you don't like hearing your old shit. You supposed to love that shit. I don't hear that shit no more. You can delete that shit for real. It's my tape.
I got a feeling. Hey. I got a feeling. Hey.
That's a tape for the whole sauce, man. You gonna tell me to delete? Come on.
I got a feeling that these niggas they hate on. I got a feeling that these hundreds just waiting on. I got a feeling. Get to the top, they gon' take long. I got a feeling. I got a feeling. I got a feeling that these niggas they hate on. I got a feeling that these hundreds just waiting on. I got a feeling. You feel it, nigga? Get to the top, they gon' take long. I got a feeling. I got a feeling. I got a feeling. I ain't worried about a nigga, I ain't worried about a bitch. I gotta get this money, man, don't worry about chips. You can worry about that bitch, man, she worried about D. I got a feeling. I'm next to get rich, so get on my dick. I got a good feeling, niggas worried about this. I got a good feeling, niggas ain't gon' do shit. So get out your feelings. They talking, they capping, my niggas were killers. The fuck is you saying, ho? I'm going retarded, I'm grinding retarded, I ain't trying to be stepping hoes. I want
Center
a bigger low.
it. Center it. Turn the atlas down. Mix it.
I want every digit though. My bitch got me pigeon toe. I hit her like give and go. Go Swizzy, I'm on the road. Go Swizzy on every hoe. Go Swizzy, go get some dough. Go Swizzy, go get some more. Go Swizzy, this is your flow. Go Swizzy at every show. Go Swizzy, go Swizzy.
I got like a basic ear, like that don't hurt people's ears right there. How much later, man? I can't take this song. I wonder what the artists would do if I deleted Newberry 3 though. They'd probably be mad as hell.
Alright.
Well, you delete the whole tape, bro. I'm like, yeah, my cousin said delete that shit, bro. He's like, what the fuck, bro? Hey, cash at me back then, bro. You can, bro. Let's start putting finesse in there.
Run it up. They say I'm doing bad, nigga. I'm trying to get a bag, nigga. I've been chasing bags, nigga. I just want some bags, nigga. I got them looking mad, nigga. I got them looking sad, nigga. Why you wanna brag, nigga? I ain't doing bad, nigga. They say I'm doing bad, nigga. I'm trying to get a bag, nigga. I've been chasing bags, nigga. I just want some bags, nigga. I got them looking mad, nigga. I got them looking sad, nigga. Why you wanna brag, nigga? I ain't doing bad, nigga. I'm tired of getting calls about my people hurting. I'm on the grind hard, putting work in. Survival of the fittest. I'm clocking up some digits. My fingers always itching. That's the money coming in. I'm in the streets like a 9 to 5. And I'm always high. I smoke that la. I got what you need. I got that pack. I got the land. But it's more than free. Yeah, you can't count on me. This ain't Monopoly. I be that nigga, Spizzy chase a bag. I'm at the paper, and I need it bad. My kids need their dad. I don't need no pen, no pad. I just want a big bag. I'm talking Cheeto Lane, Frito Lane. I'm at the more cash. They say I'm doing bad. It's cause they doing bad. You worried about a nigga who in another class. I got options, nigga, and you a dummy man. They say I'm bad niggas. I'm trying to get a bag, nigga. I've been chasing bags, nigga. I just want some bags, nigga. I got them looking mad,
look at this shit, though. I really did have it. Why you get that? I robbed it when it was live this morning, I did it. That's a hoe. Now I do, though. I said it because basically what they did is after we sold, they brought it up. And then the next crowd, they did it the same way, and then Robert went topped out. Right there.
I'm actually doing pretty good.
So I really brought him. Brought him and got out
when
here.
it come to money, keep a counter too. I said when it comes to money, keep a
nigga. That's only toasted. That first way, they just doubled the. I am the Joker, nigga. And then they got it right back where everybody basically brought in where I brought in. You can say everybody like bum rush to that shit. That shit is going up. It's still holding up right now. That shit up $130 still. The market is getting clapped. These niggas the only ones who everybody buying. Crazy, man. I can't believe it, man. I can't believe they done attacked the old Amazonians, though. Biden said that they was going to do it. Trump told us to. They was going to attack big tech. But they said that those prices have to come down. We'll do whatever it takes. So Amazon just finally agreed to split the stock. Now there you have it. Price came down. We'll never see that shit again. We'll never see it this high. Well, we will, but it's gonna take another 5 or 10 years, 20 years. We don't know. We don't know now. We're about to split their stock. Damn. Still listening? No more 3,000. Yeah, we on break. They can hear that. That's loud. Yeah, man. Niggas out here still in South Spin. It's the original, man.
Oh yeah, oh boy, this shit, bang. I can ride good, dripping this shit down.
Oh, I seen Bird saying he about to drop some shit. So I see he was looking at some shit. I posted on my snap. He saw it, dude. I seen he ran the Facebook and was like, I'm about to drop something. I'm like, oh, give me a competition, bro. Give me a competition.
I be dripping, nigga. From my shirt to my shoes. I be dripping, nigga. They study how I move. I be dripping, nigga. They love what I do. Go spizzing, nigga. I be turned in a booth. 150, nigga. 150 for my shirt. Make it 2. Ain't tripping, nigga. 450 for my shoes. No convention, nigga. I ain't gon' do what it do. I stay crispy, nigga. Clean as fish like I sneeze. I'm hot shoe. I can ride good, G. I'm dripping this shit in. Big stepping in, Lou. You know what I said. Big dripping like gun. Keep my clock at her. I'm a different prodigy, nigga. Fuck what you heard, yeah. I can ride good, G. I'm dripping this shit in. Big stepping in, Lou. You know what I said.
I know he went to play it.
Keep my clock at her, man.
Tell him he just saw me post it. Then he made a post. He said he about to start dropping some shit again. And he said some other shit too. I ain't read all that. I like that. Niggas kill me with that. I see what you said though. They see you posted that shit. They don't want to share it or like it or nothing. But you say some stupid shit. Ha ha ha. That's funny. Cause but niggas kill me with that. That hating shit. That be that hating shit. It's my dick.
Excuse me, LD. Yeah, you can breakfast.
They don't even be paying attention to me. Majority of the time, unless like something really happening, then they be asking me questions. My Discord ain't going out, so they ain't everybody doing their own thing. Some of them be keeping their mics on. They just be listening though. Queso, boy, Queso, he be on it. Queso, Lord. Oh yeah, that's it. Trying to get away from it. Straight through with a back test looks bearish. What they saying in my comment section. Short volume spike inbound. I told you it's lunch too. They just got out. They might dump it here coming back in 5 minutes, or they might just buy this dip. Who knows?
Well, right. Go spit.
What's his name?
Trying to get away from them fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from
They had a mix of
them fuck bitches. Fuck bitch. Oh, ass bitch. I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slide with the cutter, nigga? Ride down on the op, make a butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slide with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make a butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga.
Two clips up, take together on the stick. I'ma dump out the clip and reload that bitch. How you stupid ass running and ducking and shit. Whatever you behind, I'ma explode that bitch. You a pussy ass nigga, I'ma expose that shit. And it ain't no chill, cause I stole that bitch. I'm trying to put some goddamn hoes in his ribs. I'ma put a goddamn hole in his lip. G-shit, nigga, we ain't showing no love. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. And all my niggas get it out the goddamn mud. It's the cocaine with the mirror like some chopping. How you goddamn nose running like a faucet. You got my pockets on smoke, no problem. I know how to whip it in the bowl, no problem. Know how to cook it on the stove, no problem. Put a lighter under that spoon, no problem. Trapping like a bitch trying to get every dollar. Come get it now, don't wait till tomorrow. I can send it to you in the mail, no problem. Just put the shit on the scale, no problem. Nigga, I can send you a mail, no problem. I bought my bitch some Chanel, no problem.
Trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. I'm back on that trap shit, gotta get it, I'm back on my rap shit. Gotta spit it, I'm back on that jack shit. Gotta lick it, I'm back on my gang shit. What's the ticket? Say jigging, finessing. All in your section, boy, clap that shit down. Little bitch, I'm a blessing. Your nigga be hating, I'ma teach him a lesson. I'm strapped with that fire, be trusting these bitch. Trying to elevate on these fuck niggas. I'm trying to double up on some plus, nigga. What you know about slime with the cut, nigga? What you know about hanging with some gutter niggas? What you know about crossing out them other niggas? What you know about whipping up a lane, nigga? What you know about getting to the money, nigga? I been back to the church, trying to blow, nigga. I been stupid, just hate to have to cut a nigga. I been stupid, I ain't worried about you, my nigga. When you crank, that's what I gotta up, nigga. I'm blinking bad on this bitch, I'm like my brother, nigga. I'm just trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm just trying to stay safe from these fuck bitches. Just trying to maintain, I'm trying to up, nigga. Oh boy, it's going up, nigga. Going up, nigga.
That's it, that's it. That's it right there, right? You wanna be your killer? Y'all get a visual for that? Man. That shit. You're a killer, make a hit. Bro, y'all make a video of that, but y'all really gotta get on like instantly.
They fight up real quick.
What is those?
Look at this thing. And the other motherfuckers.
Did you say Ernest?
I'll start with
Hey, Junior!
There's two companies that you really like we're going today. That's why you need to take a look at. Especially right here while it's coming down too. It's not looking good. Keep in mind though, it's earnings, so they can do what they want. It's different.
Tryna be a real nigga. So much shit going on in the field, nigga. Gotta keep your still, nigga. Cause you will get killed, nigga. I've been down before, but not this shit, nigga. Cause shit getting real out here, nigga. Shit getting real out here, nigga. I said,
okay, that's what I'm making sure.
Tryna be a real nigga. So much shit going on in the field, nigga. Gotta keep your still, nigga. Cause you will get killed, nigga. I've been down before.
I ain't know if you knew that. Yeah, your girl's up today. Got your girls on the clock today.
Shit getting real out here, nigga.
Them and then Dr.
Shit getting real. Nigga getting
pick one of them. I think you need to take a chance at one of them.
Tryna be a gangster, nigga, keep it real. I seen you on no papers, don't act like you ain't clear. Told on your man, since he tryna make a deal, you ain't real. You ain't real. So best believe, chase a bag, gon' keep chasing bags, and that's real.
That might be a sign right there. I might need it, but I didn't even mean to say
I just feel like, nah, they been in the air for a while. Remember, they went to 400, they got rejected. They just been right there where they at for a while.
And that's real.
And I'm seeing the market so long, they're not moving with it. It don't make sense to me. It's the swing like they do for a pullback. They overdue.
And I keep it real.
But I don't know though. Y'all females got girl, y'all got girl power. I done seen them shoot that shit up too. Y'all like,
gotta keep your still, nigga. Cause you will get killed, nigga. I've been down before, but not this shit, nigga. This shit getting real out here, nigga. This shit getting real out here. Like this shit ain't real. I've been hurt by these fake nigga. Tryna be a real nigga. So much shit going on in the field, nigga. Gotta keep your still, nigga. Cause you will. Tryna take me on my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me, I'd rather it be you and me. Then a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me on my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me.
The Air Force has several squadrons of fully mission-capable aircraft, and although Russian air capabilities are significant, their effectiveness has been limited due to Ukrainian strategic, operational, and tactical ground-based air defense systems, service to air missiles, and manpads. And so it's useful to them in this moment. And the assessment of our military has been that continuing to provide defensive assistance and
Just to follow up on the COVID aid bill, you said the conversations are going on, but if this bill has the dire consequences that you just described, where else can you go to get money for testing and treatment? Is there money in other parts of the government? I mean, if there's not going to be a standalone bill that gives you it, what are you going to do?
You need additional supplemental assistance.
And what do you think the chances of that are?
It is essential we get that assistance, otherwise we will not be able to, as I just outlined, Mara, and I appreciate you asking the question again for further clarification, we will have to stop a number of components of our program that are essential to the American people.
So you're saying there's no way you can get money move money around that's already been appropriated?
Well, again, I think that if we had that money to move around, we would be moving it. And our assessment is that we need this additional funding in order to meet the needs of the American public. And I would also note that a lot of these programs are widely popular across the board, regardless of your political affiliation, providing antivirals, providing tests, providing free vaccines. Those are all programs that we're talking about continuing.
And I just have one more question on another subject. The administration has been criticized for.
So if you're tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. It is still break here, but it looks like they started this briefing about 30 minutes ago. So we're going to tune into this. We still are on lunch break, though. Wall Street is back from their lunch break, though.
Putting sanctions on one dictator.
American citizens home. That was our first priority in those engagements. There is not, so as you're all assessing, There are a range of topics that we discussed. Largely, the conversation was about our approach to the Western Hemisphere. Certainly, Venezuela, as you all know, is the largest producer of oil in the world. But as you're or one of them in the world. Sorry, thank you. Ed gave me a funny look there. I appreciate that. One of them in the world. But part of our conversation was focused about a range of issues, including encouraging them, of course, to be engaging in steps toward peace. As you may have seen, Maduro has announced his intention to be a part of the talks with the opposition in Mexico. But as you are assessing how to spend your energies in this time of a lot of news in the world, I would not focus a lot of them on conversations about the future of the United States importing oil at this point in time. Go ahead. From Venezuela. Go ahead.
Question on the economy. The inflation numbers that we received today show consumers paying almost 8% more than a year ago. And this was before Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So how much higher does the administration expect prices to climb?
Well, as you know, a large driver of these inflationary numbers from the last these monthly numbers were from energy prices, and we have seen the increase happen as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So while we're looking at year over year, and there were year over year numbers that came out about a month ago as well, there are still predictions and projections from the Federal Reserve and outside economists about inflation moderating towards the end of the year. Obviously, they make those assessments on a regular basis. But in terms of prices going up, we do anticipate that gas prices and energy prices will go up. That is something that the president has conveyed very clearly to the American public. We also believe it will be temporary and not long-lasting. And what our focus is on now is doing everything we can to mitigate and reduce those prices and ensure there isn't a longer-term impact. So I can't make new projections for you from here other than to convey that, yes, it is accurate that the invasion by President Putin into Ukraine has impacted global inflation in the United States because of the impact it's had on energy prices, and that is a significant contributor to inflation, the inflationary numbers we saw come out today.
You said this is temporary. You've noted before that inflation is going to wane or is expected to wane by the end of the year. Is that still your belief?
That continues to be the projection of the Federal Reserve, of outside economists, and we really rely on them for their projections. But there is also no question that inflation may be higher for the next few months than it would have been without President Putin and Russia's further invasion into Ukraine, particularly due to higher energy prices. And obviously they will watch that, and we are watching that, but that is definitely having an impact.
And just one more on this topic. The president said earlier this week that American companies, he sort of urged them not to price gouge. Are you aware of any price gouging in gasoline that's going on right now?
That's something we've asked the FTC to look at. They are the appropriate body. They're an independent body. So I'd point you to them for any assessment of that. But that's something we have to continue to monitor, right? We've been monitoring it. We've asked them to monitor it. But obviously, at this point in time, when Americans are paying higher prices at the pump, this is one of the areas where we need to watch closely. Go ahead.
Can I ask you about the transportation mask mandate?
Sure.
TSA says it was based on a CDC recommendation. I'm just wondering if you're in a position to explain the rationale, the science, the logic behind continuing it in places where the community level is low.
Well, I would really point you to the CDC to provide further detail, but I would note, as you know, when you get on an airplane, you travel to different places, right? You're not just static in one place, whether it's a green zone or a yellow zone or a red zone. So what they also announced is that TSA that the CDC will work with government agencies to help inform a revised policy framework for when and under what circumstances masks should be required in the public transportation corridor, because it's unique, right? If we're in Washington, D.C. and we're in a green zone or a yellow zone, you can make a clear assessment. If you're moving from one zone to another and you're picking people up from one zone to another, it's a little bit different, and that requires some consultation, which is what they're going to endeavor to do between now and April 18th.
Completely separate topic. France said today that the window on an Iran deal is closing. Does the U.S. share that view? Is the sense here that Iran is trying to round the clock?
Well, our view is that we are close. We have been close for some time now, and we also, for the last several weeks, as we've been talking about. We also all know from having been through these negotiations before that the end of negotiations is always when the difficult and challenging parts of the conversation typically take place. So I wouldn't make that assessment or echo that from here. We are continuing to have these diplomatic talks. It is in all of our interests to stay at the negotiating table, and that's what our plan is to do from here. Go ahead.
Jen, you said earlier to one of my colleagues that nothing that Russia has done so far in terms of this invasion has gone unanswered when you were being asked about bio and chemical weapons. Obviously, none of what we have done to answer Russia has steered them from continuing this invasion. So why not consider some alternate strategy to communicate to Russia the consequence if they are to do a bio or chemical weapon strike inside Ukraine?
Like what?
I'm asking you, in other words, why not communicate? You won't say if it's a red line, right? Because you won't say that it's not our intention right now. So let me start there. Is there any red line for Russia that the U.S. would have some involvement where the military entered in Ukraine?
I'm not going to get into red lines from here, Peter. What I would tell you is that when I said we have not let anything go unanswered, what I mean is that we have amped up a range of military and security assistance, a historic amount to Ukraine, including a range of defensive weapons, which we've expedited the delivery. Even in the last 10 days, we've delivered about $240 million of that. And also we've provided a range of humanitarian assistance, and we have basically crushed the Russian economy, where the stock market is not even open. So it's inaccurate to suggest it's gone unanswered. We have taken all those steps and rallied the world.
And I'm not saying it's gone unanswered. You say it's gone unanswered. We've witnessed the answer in the form of sanctions. I'm saying, given the potential that you've indicated that Russia could use a bio or chemical weapons strike there, why wouldn't the U.S. communicate to them something that is not an answer, but instead preemptive to communicate the consequence if they are to take what would be a horrific this war to a horrific new level?
The president's first and most important objective is the national security and interests of the United States and being clear and direct with the American people. He has been clear and direct with the American people. He is not intending to send U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine against Russia, to start another war, that would be an escalatory step that would not be in our national security interests and not in the interests of NATO. What we have conveyed is Russia's capabilities, their capacities, and their pattern of using chemical and biological weapons.
And so what does he say then? That's the message to the American people. His responsibility to them, of course, is before any other. What does he say to Vladimir Putin if those at the head of the Russian government are considering that? What do you say to them watching right now?
We have been very clear, and our actions have been the evidence of this, that there will be significant consequences for every escalatory step that is taken by President Putin and the Russian government.
Follow this then very quickly as it relates to the MiGs. You guys have said you closed the door on supplying combat aircraft to Ukraine right now, the transfer of MiGs. We heard from the Pentagon, your colleague there, John Kirby, said it was high risk. Mitt Romney today said there was a sentiment that we're fearful about what Putin might do and what he might consider an escalation. It's time for him to be fearful of what we might do. Why is it not a risk, a higher risk, to wait?
To wait to what?
We're not supplying, to not act in providing MiGs to the Ukrainian country. We said that's a high risk. Why is that a higher risk than not providing them? We're already witnessing civilians die as we speak.
Well, I would say what our assessment is based on is how to prevent a world war here, Peter, which is a significant weight that the intelligence community, the Defense Department, and the President of the United States weighs at every moment in time. And they weigh, and I would note that that there was also, I thought, a very interesting comment that was made that is important, I think, for people to understand how we look at this, which is that there's an escalation ladder, right? And there's a difference between an anti-tank weapon, a shoulder-fired missile, an aircraft, and a fighter jet that could cross a border and actually conduct operations on Russian soil. So how we assess things is what kind of assistance can we provide that will be the most impactful, if humanly most impactful in protecting, defending, providing assistance to the Ukrainian people as they are fighting courageously and boldly. We are also trying to prevent ourselves from taking steps that would be further escalatory. I don't think we have held back in any capacity in providing assistance, having the backs of the Ukrainians, but we are not going to do things that we think are not in the interest of the United States or our NATO allies, and that is where the bar is for us. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. We just heard you say again that you think inflation is going to be temporary. we've heard you say that it was going to be temporary since last spring. So how long do you guys think temporary is?
Well, again, Peter, I think what we do is we rely on the assessments of the Federal Reserve and of outside economic analysts who give an assessment of how long it will last. The expectations and their assessment at this point continues to be that it will moderate by the end of the year. There's also no question that when a foreign dictator invades a foreign country, and when that foreign dictator is the head of a country that is the third largest supplier of oil in the world, that is going to have an impact, and it is.
And so to that point, inflation goes up today. The president's statement blames the Putin price hike. Are you guys just going to start blaming Putin for everything until the midterms?
Well, we've seen the price of gas go up at least 75 cents since President Putin lined up troops on the border of Ukraine.
And last month, the statement didn't mention the Putin price hike. It mentioned inflation because of the pandemic. Why is that?
Well, Peter, last 2 years, there was a global pandemic. Everyone who's global economists have all agreed that that has been the biggest contributor to date of inflation because of the impact on the supply chain. Obviously, global events impact the economy, the global economy, as well as global inflation. And the price hikes as a result that have escalated over the course of time of President Putin's further invasion of the impact on the global oil markets are, of course, having an impact.
President Biden has hosted electric vehicle stakeholders here at the White House. Would he host oil and gas producers, the people who are the most affected by the Putin price hike?
Well, the oil and gas, I have nothing to preview or predict for you in terms of him hosting oil company executives.
Is he open to that?
I don't have anything planned on the schedule for that front, but I will tell you that the president has been clear that he believes they have the tools they need, 9,000 unused permits. They have the capacity they need to go get more oil here in the United States, and he'd encourage them to do that. Go ahead.
Just one more about electric vehicles. You guys are pushing electric vehicles today. This is a president who always talks about the power of our example.
Mhm.
Does he own an electric vehicle?
Presidents of the United States don't do a lot of driving.
He's posted videos where he's revving the engine of his Corvette in Wilmington. He owns cars.
And he also has driven electric vehicles as president, as to give a model to the rest of the country.
Does he own one?
I think the president's record on this is clear, Peter. Presidents of the United States, current and when they are no longer, typically are not doing a lot of driving. Go ahead.
The Vice
Go ahead.
President expressed support for a war crimes investigation into Russia. Why at this point isn't the United States comfortable just directly labeling the bombing of a maternity hospital as a war crime?
Well, first let me say, the bombing of a maternity hospital is horrific, it's barbaric. I don't think anybody who saw that could not have been emotionally deeply impacted. There's a legal review process that the United States undergoes to make considerations of labeling something as a war crime. That is the ongoing process we're pursuing at this point in time. It's ongoing. Obviously, if Russia is intentionally targeting civilians, that would be a war crime, but we need to go through the legal assessment and review in order to make a formal conclusion.
One more. The journal is reporting that Saudi Prince Mohammed bin Salman declined a request to speak with President Biden recently. Early in his term, the White House said the president would conduct diplomacy with the Saudis through the king rather than through MBS. Why has that policy changed?
That report is inaccurate, so let me start there. The president did speak with the Saudi king just a few weeks ago, several weeks ago. It's all running together at this point in time. There were no rebuff calls, period. But when he spoke with King Salman on February 9th, they talked about, and the readout made this clear, a range of issues and global issues that we can continue to work together on, including deterring Iranian-enabled attacks against civilian targets in Saudi Arabia, supporting UN-backed efforts to end the war in Yemen, ensuring the stability of global energy supplies. And the president's focus is really on our relationship moving forward, where we can work together, how we can work together on economic and national security here at home, and he looks forward to that continuing.
The policy that he will only be conducting diplomacy through the king?
Well, he is his appropriate counterpart, but again, there are different leaders who attend different global events from a range of countries, including Saudi Arabia. So if the Crown Prince had been at any of the global events that the president had recently attended, I'm sure he would have engaged with him, but he was not. Go ahead.
Kristen, Senator Manchin said today that he supported the Republican plan to move forward with 4 out of 5 Fed nominees. I know that you're going to say that Republicans on the Banking Committee should just get back to work and allow the entire slate to go forward, but the president also said during the State of the Union that these nominees were crucial to the fight against inflation, and we saw today, obviously, that's still a pressing concern. So I was wondering if you could walk me through why you wouldn't take what Senator Manchin called a win, get 4 of your 5 nominees. Is it because Sarah Bloom Raskin herself is crucial to this fight in inflation? Is it that you're worried about a slippery slope in the Senate? Like, why not take the 4 out of 5?
I know you gave a little bit of a preview of what I might say there, but one, we don't have any change in our approach or policy here. The committee should hold an up or down vote on all 5 nominees. It is important to note that it is not a lack of votes on the committee to move these nominees forward. It is a lack of willingness of Republicans to show up to the committee to actually vote, even against this slate of nominees. That is where we have a core issue here. So we also would agree with the statements from Republicans in the Senate, like Senator Grassley, who has said that senators should not degrade their advice and consent responsibilities and should show up and do the jobs the American people pay them to do. And our hope is that Banking Committee members will show up and do their jobs and vote or not vote or not support these nominees, but allow it to move forward by meeting a quorum.
But I guess my question is, why is that core issue more important than the broader fight against inflation for you guys? What is the philosophical thing that you guys are saying it's more important than getting 4 Fed nominees on the board in a time of height of inflation?
We believe all 5 nominees are eminently qualified and should be given an opportunity to be voted through the committee, where we absolutely have the votes. Republicans are just not showing up to get quorum for that vote to move forward.
All right. On inflation, you've said obviously that the Ukraine fight is going to has already driven up gas prices and is going to contribute to inflation in coming months. I'm wondering what spillover effect you expect into the broader economy. So do you expect that this increased inflation is going to impact GDP or job growth or those sorts of things? Is that a fear that you're sort of grappling with, or are there steps that the White House is going to take to try to mitigate the spillover from inflation?
So we will clearly continue to monitor all of the risks and the impact. But right now, we believe the United States economy is positioned well to deal with the challenges ahead. Given, since the president took office, we've seen a historic recovery. We've added 678,000 jobs last month and 7.4 million jobs since he took office. We've seen the fastest decrease in unemployment on record and the fastest economic growth in nearly 40 years. So clearly, and you heard the President of the United States talk about this in the State of the Union, inflation and costs are an issue that we will continue to focus. It's a top priority for him. But in terms of the strength and stability of the economy, we do feel we are continue to be positioned well to deal with the challenges ahead. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask on refugees, and obviously there's been about 2 million Ukrainians who have already left the country, and I know you've said from the podium that most will likely want to stay in the area in Eastern Europe, but I'm wondering what steps would the administration consider to take in more refugees now? I know some advocacy groups have talked about, for example, admitting Ukrainians who already have pending visa applications as refugees. Are there steps that the White House, the administration would do now to admit more in the United States?
Well, there are steps which are not exactly related to refugees, but related to the Ukrainian population, including temporary protected status, which we announced and are granting for anyone who has been here since March 1st. In terms of additional steps, the reason why it's important to note that we think it's not just many, the vast majority of refugees we believe will want to stay in neighboring countries in Europe, where many of them have family, many of them have worked, many of them have friends and others. So that is our assessment. That is why we are continuing to provide humanitarian assistance to neighboring countries who are providing, who are welcoming refugees from Ukraine, who are providing them the assistance they need in this moment of time. And that's where we feel our efforts are best focused.
Yeah. On the refugees,
President Duda today, when he was speaking to the vice president, asked if the U.S. could speed up and simplify as soon as possible the procedures for Ukrainians who want to come to the United States because they have relatives here and they want to stay here until the war is over. So is that something that the United States is considering, and how quickly do you think that the U.S. could do that?
I'm happy to check on that. I would say, again, I don't know what the numbers are in that regard, but all of our assessments from communicating with the Ukrainians, with neighboring countries, continue to be that the best way that the United States can contribute to this refugee crisis is by providing humanitarian assistance, funding to a range of countries who are welcoming refugees. So that's where our focus has been.
And I also wanted to ask you about comments that Representative Madison Cawthorn made about the Ukrainian government. He said in a video that Zelensky is a thug. He said the Ukrainian government is incredibly corrupt. He said some other things, but he also said that Zelensky is pushing misinformation on America. Would the White House like to comment?
I would not. Go ahead.
The administration has talked a lot about short-term, waiting out short-term effects of sanctions on Russia, and so Americans might now naturally be wondering when the medium term might start. Do you have any indication at all yet that Putin is being squeezed by these sanctions, as you put it yesterday?
That any indication he is being squeezed?
Making a different decision. I mean, the messaging from the White House has been this is going to hurt, Russia's to blame. Just wait it out. What can you tell Americans who are like, well, when, how long? I mean, that's a natural question a lot would have.
Well, because of our efforts, the ruble is worth a penny. It's the lowest ranked currency in the world. The Russian stock market has not even opened. And you've seen in days, and you have seen outcry from a number of President Putin's buddies and cronies in the form of the oligarchs who we have also been squeezing. Our calculation has been that these financial sanctions and that we have rallied the world to support would have an impact. Our objective is, of course, to bring an end to this conflict. In terms of when that will happen, I'm unfortunately not in the mind of President Putin, but in terms of the impact on his financial sector, the response from people who are close to him, and frankly, from the courageous outcry from thousands of people in Russia, that has been clear. When it will change his calculus, I can't give a prediction of that.
And can you talk to us a little bit about the president's engagement with senators who have met with his Supreme Court nominee, Judge Jackson? There are reports that he has made multiple calls to Senator Collins, for example. How is it going, and what is his level of engagement right now?
The president has been very closely engaged in this process, even while he is rallying the world to stand up against President Putin. He has made a range of calls over the course of time. I'm not going to confirm specifics of those from here. I would also note that Judge Jackson has been meeting with a range of members on the Hill, as you all have seen every day, including members who may not have had any record of voting for nominees of ours in the past, but she's committed to meeting with every member of the Judiciary Committee before her hearing, and she is quickly working through that. And she is also committed to meeting others beyond that period of time. And many of them have come out and spoken to her their meetings with her after that. So I think that gives the best assessment of how things are going quite well. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. This morning, a bipartisan group of lawmakers sent an open letter to the president asking to invoke the Defense Production Act to increase oil production. Is the administration considering a move like that, or other conversations with industry to help lower gas prices?
Well, without ruling out or ruling in any options, let me explain to you what the Defense Production Act would do in this regard. It would basically be providing money to oil companies to do something that they already probably have the capacity to do.
Have you been in conversation with these oil companies since this latest rise of gas prices has come to increase?
We have had senior officials in touch with oil companies, yes.
Switching gears really quickly, on President Biden's conversation with the Colombian president today. As a strategic partner, in the latest talks with Venezuela, was Colombia involved in those talks about releasing Americans? And will further talks about releasing Americans from Venezuela be part of President Biden's conversation today?
I don't believe they were part of the conversation with Venezuelans, with Maduro about releasing Americans. I can certainly check on that front. We will, I'm sure, have a readout after the meeting that the president is having shortly.
On another migrant crisis, Colombia has obviously been dealing with their own migrant crisis coming out of Venezuela for years now. As part of these, as you've all said, that migration is going to be a major part of these conversations with Colombia. Is the administration prepared to say, help the refugee crisis that's going on in that country and manage the outflow from Venezuela into Colombia?
Well, one, they have been a model. Colombia has in many ways in trying to take steps not only to welcome refugees but also to crack down in many ways on migration. That's part of the conversation that the president will have. We have provided a range of assistance in the past, but I don't believe that there's a new assistance package coming today, but that has been part of our engagement with them in the past. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Did I skip you, Ed? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In the readout of the call between the president and Turkey's President Erdogan, wrote that the president appreciated Turkey's effort to support a diplomatic resolution. How would you characterize the White House's role today in supporting a diplomatic resolution to the crisis, if there's any role the U.S. is playing?
The U.S. is leading the global effort to rally opposition to the actions of President Putin, and we have been engaged with the Ukrainians on a daily basis. We've provided more security assistance, more humanitarian assistance than any country in the world, and there wouldn't be the unity of financial sanctions and actions without the leadership of the United States. So what we're doing is we're putting the Ukrainians in a position of increasing, hopefully, strength in their negotiations and discussions.
Is the U.S. playing any concrete role in facilitating these diplomatic talks?
We are supporting the efforts by a range of leaders, including Erdogan, including our Turkish allies, including the Israelis, including the French, and others who are engaging directly with President Putin over this.
And if I could just ask a follow-up on inflation. You've been getting questions about inflation for months.
Sure.
And you talked about a lot of work that White House is doing, but it's largely been long-term strategy, right? Supply chain work, supporting manufacturing in the U.S., semiconductors. The Americans that woke up with another round of headlines about inflation this morning, is there something you want to point to that's what the White House is doing to provide short-term relief, like immediate relief to the rising costs?
I would say that a huge part of what we've done has had an impact already. One is obviously inflationary pressures have been caused by the pandemic, and getting the pandemic under control, which has been the president's top priority, has the biggest impact on that. We've seen hospitalizations go down. We've seen people return to the workplace. We've seen 99% of schools open across the country. Also, the steps that our supply chain task force have taken have already had an enormous impact, including increasing movement through ports by, I believe, about 60%. If you look at shelves at stores right now, 89% of them are stocked. That is a direct result of the actions of the supply chain task force and this president. It is also true that while the early stages of inflationary pressures were caused by the pandemic and caused by the impact on the supply chain of that right now what we're looking at are different pressures, right? Which is the pressure of the energy sector that is a direct result of President Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And what we are doing in that regard is leading the world in responding to that and looking at every option possible, including coordinating a coordinated release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to ensure we're increasing supply to reduce prices. So I would say that there are a range of steps that have already had an enormous impact across the board on addressing inflationary pressures, but we also are dealing now with a new challenge that is why we're seeing the inflationary pressures go up. Go ahead.
Just to follow up on your point that you said that senior administration officials have been in touch with oil companies about boosting supply. I don't know unless this has been reported elsewhere. Can you say which ones and what the response is?
I'm not going to detail it further, but we've clearly met with them and remain engaged with them as we do with a range of private sector companies.
One other on Ukraine, we talked about chemical and biological weapons. As Russia appears to be moving towards encircling Kyiv itself, something that Pentagon officials, you or others have said could take several days, if not weeks. Is there concern about getting enough military equipment into Kyiv in advance of that? Or what would happen, what would be done to make sure that they can still be supplied if this encirclement happens or is underway?
What we have been able to do to date is provide, even in the last 10 days since we announced this new package, about $240 to $250 million in in military assistance, defensive assistance that, as we noted earlier in the briefing, is what our military has identified as most helpful to them in this moment. We also, thanks to the omnibus and the parts of many parts of that we do like, will now have about $13 billion in additional assistance, some of which we will be able to expedite and provide hopefully rather quickly. We have effectively and efficiently been able to provide a range of assistance to the Ukrainians, and we expect we'll be able to continue to do that.
And then there was a helpful but on background and off camera conversation yesterday about the Colombia president's visit and details of the Venezuela engagement over the weekend. I wanted to clarify one or two things. One of the officials said that there were no talks between us and the regime. We traveled down there to secure the release of detained Americans and to urge a return to the negotiating table. So they did not speak with Maduro government officials about getting the Americans released?
Well, we were working to free American citizens. As I said yesterday, detained in Venezuela, obviously that required speaking with those who had detained them. I don't have more details on who exactly was engaged in that from the Venezuelan side.
When was the last time U.S. officials had talked to anyone in the Maduro regime or that was holding those hostages before they went to Venezuela?
You mean before they were detained in Venezuela a couple of years ago?
Before they got there this weekend. When would
It had been ongoing for months.
So the timing of this visit, I know they said in the call, for example, this was the result of months of work. Was it prompted by what's going on in Ukraine, their visit? Or was it the result of unrelated months of work? Because there are some looking at this saying they're taking advantage of the Ukraine situation, potential vulnerability, the need for oil in the global supply, not just in the U.S., but globally. This must have been why they went this weekend.
Well, the issue of detainees is our first priority, and we are also, as you know, had discussions about a range of issues, even as they were through different channels. But I would note that there have also been developments, including Maduro committing to engage with talks with the opposition that have happened over the last couple of days. But the release of the detainees was not for the exchange for sanctions relief or buying oil. And as I noted a little bit earlier in the briefing, this is not currently an active, while they are a very large producer of oil, this is not currently at this moment an active conversation about importing their oil. So that's where things stand at this point in time. But obviously when there's opportunity to bring American citizens who are detained home, we're going to take advantage of that opportunity. Yeah.
On the timing of these meetings with Nicolas Maduro, when did these meetings actually start? When was the first time that there was an engagement between the U.S. government and Nicolas Maduro?
Well, the engagements with those who have been detaining Americans have been ongoing for months.
But can you be a little bit more specific?
I can see if there's anything more specific I can get you. Sure.
Also following on that, since the president is already here, I mean, in Washington, D.C., the president of Colombia, Iván Duque, and about to meet with President Biden, was there any courtesy call from the U.S. regarding this engagement with Nicolas Maduro, given the circumstances and given that President Duque has been one of the most vocal critics in the region against Nicolas Maduro?
I'm happy to check and see if there's any more details we can provide on our diplomatic engagements. I would note that our objective here and our top priority was bringing American citizens home. Typically, those conversations and the briefing out of them happens in a very, very small circle. And so I would just note that. But I will see if there's more detail we can provide.
Question, if I may. Is there any intention to declare Colombia as a principal extra NATO ally after the meeting with the president or even prior to?
Sure. Let's let the meeting happen. We will have a readout of the meeting after the meeting, and I'm sure there will be some developments coming out of it. Go ahead.
Can I follow up on the vote that took out the COVID funding? Well, obviously one of the issues that rose with the Democrats in the House was the offsets. Was the White House on board with that arrangement, with taking sort of half of that funding from the pre-existing funds, and is that something that would be workable in a standalone piece of legislation?
I'm just not going to negotiate on this from here. Our objective is to ensure that there is additional funding so that we can continue to meet the needs of the American people. As I noted earlier, those conversations are ongoing, when we will certainly be a part of them from here in our legislative team.
One more on gas prices. I know you've spoken, I think, about the gas tax before, but there was a group of Democratic governors who wrote a letter to congressional leadership about a potential federal gas tax holiday, something that the president would engage Congress on.
We have not taken any options off the table, and including that one. I would just note that the gas tax, if I'm correct here, is about 18 cents. And obviously gas has gone up by a larger amount than that. So we will consider a range of options, but the biggest impact we believe we can have is working through a range of channels to increase supply in the global marketplace, and that is where a lot of our energies are focused on, but we have not taken options off the table. Go ahead.
I want to follow up on something you said earlier about how the U.S. is supporting the diplomatic talks between Ukraine and Russia, but has there been conversations about America getting more involved, and is there a point where President Biden needs to bring both sides to the table?
Well, I would say that what our biggest focus is on is continuing to support the Ukrainians, the Ukrainian leaders, and we are doing that by being the largest provider of military, security assistance, and humanitarian assistance in the world. And our objective is to strengthen them, boost them as they are participating in these negotiations. I have not, the president has never closed the door to diplomacy. Certainly he has been leading the diplomatic effort largely around the world as we're rallying opposition to President Putin's efforts. But we've also been engaging before and after nearly every one of these conversations with the Ukrainians, with the Europeans, to discuss where we can support and get readouts of all of these conversations.
And one more, former Vice President Mike Pence was at the Ukrainian border today. Did the administration know he was going, and was there any kind of State Department support for him or any kind of official support?
I'm certainly happy to check. April, why don't you do the last one? Go ahead.
Two questions. One, I want to find out what's the latest on Brittany Griner, if you have an update, and also what is the end goal when it comes to this situation for the Biden administration?
The end goal of the war.
Resolution for Brittany Griner.
Oh,
in the midst of all of this.
Well, we have of course seen the reports. I cannot speak to the specifics of it because we do not have a Privacy Act waiver. But our objective is always to bring American citizens home who are detained in foreign countries. So that will remain our focus, and that's what we'd like to see the end outcome to be.
Putin's bargaining chip? Is she Putin's bargaining chip?
Again, I can't speak to the specifics of this case, April. I certainly understand why you're asking, but our focus right now on our how we're going to bring an end to the conflict is to support and boost up the Ukrainians, to support diplomatic conversations, and to continue to provide a range of assistance in that light.
Speak to specifically why she's detained, all of that, but the end result, can you get into a little bit of the weeds, the minutia, as to what you're doing and how to bring her back?
I cannot speak to that from here. We don't have a Privacy Act waiver, I would say again, but also for any American citizen held, we typically do not get into specifics because that is not constructive to bringing people home.
And lastly, can you preview tomorrow as the president, he laid out the next year during the State of the Union, but he's going to be talking to his own party tomorrow in Philly. What can you give us a little bit of a readout of what he's going to say specifically? I'm trying to get a little bit more as it relates to the CDC. What is he going to say to them? Because he didn't have as much equity and inclusion in the State of the Union as some would have hoped for.
Well, I would say I have not reviewed the remarks with him yet, or the remarks yet, so I am not in a position yet to give you a preview of what he's going to say. He's looking forward to traveling to Philadelphia tomorrow to speak with the caucus. I'm sure we can get you all something on that later this afternoon. Thanks, everyone.
What's your end game there? You're not facilitating negotiation.
You feel me? This will fade out quickly. UFC, no more views. You're going to have to keep dropping singles after singles. Then they're going to want to listen to all your shit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining now with Secretary Jen. She just took up my whole break here, man. She really did. I didn't even know that was going on. Let me check real quick and see if we have any more briefings here. I don't think there is. Oh, excuse me. There looks like there might be something live Pentagon press briefing. Hold on.
When my wife saw how much more we saved with the Food Lion app, she got really into it.
And a coupon on top of it, and $12 in shop and earn rewards. I remember my first rewards.
Tap into more savings with a digital MVP account. Sign up at foodlion.com.
Fundamentally, I found that the U.S. AFRICOM investigation.
Yeah, this is live. They just started this about 15 minutes ago. We're going to tune into this.
Concurred that the proximate cause of the death of 3 U.S. citizens, injuries to 3 other U.S. citizens, and the loss of U.S. aircraft and property was the attack by a massed force of determined, disciplined, and well-resourced al-Shabaab fighters. No single point of failure directly caused the loss of life and damage to the property at Manda Bay. As General Townsend noted, his investigation identified 4 causal factors that contributed to the outcome of the attack. I concurred with these causal factors. Major General Tom Wilcox, a senior member of my review team, will provide additional details about the independent review for you today. Both General Townsend's investigation and my review found that neither criminal negligence nor misconduct by any U.S. personnel was the proximate cause of loss of life or property at Cooperative Security Location Manda Bay. But because the charter of the independent review resulted in a more in-depth analysis of individual leader actions, I was able to identify multiple personnel whom I deemed negligent in their actions or inactions, which contributed to creating a vulnerable airfield. I submitted all of my findings and recommendations to the Secretary of Defense, and thanks to the hard work of the panel, I found no further investigation was necessary. To the families of our fallen, as well as those injured in the attack, I commit to you our full accounting of the event, and I am deeply respectful of your sacrifice.
With that, over to Lieutenant General Basham, Deputy Commander of U.S. Air Forces Africa. He'll be joining us, as you see, virtually to brief you out on the 15-6 investigation. General Basham, can you hear me? Do you have us?
One more time, can you hear me?
Now we got you, sir. All good to go. I'm gonna turn it over to you now.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Lieutenant General Stephen Basham, the Deputy Commander of the United States Air Forces in Europe and Air Forces in Africa. I'm speaking to you from Ramstein Air Base, Germany, and representing the United States Africa Command. Building upon General Townsend's and General Funk's remarks, I will describe the attack on Manda Bay, the findings of the AFRICOM Army Regulation 15-6 investigation, and the corrective action taken by AFRICOM and subordinate commands. Following my comments, Major General Thomas Wilcox will provide additional insight into the independent review. He will be followed by Brigadier General Roy Collins, who will speak to the U.S. Air Force Security Forces training. As you heard from General Townsend, on January 5th, 2020, at 5:20 local, a well-prepared team of about 30 to 40 al-Shabaab fighters conducted a complex attack against Cooperative Security Location Manda Bay, Kenya. Cooperative Security Location, or CSL Manda Bay, is comprised of 3 main parts. The Kenyan Naval Base Manda Bay, which encompasses U.S. Camp Simba as a base within a base, and the nearby Magogoni Airfield, located about 1 mile south of Camp Simba. That morning, al-Shabaab members conducted near simultaneous attacks at both Camp Simba, which is where U.S. forces are housed and most work, and the nearby airfield. Al-Shabaab members initially fired 10 mortar rounds at Camp Simba, which caused only slight damage to the facility and no casualties. It is assessed that the attack on Camp Simba was designed to distract personnel and delay U.S. response to the main attack location of Magadoni Airfield. At the airfield, while the attack was starting at Camp Simba, 2 U.S. service members were driving along the runway in a small truck, clearing the runway of animals and other hazards to allow a King Air B-350 aircraft to depart safely. During the routine early morning clearing process, the service members saw thermal images through a handheld scope, which they initially thought were hyenas. As they approached to better identify the images, they realized too late that they had actually identified a group of Al-Shabaab fighters hiding in the vegetation. The Al-Shabaab fighters fired 2 rocket-propelled grenades, or RPGs, at the service members in the truck. The first RPG penetrated the front windshield, but did not explode. And one service member quickly escaped from the vehicle. The second RPG penetrated the driver's side door a moment later. This device detonated and killed Specialist Henry Mayfield instantly. Next, the fighters engaged the aircraft with RPG and small arms fire as it was beginning its takeoff roll. The plane caught fire, and the pilots, Mr. Dustin Harris and Mr. Bruce Triplett, were killed. The aircraft came to rest on the side of the runway, and it was assessed that the pilots purposely steered the aircraft off the runway to keep it free for future operations. A third contractor, who was in the back, was able to escape the burning aircraft. The contractor ran to meet up with other maintenance contractors in a nearby hangar, and they drove to Camp Simba. In addition to killing 3 U.S. personnel, the fighters also destroyed 6 U.S. aircraft, 1 Kenyan aircraft, several vehicles, and other property during the first few minutes of the attack. U.S. and Kenyan forces engaged the fighters for several hours until they eventually cleared the airfield and the East African Response Force arrived. Further detail on the attack are included in the redacted AFRICOM Army Regulation 15-6, and I will discuss the findings with you. But before I move to the findings, I want to emphasize the importance and bravery of the Kenyan Defense Force personnel through the events of January 5, 2020. Kenyan forces engaged Al-Shabaab both side by side with U.S. personnel and independently. A Kenyan helicopter provided close air support to suppress Al-Shabaab fighters, and a separate Kenyan helicopter transported a wounded member to a civilian airport for evacuation. Without question, the swift, skillful, and courageous response of the Kenyan Defense Force saved many lives that day. We are grateful for the strong relationship we have with these partners in Kenya, and especially for the bravery and skill they demonstrated that day. Now to the findings. The AFRICOM investigation found that the proximate cause of death, injury, and property damage was the attack itself by a masked force of determined, disciplined, and well-resourced Al-Shabaab fighters. No one act or omission by U.S. personnel would have avoided the attack. However, the investigation also identified 4 causal factors which contributed to the outcome of the attack. These findings are bent into 4 main categories: inadequate force protection focus, inadequate understanding of the threat, inadequate security force preparation, and problems with mission command. Following the attack, AFRICOM directed subordinate component commands to implement the following corrective actions at all locations on the continent, not just Manda Bay. Prioritize physical defense improvements. Conduct more frequent leadership visits and security inspections. Enhance intelligence sharing. Increase the size of security forces and adapt their focus and capability according to the threat at the location. Include defensive plans and pre-deployment training. Ensure clear command and control relationships, especially regarding force protection, and employ mobile surgical teams. Specific to Manda Bay, the improvements include clearing vegetation around Megagoney Airfield to improve fields of observation, establish 360-degree defense at the airfield, improving defenses, fighting positions, and indirect fire protection at Camp Simba, increasing Kenyan participation in security operations, increasing frequency and range of patrols, and improving communications, function, and capability of the Base Defense Operations Center. We continue to mourn the loss of Specialist Henry Mitch Mayfield, Mr. Dustin Harrison, and Mr. Bruce Triplett. Their memory remains strong and in the forefront of our minds as we continue to enhance security at Manda Bay and across the continent. These tragic losses served as a catalyst for significant improvement to force protection, intelligence sharing, security force preparation, and mission command for U.S. forces across Africa. As we counter ongoing threats from violent extremist organizations, these improvements will better protect our service members. This concludes my remarks. I will now turn the podium over to Major General Wilcox.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here today. I'm Major General Tom Wilcox, and I was appointed along with other officers and non-commissioned officers from across the services to assist General Funk with an independent review of U.S. Africa Command's investigation into the attack at Cooperative Security Location Manda Bay. I appreciate the opportunity to be chosen to assist General Funk in his efforts and to be here today to share with you the key findings and recommendations from his independent review. I should note that before the independent review was directed, I was appointed to investigate aspects of the attack at Manda Bay by AFRICOM's Air Component Commander. That investigation was stopped when the independent review began, but not before I was able to walk the ground at Manda Bay, which definitely helped us during the review. The independent review first focused on understanding the facts, findings, exhibits, and supporting documents included in the original investigation. After exhaustive efforts by the independent review team, we concurred with the investigation on every significant issue. However, as General Funk explained, we benefited from a great amount of additional information not available at the time AFRICOM conducted its investigation. And we were able to expand on the 4 broad categories identified in the original investigation. That contributed to the outcome of the attack. Some highlights include, for force protection, the independent review found that there was an unacceptably long processing time for the planning, approval, and execution of force protection projects. The review recommended that more frequent reviews and rehearsals of force protection measures and base defense plans occur, and that higher headquarters increase their oversight of force protection issues. Looking at intelligence resourcing and structuring, the independent review found that there was not a comprehensive analysis of threat information for Manda Bay, and that insufficient resourcing and sharing of intelligence was an issue. This led to a recommendation that a holistic review of the intelligence architecture be conducted to ensure appropriate intelligence staffing, resourcing, and sharing of threat information. On security forces preparation and training, pre-deployment training, collective training, and overall readiness were found to be insufficient, as was the tactical response of the security forces personnel at Manda Bay, which leads back to some into that intelligence piece that I talked about and getting the threat right. The review recommended restructuring pre-deployment training and certification to take advantage of collective training, rehearsals, and in-theater training. Then for mission command, it was found that flawed operational processes and inadequate command and control at the tactical level contributed to the outcome of the attack. Additionally, it was recommended that a single commander be given authority over the joint operating area where Manda Bay was located, to include oversight of force protection, intelligence, training, and other responsibilities. Beyond the overarching review of the initial inquiry, General Funk was also directed to answer specific questions during the independent review concerning pre-deployment training, the personnel assignment process, and whether the initial investigation of no negligence or misconduct was appropriate, whether the initial investigation's finding of no negligence or misconduct was appropriate, both at lower levels and for more senior leaders. In short, the independent review found that certain personnel at Manda Bay and its higher headquarters were negligent in performing their duties. The review also found that certain senior officers contributed to the inadequate force protection posture at Manda Bay and, to some extent, allowed a climate of complacency and poor understanding of the threat. In the end, though, while some individuals could and should have done better, the negligence of the individuals identified in the review was not the cause of the losses suffered in the attack, although it may have made the airfield more vulnerable. The independent review also reconfirmed the bravery and heroism of dozens of outstanding service members, civilians, and Kenyan forces. Like others speaking today, I too extend my sincere condolences to the families of those Americans who lost their lives in this attack. We are all encouraged by the improvements that have been made by AFRICOM and the Air Force as a result of this event. Lieutenant General Bashan discussed many of those already, and I will now be followed by Brigadier General Roy Collins, who will discuss some others. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. I'm Brigadier General Roy Collins, Air Force Director of Security Forces. The Department of Defense investigation findings from the 5 January 2020 attack at Cooperative Security Location Manda Bay drove the need for enhanced security forces training scenarios and a modification of pre-deployment preparation in order to support U.S. AFRICOM's current force protection threat. Based on the tactical training deficiencies identified in the investigation, our Regional Training Center developed a robust mission-focused rehearsal training course designed to close the gaps identified with collective training, team cohesion and leadership, core skill training, rehearsals, battle drills, and mission preparation. Additionally, the need existed to develop tailored complex attack scenarios informed by real-world threat information to ensure relevant, hard, and realistic training environment existed for our defenders. Prior to the rehearsal training course completion, aggregated security forces members must complete a culminating capstone field training event to ensure deploying forces are mission ready. The rehearsal training course greatly exceeds the previous pre-deployment courses and focuses on providing the base defense mindset and force protection posture needed to operate in a hostile environment, while at the same time ensuring the highest level of protection for our personnel and our resources, no matter where they are planted. The updated rehearsal training course was implemented in fall of 2020, and all follow-on forces into the U.S. AFRICOM AOR are now receiving this training. Following the establishment and the execution of this course, as a member of a joint team, we conducted an on-the-ground assessment of the deployed forces within the U.S. AFRICOM AOR to validate the training met the force protection required standards. In closing, the response to the findings generated a Security Forces enterprise-wide review that ensured pre-deployment training was revamped, collective training was being conducted prior to deployment and in theater, and ensured training and preparation is tailored to the deployed location's threat. I will now turn the floor over to Lieutenant General Basham.
I think you're on mute there still, General.
Hey, Mr. Kirby, I'm showing that I'm off mute. Can you hear me?
You're good now.
Okay, I'll turn the floor over to you, and then we're prepared to take questions. Thank you.
All right, General, thank you. Okay, we'll go to questions. Lita?
Hi, I'm not sure exactly who can swing at this, but I've a couple things. One, you talked about improvements in to training, et cetera. I'm wondering, it sounds like that is probably applicable to all forces going to AFRICOM, but Was there any effort to consider whether or not similar deficiencies were at other areas, at other bases that also could benefit from some of the changes that were made here, including staffing shortfalls? And then secondarily, can you assess the ongoing Al-Shabaab threat and whether sort of overall has that changed, increased at Manda Bay and or in that region? And I have one thing that I don't know that you can address, but on the punishments, I know there's not a lot of detail about the discipline, but can anyone address whether anyone was fired, relieved of duty in any way other from their jobs, not removed from service, but anything like that?
Yeah, Lita, let me jump in before the generals on the accountability thing. We would refer to the Air Force. These were administrative actions that were taken. So it would really be up to the Air Force to be able to decide for themselves how and to what degree they would speak to that. The generals here would not be in a position to talk about accountability. And I will turn it over to any of you on our other questions on who might be best for those.
General Collins, I'll offer to you for the training, and then I'll touch on the Al-Shabaab threat.
That's good copy, sir. So, ma'am, in relation to the training, that impacts all the U.S. AFRICOM theaters. So every security forces member deploying into U.S. AFRICOM is required to complete a 27-day mission-focused readiness training course. That course focuses on those rehearsal drills, those battle drills, those core skills, and allows them to collectively come together and train as a team so that when they're in the AOR, in the fight, they understand from a command and control perspective what should happen, how it should happen in any environment that we put them in, regardless of the size of the threat. So that training was implemented in the fall of 2020, and it is now set in for any forces going into the U.S. AFRICOM AOR. In relation to how do we do this across a 38,000 personnel enterprise, we've started, with the current 38,000 we have, but we also went into our officers course and our sessions course for our enlisted airmen, and we embedded base defense as the foundational skill set required for any location that they are assigned to or deployed to in alignment with the National Defense Strategy.
Follow up to do we consider Al-Shabaab to still be a threat? The answer is yes. We would still consider Al-Shabaab in this region to be a threat. However, the actions that we have taken, not only at Manda Bay, but other locations, to put force protections in place, appropriate training in place, as well as to appropriately equip and provide the oversight, gives us confidence that we still have while we still have a threat in the area, we have a process with force protection in place to be able to protect our military members and to further enable our partners in Kenya as well as Somalia in fighting back against Al-Shabaab.
As a follow-up, General Basham, I think you touched on this, but part of the question was were there other sort of security improvements at other bases around Africa resulting from the scrutiny at Manda Bay?
Great, thank you for that follow-up. The answer is actually yes. I'll start by saying that there was a complete assessment across all installations across AFRICOM, and then each installation based upon its physical capabilities as well as the personnel was assessed for increased level of force protection, equipment, or personnel. We certainly have moved out on Manda Bay and providing force protection measures around the airfield, improving force protection measures at Camp Simba. But at the same time, each location now goes under an annual assessment, as well as anytime commanders change over, they do a review of the overall integrated defense plan for those installations.
Okay. Any questions here elsewhere in the room? Okay, we'll go to the phone lines. Jeff Schobel, Task and Purpose.
Thank you. If I heard General Wilcox correctly, he said the review found that some senior commanders may have contributed to the issues leading up to the delinquencies found. Who are these senior commanders and what did or they did not do?
Okay, we took a look. Let me walk you back to the 15.6 because the 15.6, and I'll kind of explain how these are nested together. The 15.6, the original 15.6 by AFRICOM, identified folks by name in the report and said, hey, these folks could be found negligent. The way that process works is a 15.6 typically gets done. The combatant command releases the 15.6 back to the components, and the components work through the accountability and whether the person was negligent. I was actually on that team as part of the Air Force Africa prior to the Secretary of Defense initiating and ordering the independent review. So as part of the independent review, we took that and we also looked across the spectrum of everybody that operates in that area, from AFRICOM to the Air Force, Special Operations Forces, the CJ, Combined Joint Task Force, HOA, and the individuals there at Manda Bay, because General Funk was charged to go take a look at who by their inactions or inactions potentially was negligent. So we did that, and we looked and we found, and we said senior officers. We didn't say anything about commanders in the statement. General Funk said senior officers. He found some senior officers at the level above Manda Bay, and recommended negligence on those officers, basically because of the insufficient oversight that they had or provided, their inaction on that oversight for force protection, intelligence, etc. at Manda Bay. And then the remaining folks were obviously, officers, senior NCOs down to enlisted at Manda Bay that were included in those negligent findings that we turned over to the Secretary, and then that Mr. Kirby was saying were turned over to the Air Force. So I direct you to the Air Force to find out the outcomes of those. But that's basically that process and what we took a look at.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Please identify yourself.
My name is Raj. I work for Huda Media Network. My question is on the attackers. I believe you said 6 of them were killed and there were about 30. But did the investigation also look at if there was a particular Al-Shabaab leader or figure that was behind the attack?
So it's not really too much, but if they catch
Offer
one of these tips, though, now that's why
following the attack, there was a process to go through to see if we could find out who was behind the attack. During 2020, there were upwards of 50 attacks on Al-Shabaab, and in 2021, upwards of 10 attacks on Al-Shabaab. I can say from talking with General Townsend that we would assess that at least one individual that was connected to Al-Shabaab was in one of those attacks. But as far as any additional information or intelligence as to what has been done to locate individuals that were specifically involved and maybe even on the airfield, no additional information at this time.
Okay, we'll go to Kasim on the phone there.
Hi, John. Thank you very much. My question is covered. I will defer my chance for the next briefing. Thank you.
All right. No more questions in the room? Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much for a really thoughtful and comprehensive presentation. We really appreciate your time. And General Basham, thanks for joining us virtually. Again, we appreciate that. This concludes the briefing for today. And again, for any other questions regarding accountability, please refer those to the Air Force. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
It's cute right now, ladies, but Ernest is different. What are y'all gonna do? That's the best thing. Try that one. Tell you. You know how they rock. All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. That was that briefing right there from the Pentagon. Had a lot of momentum towards the market there. You see the market picked up with it. Yeah, the market picked up with the overall move. Excuse me, the market picked up with the overall move with the two briefings here, Jen and then the Pentagon. Yeah, the market was moving you guys off of that. So keep that in mind here. It looks like they're out of the channel. The spot is up here. They're out of the channel, just a little bit above it here. It looks like it possibly might be rejection at 425, but still support still though. That's what I'm seeing. But they just keep in mind, guys, they are out of the channel. There's nothing to be really relying on anymore. The data is out. Amazon got a stock split going on. Gas prices coming back down here. The war's still going on. It's a lot going on, man. It's a lot going on. So just be cautious, really still. If you're not doing anything, ain't nothing wrong with that either right now, you know what I'm saying? You're learning right now. You're learning. You know what I'm saying? You can earn later. There's nothing wrong with that. But, I mean, if you're doing something right now, you're still learning regardless here. Whatever you are doing, if you're trading or you're buying shares here, you should be learning. Or if you're doing nothing, you should be learning here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. It is 2:14 p.m. here. And like I said, the market did just pick up here. It's the second half of the day. Looks like everything bounced off the bottom here. Got off that critical crash area on the SPY 420. Bounced off of it swiftly. Bounced back to 425. Now we just consolidating near 425 up here in the air. Triple Q is doing the same thing as well. 330. I'm noticing you guys. I'm getting a more bullish signal here on the VIX. You guys, they're coming down. The VIX is $31. Whoa, big drop right there on the VIX. $31 and about 6 cents right there. Now it was $31 and about 40 cents. They just dropped just now as I was talking. So the VIX is actually pulling back, you guys. I noticed the VIX is dying down. So if the volatility is cooling out, you guys, that means the bears are not selling anymore. The bulls are buying here. Keep that in mind. So oh wow, we got the VIX at 30, you guys. Oh my gosh, this market can really run now if it wants. The SPY's going up here right now, 424. The VIX is at $30.98. So we're hinting at a bull run here, or at this point, a bull rally, something. It's bullish here at this point. You can sense it in the air. Market's picking up here right now as I speak here. The VIX is going down, you guys. So the volatility is cooling out. Investors, retailers, traders, we're taking advantage of that moment right now. Price action numbers and charts here is not lying to us. And yeah, I'm looking at a bull run here in the making, you guys. At this point, Tesla picking back up here, Amazon picking back up here. This bounced off 29.45. Now I'm back above 29.50. So they're still out of the channel here. There is no resistance going on anywhere whatsoever. So keep in mind, if the stocks do want to go up right now, they'll squeeze. They are out of the channel here right now, you guys. And like I said, all the data is out. I mean, really, if you're on the wrong side of the trade, man, I really just, I don't know what to tell you guys. I mean, really, like I said, just you're really dependent on one thing here. That's really the only thing I can tell you guys on. But it's not really looking like that thing is dependable right now. But just have some faith or something. You know what I'm saying? This might be a new top, just like yesterday. You feel me? Because we are at the bottom still right now. 425 on the spot is your support there. If you're a bear, you want that to just stay there and be a wall. You don't want that to break there. You want that to get rejected, if that makes sense, if you're a bear. But if you're a bullish right now, you're looking wonderful here. You bounced off 420. You're in the air. This would be a time to be thinking about booking some profits, or at this point, you know, if you loaded the boat, leave a runner or something, because the market is up here right now off the ground. But, you know, stocks are still hurt from the CPI data, so they're just rebounding, rebounding. A bounce back slowly but surely here. Amazon's still going here, 29.58. They're picking back up here. So no live briefings right now. We're going to take a quick break here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with Let Cash Accumulate Over Days. We'll be right back. Finessing. The market is finessing. Okay.
We are Acuity Man.
finessing, finessing, finessing. One right, go spit. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finessing. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Finessing. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finessing. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Finessing. I'm all about that cake, I'm all about that cake. Ain't worried about no snakes, ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way, get the fuck up out my face, get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the gate, yeah, I'm tryna get that rate, yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay, talking about that Frito-Lay. I got options yet for days, I got options yet for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna get your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin', check me. I'm the answer, come and test me. Bet nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my section. TTG, go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no folding, nigga. Ain't no folding, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. My gift been golden, nigga. My strength they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chilly cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. One rap. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jakes. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jakes. I'm finessing. 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 Finessing.
Was Mike going crazy?
Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. I keep it cool and I'm not talking south. Fuck niggas, get out of the map. I roll with scrap, then I keep me a strap. Nigga, this ain't no tip for tat. Nigga, it ain't no telling about that. Nigga talking, listening that. I ain't even listening to that. I'm turning up and I'm fucking the bitch. Fuck nigga know what's up with me. If a nigga try DP, I swear he gon' RIP. Don't fuck about nothing, you know I'm keeping it low key. Don't fuck about nothing, you know I gotta keep a P, I gotta keep a key for a G, or I gotta keep a G for a O. That's me, that's fucking P. And I just had my daughter, yeah. Anybody try to play with her, they gon' slaughter, yeah. It's that water jet. But niggas always running up, get potty trained. Whip. We don't give a fuck about nothing you doing. Nah. We just living our life. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. Yeah, I know you told, I seen it in writing. That's Facebook, that's the shit I'm not liking. My lawyer called, said they charged me for 90. He called back, say this ain't looking mighty. I called back, said I'm living so righteous. I dare one of these niggas try to try me. It's gon' be a motherfucking homie. It's gon' be a motherfucking homie. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. They'll let us in the room, gon' be the one to let you down. Didn't see that then, but I see that now. Serving all these niggas from a nick to a pound. Gotta stay low key, just like underground. Let the money do the talking if I like how it sound. Chill, relax, enough to go around. Hey, chill, relax, the tree merry go around. Yeah, how or get lost and found. Down by the river, they'll say you drown. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you around. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. One rack. Go spit. Boogie left for life. Just chasing a dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm gonna go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running up, keep on. I'm stand in my own lane. I'm just standing money, standing money, standing money. Let the money, make the money, make this money, just let this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me no. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, run it up, running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one rack. Going. Woo! Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, the market is picking up here. I don't know what's going on, but it's 2:30 p.m. Market picking up here. Amazon stock split Really picking up here, you guys. Up 180 now, up 6%. Still not at that level that they showed after hours yesterday. Look, if you think about it, though. So this is a good start to it. Stock split, though. Still opportunity here. They're going crazy, man. They're going crazy. The SPY's going up 424 here, 82. Triple Q's picking up here. Stock's picking up with it here now. I'm seeing Tesla bounced here off the bottom. Mr. Musk did it again. Tesla's back at 830. They just bounced off the bottom over there. They were just at 810, so they bounced off 810 here. Now they're at 830. Stock's picking up, man. A lot of volatility here, but it's actually chilling out here to the downside. That's where the volatility is going, to the downside. And stocks are picking up. They're taking advantage of it, man. They're getting their gains back. Companies getting their gains back, getting their money's worth here. You're starting to see the action take place here. You got people like smart money. You're going to have some people think like they brushing off CPI data. They don't really give a rat's butt about it. You know what I'm saying? They don't care. And then you're going to have some people that it will start to affect here differently. But right now, I think right now they're doing it equally, both sides here this morning. You in the pre-market, you saw the downside of the CPI effect. And then I think here's towards the midday, they switched it up. Now you're seeing the upside towards the CPI effect. So it's going both ways here right now. The stocks are up here. Market is looking like it's going to come back up here anyway. Stocks are out of their channels. So yeah, man, this might be the official bottom here, confirmed. It was really, I already did it 2 days ago, but people got a lot of questions about that. So the market like, okay, you questioned me, I'm going to confirm it. And that's what we're having here right now, ladies and gentlemen. The market is picking up here. SPY about to hit 425. Amazon picking up 29.67, 29.70. Can I get it? Yes, there it goes. 29.70. Amazon up 185, ladies and gentlemen. Stock split going crazy over there. Stock market going crazy over there, man. It is real here. It's 2:30 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. The video is picking up here, starting another green candle here. Looks like they want to fill that gap at 227 or 228. We're about to find out. Volatility still going down. Tesla picking up here too, 832. It could be getting weak right here, though, ladies and gentlemen. We gotta find out right here. We're gonna see if 425 is support or resistance. Right now, it's looking like support. It's been resistance all day, but I think, like I said, I really think it's support here. I think it can really get back to like 427, 428 if it wants to. But I mean, I could see this as a top as well. So I'm neutral. It could really go either way, but. With this type of momentum, I'm thinking about 427 close, 428 possible, maybe. Maybe they might just pin it right here, 425, and just call it right here what it is. They might even possibly bring it down 420, maybe possibly 420 still is not out to clear yet either, ladies and gentlemen, on the spot. So, I mean, be positive and respectful here, whatever side you're on. You still have opportunity and a chance as long as there's still time on the clock. You should be fine. But if you have a weekly, no time is getting short. Ladies and gentlemen, the market is holding its gains, though, right now in the air. And it looks like here, there's really nothing going on. No briefings at all. So, I mean, we just chilling here over here with LCAOD. We chilling out, just watching the price action. That's really all that matters with us. We keep an eye out on the news as well. But all the indices right now are currently, the Dow is still down. About 53% now, though, so they're trimming their red here. S&P 500 is only down 55. The NASDAQ is only down 97 now, so still red, but we're coming down here now. If you notice, it was high red this morning, about 1% down. Now they're coming down here a little bit, a little still large red, about medium red still. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, keep that in mind. The excitement is just going with the bulls right now, though. The way they're just buying things up here, man, it's exciting, It gives you that rush. They're giving you that bull rush, like when you drink a Red Bull and you just, woo, feel it, you know what I'm saying? It is earnings after hours 2 today, ladies and gentlemen. We have, let me get that pulled up for y'all. I know the Discord. I think we got some members playing here today. Oh, freak. Oh, I didn't. Okay, if you give me 1 second, I can really have to force quit this because it's not working. The computer acting up a little bit. Not trying to show me my earnings list. I have no idea what's going on. Hold on. Give me 1 second. All right, give me 1 second, you guys. We are still live. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. We're going to take a quick break here. I'm having a little technical difficulties here. I'm trying to pull the earnings chart up and go over there with you guys. If you're live, you're reading here in the comment section, or if you're listening from the Discord, wherever. We're about to go over the earnings really quick here. We're going to go over it again here probably before the closing bell, but I just want to go ahead and set the tempo for what is possible here for the earnings. So we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Fuck on these hoes like a boss, you hear me? Wake up and replay my day. Different ignorant little whore. She probably got a nigga. Replay, replay my EP, yeah. Replay my EP, yeah. Replay my EP, hey. Replay my EP, ooh. Fucking on these hoes like a boss, I buy what I want like a boss, Don't need extra cost like a boss, I just know the code, I'm the boss, I do what I want, I say what I want, cause I be the one with the gun. Hey, I be in magic, they know when I come. Pussy and hoes like lunch. That's in the back, they fucking in front. Tell little bitch what's up, let's fuck. Bust my nut, but I'm fucked up, so you know she a dime, but she ain't mine, nah. Cause I don't never cup, nah. Little bit, wait, what? Huh? Nah, what? Hold up, what? I don't cup, ooh. Fucking on these hoes like a boss, I buy what I want like a boss, Don't need extra cost like a boss, I just know the code, I'm the boss, How much is the private show? I ain't spending shit, ooh. I ain't spending shit. Take me to the private room, ooh. Private show. How much is the private show? I ain't spending shit, ooh. Take me to the private room, yeah. Take me to the private room. You be sucking on my private soon. She said she wants you bitchy. Well, let me see them titties, even if they itty bitty. I fuck the whole committee. If she suck it, we ain't kissing. We ain't kissing. Ooh, fucking on these hoes like a boss, I buy what I want like a boss, On the next cost like a boss, I just know the code. I'm the boss, I do what I want, yeah. I say what I want, yeah. When the fuck I want, yeah. When the fuck I want. Wait, what? Huh? Wait, what? Huh? Replay, bitch. This that replay shit. Ooh, I'm the boss, hit the bomb. I'm the boss like the plunge. I'm that nigga, let's turn up. She gon' party, we gon' fuck. She a thotty, she gon' suck. I'm the boss, he a scrub. He a scrub. Yeah, he a scrub. Fucking on these hoes like a boss, I buy what I want like a boss, On the next cost like a boss, I just know the code, I'm the boss,
What's the percentage on that, bro?
Replay. I'm a indigo. I'm a indigo. I'm the boss, yeah. We got packs. We got threats. Yeah, that gas. Big ol' dope, yeah. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O. Yeah, smoke a O. Big ol' dope, yeah. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O. Yeah, smoke a O. We got packs. We got threats. Fuck a now, yeah. Just at my jack, bitch. I be on the go. So got that dope for low. Fresh up off the boat, dope. Cause I'm the hood stove. I got that green, I got that coke. Smoke a O, yep. 4-0, yep. I take your fucking back, secure that fucking bag. Better always snack in the ground, yeah. You won't get it back. My booties never slack, bet I'm back. Big ol' dope, yeah. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O, yeah, smoke a O. Big ol' dope, yeah. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O, yeah, smoke a O. We got bud for low, we got coke for low, yeah. Dope overload, yeah. We be smoking dro, ayy. Pull up to your spot, set up shop. You get popped on the spot. Wow. If you get a drop, we don't fuck with ops. Stop, suck my cock while I'm rolling up a block. You can't hit my blunt, nah. You a stupid boy, yeah. I be having fun with a bitch that use a tongue. And she swallow when I come. Ali, I'm the man. Hey, grab that Palmer, it's a Dutchie. OG tasting clutchy, and she said she wanna fuck me. Got me feeling lucky. Big ol' packs, big ol' racks. Pour that quality, fuck the act. Big ol' bricks, like I'm Shaq. Like I'm Shaq, yeah. Big ol' dope, big ol' dope. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O, smoke a O. S-O-L-O, smoking choke, yeah. Big ol' dope, big ol' dope. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hold up. Wait, what? What? Huh? What? Hold up. Nah. What? Hold up. What? This is replay. Dead or alive. I'm about mine, yeah. And I'ma shine, yeah. Yeah, I'ma shine.
I really even look at it, just look at the share price. I wouldn't even look at the contract.
And I'ma shine, yeah. Cause niggas dope, I just do the most. I'm gon' go, pop and pump, gotta choke. I up that bit and blow, it get gritty in the boat. So you better hold your own, for sure. I'm the realest and they know, quit the fuck your bit, yeah, nigga. Take your O, smoke a O. On my S-O-L-O, hot shit. I be on the grind, on my money mine. I just put the shit on time, on that nigga, that's for sure. I'm that boss, so whoa. Put that replay on repeat, till I drop that repeat, yeah. Then that 3P, hey, this that Ali, and they gon' respect me, yeah. I'm a indigo, I'm a indigo, hey. I'm a indigo, I'm a indigo, yeah. I'm a indigo. Dead or alive, I'm about mine, yeah. And I'ma shine, yeah. Yeah, I'ma shine, yeah. Dead or alive, I'm about mine, yeah. And I'ma shine, yeah. I'ma shine. I'ma grind. Time is mine. Replay, yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here from the break. Here it's 2:42 p.m. So the market is approaching power hour. It looks like their stocks are holding up since that recent pop from the Pentagon briefing about 30 minutes ago. They're really holding that, you guys. They're sticking that here. So that must mean something today. SPY's right here, playing with 425 as support and resistance now. So they're back to that game. We're back here playing that game. It's 425 support or resistance. We're doing that now again. So just a retest, a bunch of same action here, a bunch of same price action, excuse me. So this is where we're at right now, you guys. It really can really still go either way. Right now, it's probably just definitely feeling more comfortable on the bull side, though, here since the bottom kind of got in there, and it's not really trying to look like it's going back there as far as stocks and stuff like that, ETFs, things of that nature. Overall market here, though, we are still in the red. The indices are anyway, so I think that's what's going to hold the weight here. I think that's what's not going to make the downside if you're trading, if the put side flush here. We're talking market terminology. I think I feel like what's holding it is it's not breaking here. So you got to keep all that in mind, you guys. Keep all that in mind. All the indices are still in the red too. Like I said, that's a big factor, and it's not breaking. So just look at it from that point of view if you are on the downside here. But if on the upside here, you actually want this to break right here. You want this wall to break here so the rally can continue, because right now it's a little small rally going on here with the bulls here. But I don't know if they'll get the second part of this rally here today by close. It'll surprise me if they do. You'll see things start to get real exciting fast if they do so. But I don't know. I think they're going to really like stretch this out here till tomorrow, make it boil down till 3 p.m. expiration, March the 11th, ladies and gentlemen. One side got to win. As I tell y'all each week, one side got to expire worthless. That's just the way it works every week, ladies and gentlemen. You want to get on the right side of the trade. That's all you really can do. And if you feel like you're not on the right side of the trade, well, then maybe you should rethink what you think right now, because think back to why when you picked the position, that's why you thought it was going to win from the jump. So that's how you need to think about it at all times, ladies and gentlemen. No matter what side you're on, I don't know what side you're on out there, ladies and gentlemen, but just think about it like that. If you swiped up on it, then you trusted it from the jump, so trust it to the end here. So, ladies and gentlemen, the market still is in the red, though, as I said, but they're fighting, man. They're really fighting. Bulls and Bears still going at it here. On my watch, really nothing going on, though. No briefings right now still. So the market is really just chilling out, man. It's a very chill, cool here Thursday. Market it's going by fast this week, man. This week is going by fast. The market making it go by faster, it feel like to me. But I don't know, man. But the Dow down about 56% here. The S&P 500 is down about 60%. The NASDAQ is still down about 1.10%. So that is where your eyes is at on the NASDAQ, you guys. They're still down 1%, so I wouldn't be celebrating here too early if I was a bull, but I would be hoping that they can break. If I was a bull, I would be hoping that they can break right here, because then you can celebrate if they do. But right now, it's still a battle, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to win? Where is the smart money going? I don't know. Tune in. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. You might find out if you tune in here live. Hit that like, subscribe, or share button. Please, please, please do that if you can. If not, at least try to do it still. So we'll be right back after the break, ladies and gentlemen.
I just like the sound of it.
I'm just smoking big gas. Real shit, you can see me behind a mask. I be always on it, these niggas don't really want it. I'm always coming in, you can call me fucking Tony. With no frosted flex, wish she ate, you know me, I was coming back. Bakers, man, I put them down, understand them in the clap. Ooh, I be killing shit, ooh, I be getting this. Ooh, all this cash, understand me, you already know the shit. Ooh, 90s baby in this thing, and I'm going crazy. So body put a straight jacket on his brain, maybe. Like Wayne said, real shit, leave him in the living room, kill them all. ball though. Nigga, no, I never been no stupid fucking clown though. No it though, no Pennywise. Rich shit, but I'm really wise. You can look at me in my eyes. You can look up in my eyes and see if it's a ghost town. Rich shit, I don't play around. All my niggas got it now. Mac 11's big guns. Rich shit, and we coming out. Guns look like Big Pun. Nigga, they gon' hit you, bruh. Ooh, we ain't playing, nigga. Ooh, I'm just getting money too. Who you know? I like I said before, it stick to me like glue. Stick to me like glue, stick to me like glue. Understand me, I'm the truth. Hey, money stick to me just like glue. Understand me, I'm the truth. I'm a great right in the booth. I'm a pit up on the chain. Oh shit, yeah, don't let that nigga off the leash. He gon' go insane. It's a Thanksgiving feast out there for this rapper boy. Ooh, real shit. I be breaking bones, killing boy. Call me Blitz, nigga, in the shit, nigga. PlayStation 2, bring it back with them throwbacks. Nigga, who is you? Nigga, ninja stars, shooting stars. Nigga, no, I'm going to Mars. And I ain't smoking with ET, I'm smoking with the Mars. Ooh, smoking with the planets, nigga, going insane. Ooh, understand, you know me, I don't lost my brain. It don't spill that light so much, he up on that lane. Real shit, this nigga needs some more main. So baby girl, pull me up, yeah, you know I'm on. You slowing down for these niggas that don't want it though. I'm the teacher, you the motherfucking student though. Take some pencil and paper, listen to me, my nigga. And I'm so real, my nigga. And I be on it though. I'm grinding every moment like I'm fucking Tony Hawk, bro. Real shit, I'm on turnpikes like I'm a fucking New Jersey. Real shit, they already know they try to put tags on my jersey. But these niggas ain't ready. These niggas ain't want it. These niggas is weak. These niggas not my opponents. Throwing shots like I'm Jordan. Going hard in the finals. 6 seconds on the clock. What I do right now, I'ma fucking take the shot, nigga, and it's over, nigga, yeah, we won. Now understand, yo, my nigga, I just do shit all day for fun. Nah, nigga, I just kill it. Nah, nigga, I just go where I'm the hitman on the game. Nigga, I am hitting Dragon Ball Z. Ooh, nigga, Dragon Ball Z. Nigga, who is he? Nigga, yeah, you go cool. Rise, nigga, with the fucking Super Saiyan power, nigga, go inside. Yeah, you know, yeah, I kill the shit, got big pride. Courage, nigga, no carry dog. Real shit, nigga, I'm going hard like a motherfucking ball hole. I don't care nobody like once I'm doing something, you know what I'm saying? Who is this nigga? Well, I'm introducing myself. You know what I'm saying? My name Goku. What it do, G? Hey, flexing. Hey, I'm flexing. Hey, flexing. Hey, flex. I'm flexing. Yeah, big body on me. Yeah, big body on me. Oh, yeah. That's how the motherfucking money all in my pockets. Yeah, I'm flexing. Yeah, I'm flexing. Yeah, I'm flexing. What? I'm flexing. Big body, it's on me. All this money is on me. It's a big body, it's on me. Oh shit, yeah, it's on me. I'm bidding hard. I'm bidding hard. Yeah, I'm bidding hard. Like a motherfucking Bowflex. Understand me, I'm flexing hard. And yeah, I'm up in the field. Call me G.I. Joe. Yeah, I clean the key.
Flex. We back from the break, ladies and gentlemen. The market is flex. Flex. Spot trying to bounce over 425, you guys. We're right here at 426. Stock's picking up, man. Amazon still going. 29.70 right here, just topped out here. New high today on Amazon, 29.70. So everybody's buying some shares over there. Everybody's getting a piece of that cake. Yes, sir. I like that action. I hope we can keep that up all the way till May, man. Just think about it. We can go 180 every day here until May, you guys, on Amazon. Oh my god! Oh my gosh, you guys! It's crazy. This is crazy. It's so exciting here. So the market did pick up here. Got excited really quick there. Triple Q's bounced up there too. I am seeing the indices. The red is trimming down, you guys. The Bears are losing momentum here. I think they lost their opponent in the woods, and they're looking for it here. They don't know. I think that bull is hiding out. They can't find it here in the woods. But we are still in the woods, though. Keep in mind, the bear might hibernate and find his opponent again. But right now, the Bears are slipping here. Slowly but surely here. The Nasdaq's only down 77 now. The S&P 500 is only down 37 now. The Dow's only down 35 now. So we're about mid-red here now. We're about mid-ish reddish here now. We're not even large red no more at all. So we're about mid-ish reddish. Keep that in mind. Amazon's picking back up here. Retest 2970. Are they going to break that? I really think they want to be Mr. 3000. Can they do it? Can they do it? I think they want to. I think they will definitely by maybe tomorrow, you guys. That bet is on heavy right now. Amazon 3000, man. It's coming. That's Mr. 3000. It's been Mr. 3000 this whole pandemic. Oh man, when the stock split's over, we're gonna miss that number. Hopefully they can come back to that, man. Hopefully, I hope so in the future, man. I don't know what the future's gonna hold. But yeah. I was trying to pull up the earnings list here, you guys. Something's going on here with my iMac. I'm having a little technical difficulties here. I don't want to reset it here because then I might end the live stream. So we're just gonna have to. I guess I can just tell you guys really here. It's got to be another way I can pull it up. Hold on, let me think here. Oh yeah, I know what I can do. I'm gonna go to the website and pull it up for you guys. But Amazon's really picking up here. It just broke 2970, 2972. Here we go. Here, SPY's picking up again. SPY's picking up. Stocks are going here. NVIDIA filled the gap, 227. They're in it. They can fill the other gap at $1 more. And if they fill that gap, it is a squeeze, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, here. What a reversal here. Amazon's up in the air, you guys. Tesla is even going now. Woo! Tesla, huge reversal there. Tesla, 834 picking up here. So yeah, Tesla's picking back up here, you guys. 834. Ulta has earnings today after the bell. Let me go ahead and try to pull this up. Real quick. Let's see. So I can use this. Let's see. I would have to probably go to. Let's see something. I want to see something really quick, you guys. So let's see something. Okay. All right, so we got it here. I'm gonna pull it up right here on my Twitter account, you guys. And you guys should go actually follow me on Twitter at LetCash if you guys get a chance here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. And this is my Twitter account. This is the company's Twitter account. If you guys give me a follow, that'll be clutch, you guys. Share my Twitter account. But really, let me get into the. Let's see. I want to see the earnings shit, right? So I gotta show you guys that. It's very important today. Really, it's really only important. What is this? Oh, okay, this is for after the close today. Okay, so this is all the earnings after the close. So this is really a better list for real. And we got the before the open tomorrow here. This is the official website here where I get the earnings list. These are all tomorrow in the morning here. You got JD.com. That's tomorrow morning. That's probably the best one. Literally tomorrow. All I'm seeing that it's going to be Friday. Nothing really going on. All the action really is going to take place after hours today, you guys. So we do have like about 2 or 3 names that I'm looking at here. I know they can move and possibly pay big here if you get on the right side of the trade. I'm looking at, we're going to start with DocuSign, you guys. All right, so they had earnings 3 months ago, you guys. They got killed, clobbered, crushed, however you want to put it, clap, whatever, down, ugly, bad, bearish, whatever. They did it. They were down bad. I don't know at this point. They got earnings now today. It could be possibly oversold, but we don't know. DocuSign, they really still might be hurting here. They might continue to the downside here. So I will be checking out DocuSign, you guys. After hours today, we're going to stick around here and be checking that out after the bell. What else do we have right now? They already came down here too today. Keep that in mind. It's kind of like $4 or $5. So really nothing there, but they got a pretty big move there after hours, you guys. I would definitely keep an eye out on DocuSign. The next one I want to go over is Rivian. Rivian Motors here. They just actually entered the stock market about 6 months now. So this will be their second earnings in history. They have a huge deal with Amazon. Keep that in mind. Amazon got earnings here. Not earnings, excuse me. They had a stock split. Rivian got earnings, but they will be priced in together here with Amazon's stock split and Rivian's earnings, excuse me. So keep an eye out on that. Rivian will move here. They got a big move after hours. Oracle, let's get with Oracle here. I think Oracle can move. It's a good value company here, something to buy shares of and load the boat here. I like Oracle for the long run here. They really might go up, but with tech being getting clapped like how tech has been getting clapped, you really want to kind of be cautious there. They might not even do nothing. It is Oracle, but I would keep an eye on them. They can move if they won't, put it that way. They're that type of stock. Ulta Beauty here, ladies and gentlemen. This will probably be your biggest one after hours if they can make the move and not play around here. They had earnings 3 months ago. Was priced in kind of like where they are right now. They moved to the upside a little bit, but it really sold off. So it was one of those type of earnings. I don't know if they're going to repeat that pattern, but they're priced in a pretty big move here, ladies and gentlemen. Those women over there, they love their makeup. I respect women empowerment. I respect black women, white women, all type of women. I respect women in general. So Ulta Beauty is a good one here after hours, ladies and gentlemen. I know they love Ulta. That's how they look good for us men here through Ulta. So it's going to be really, really exciting to see them after hours, what they're going to do here. But they're priced in a pretty good move there too. So those are my top 4 earnings for this week here to end the week here. I think all 4 of those companies, they're about to change their share price. Definitely, you can tell with the stuff that's been happening here in the market. It's just time for a change. So you taking that chance out there in the Discord? Shout out to you. Let's get it. Let's get this running. Let's get it. Let's get this running. But we are live right now. The State Department is having a briefing here. Looks like they just started. We're going to tune into it here. Let's learn something really quick. It is about 1 minute away from Power Hour, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my God. Give yourself a pat on the back. You did it. You made it. We're about done. The week is almost finished. We got 1 more hour. It's about to be Friday. Holy sh! Woo! Woo! So, yeah, we are a little late here. They started this briefing about 30 minutes ago, but we're going to tune in now and see what they're talking about. So, let's take a listen.
Has intended to do all along. The fact is that as this crisis built up, as Moscow built up its forces, we have seen them engage in this type of rhetoric and this type of disinformation. Previously, we've seen the false flag operations, we've seen the pretextual provocations that Moscow put forward. So there are a number of elements that undergird our concern for this, and it's something we'll be watching very closely.
Can you give us a sense of the kind of scenarios the U.S. is looking at right now? Is NATO being sucked into war one of them, and how prepared are you for that?
Well, our overriding objective is to bring this conflict to a close, to save lives, to do all we can to bring this conflict to an end. As a complementary objective, we are doing everything we can to see to it that this conflict does not expand, that this conflict does not cost even more lives, that this brutal conflict that Russia is waging against Ukraine does not become a war between Russia and a much broader set of countries or a broader bloc. So we are supporting our Ukrainian partners. We are providing them with massive amounts of security assistance, precisely what it is they need to defend themselves. And I think we have seen in the fact that Putin's forces have been largely stalled in parts of the country is a testament to the effectiveness of the willpower of the Ukrainian people who are taking on these forces with security assistance that the United States, that our NATO allies, and others have provided to them.
Are you guys actively looking at a scenario where NATO is involved, is sucked into them?
We are always looking at contingencies, but in this case, we are doing everything we can to ensure that in the first instance, this conflict comes to a close as quickly as it can be achieved in order chiefly to save lives and to ensure to do everything we can to see to it that this conflict doesn't expand beyond what it already entails. Yes.
It's going to boil down to tomorrow.
sacrifice to resist. One of the things they are asking for and they say they need is aircrafts and jets. After the back and forth with Poland over the last few days, has the U.S. made a final determination that the risk-benefit of a NATO country sending aircraft, combat aircraft to Ukraine is not in favor of sending them? Are you ruling out that a NATO country should send combat aircraft to Ukraine, or are you still looking at other ways to do that and to transfer planes to them?
Francesco, we have been consistently responsive to Ukraine's security needs. That is reflected in the massive amount of security assistance we've provided to our Ukrainian partners in the past year, more than $1 billion over the last year. More than $250 million has been delivered to our Ukrainian partners in the last several days alone. On top of that, we are grateful to the U.S. Congress, and you heard from the Vice President today. There's now a package that has passed the House of $13.6 billion, about half of which would be destined for security assistance for Ukraine. So as part of our desire to be responsive to Ukraine's requests, when our Ukrainian partners made a request for planes, we said we would absolutely look into it. You heard from the Department of Defense yesterday that the department has and vocalized two primary concerns. The first concern is that aircraft are not principally what our Ukrainian partners need at the moment. And that is the case for a couple reasons. When you look at the destruction that the Kremlin has wrought over parts of Ukraine, much of that is due to missiles. Much of that is due to rocket fire. Much of that is due to artillery. These are not weapons that airplanes are best suited to take on. We also know that the Ukrainian Air Force has several squadrons of fully mission-capable aircraft. Russia's air presence is formidable, but their effectiveness has been limited due to Ukraine's strategic, operational, and tactical ground-based air defense systems. These are surface-to-air missiles. These are manpads. So what you heard from the Department of Defense yesterday is that we will continue to provide our Ukrainian partners with the surface-to-air systems that they need to take on the threat that they face from Russian missiles, from Russian rockets, from artillery. We've been doing that already. We're determining what more we might be able to do to effectively equip our Ukrainian partners to take this on. But there's a second consideration that you also heard the Department of Defense speak to yesterday, and this gets back to Meyer's question. The IC, the intelligence community, produced an assessment that the provision of planes in this manner, the fighter jets that you referred to, in this manner, could be viewed by Moscow as escalatory. It is incumbent upon us to do everything we can to bring this conflict to a close, to save as many lives as we can, and to do everything we can to see to it that this conflict does not expand, that this does not become a broader war between Russia and other countries or blocks of countries. So we will continue to provide our Ukrainian partners with the assistance they need. Individual countries are going to continue to make their sovereign decisions in terms of the assistance to provide. But what the Department of Defense did say yesterday is that the provision of Polish planes by way of a U.S. and NATO airbase, by way of the United States, is not something that we're in a position to do at this time. Andrea.
Two things. First, on the issue of war crimes, you said we have seen very credible reports of deliberate attacks on civilians, which would, under the Geneva Conventions, constitute war crimes. You referenced the attack on the maternity ward. Then you went on to say that these need to be investigated. You support investigations. When you say we've seen very credible evidence that under the Geneva Conventions would constitute war crimes, what is the difference?
We've seen very credible.
You're making.
We've seen very credible reports. Part of the reason why we welcome the Prosecutor General of the ICC's announcement of the investigation into the situation in Ukraine is the focus on the preservation of evidence. And so we want to see evidence preserved. We are and will be in the process of marrying reports with evidence from the ground. And if we determine, if the international community determines that war crimes have been committed, that atrocities have been committed, that human rights abuses have been committed, we absolutely will hold the perpetrators accountable, whether they sit in Moscow or whether they're commanders on the ground in Ukraine.
Now, and I take what John Kirby, your colleague, said, and all of the reasons that you just outlined about the Pentagon's objections to the fighter planes, the way it was constituted, and why they're not necessary, and why the anti-aircraft defenses would require creating that airspace by attacking and taking out Russian anti-aircraft. But the very point that you just made about what the IC has concluded, that delivering the planes could be viewed by Russia as an escalatory measure, as an act of war. That question was put to President Zelensky by my colleagues at Sky News last night, overnight. And he said, what could be worse? What could be worse than what is happening right now to Ukraine? You know, why are we so concerned about Russia's, I mean, Russia had said that sanctions are an act of war. So just because Vladimir Putin declares something is an act of war is not necessarily, and certainly not according to President Zelensky, a reason not to do it. Now, I understand all of the military arguments against it, but I'm just saying from President Zelensky's viewpoint, this has become, you know, a cause. And he is, and so it's echoed by all the people we interviewed on the ground there. We want the fighter jets. You know, how do you deal with that? What could be worse than what's happening to their country? Well, by the time you get to some sort of negotiated compromise or Putin backing down, this country will be destroyed.
Look, we have the utmost respect and admiration for President Zelensky. The courage, the bravery, the determination, the grit that he has demonstrated. In many ways, he is the personification of the Ukrainian people, of people that have stood up to this Russian aggression in ways that are inspiring, not only inspiring, but effective. And if you heard this from Secretary Blinken, if any other world leader were in President Zelensky's shoes, I'm sure we would be hearing the same requests. It is incumbent upon us in the international community to continue to do everything we can to support our Ukrainian partners, to provide them with the defensive weaponry that they need to defend themselves. It is equally incumbent upon us to do everything we can, again, with our partners and our allies around the world, to bring this conflict to a close as quickly as we can. Now, clearly, we aren't going to be able to bring this conflict to a close as quickly as anyone would like. Certainly not as quickly as our Ukrainian partners would like, not as quickly as we would like, of course. But in our efforts to do so, we also have to be mindful of steps that might provoke, that might expand this conflict, that might make it even more deadlier, that might implicate even more countries and more populations. And so that's what we're doing. You raised President Putin's statement that sanctions, that other elements would be akin to an act of war. Of course, we take a close look at rhetoric. What matters to us are actions. And the judgment I mentioned from the intelligence community, I can assure you that that judgment is based on more than public rhetoric alone. So the intelligence community, using everything at its disposal, has reached a conclusion that Moscow could well see the provision of this type of asset as escalatory. Now, that is not dispositive in terms of what we would do, but that coupled with what we've heard from our colleagues at the Pentagon, that there are other more effective systems, namely these surface-to-air systems, that would better safeguard, better protect our Ukrainian partners from rockets, from missiles, from artillery, from the very threats that they face. That is what has compelled us to this conclusion.
You guys don't really respect. I mean, they want both. They say that they need both the surface-to-air stuff and the planes. And the U.S. government is now in the position of having told Zelensky no when he was begging repeatedly for the Nord Stream 2 sanctions to be imposed before any kind of invasion, and the other sanctions not to be used as not to be used as a deterrent threat, but to actually impose them before he did anything. You said he's asked for a no-fly zone. You said absolutely not, and now he's asking for jets, and you're saying no again.
Matt,
so you know better than him? Is that the?
What I'm saying, first of all, I don't quite understand your Nord Stream 2 analogy. Because within hours of the Russian invasion moving forward, Nord Stream 2 is off the table. Nord Stream 2 is a hunk of steel at the bottom of the sea.
But for months he wanted those sanctions that to be imposed.
And had we imposed sanctions on Nord Stream 2, had we disrupted that transatlantic unity that we worked over the course of months, really since day one of this administration, to achieve, had we imposed those sanctions on Nord Stream 2 ourselves unilaterally, I would bet a strong sum that Nord Stream 2 would not be taken off the table today.
And you may be right. We'll never know, but you may be right. But the point is that Zelensky has asked for all three of these things, and you said no to all three of them. The time that he made
was our contract.
and you're still saying
kind of crazy.
You respect their opinion, their position. So it's just a little bit unusual. Do you support? Would you still support any NATO country sending planes sending planes to Ukraine on their own?
Individual NATO allies, individual countries are going to make sovereign decisions on what is in the best interest, what they deem to be in the best interest.
Opposed to any country.
That would be a sovereign decision. What we are talking about was the arrangement by which planes would be transferred to, in this case, Ramstein Air Base, and they would pass through our possession and into.
You're opposed to having
just when you thought the market would get
as you've heard, the Department of Defense has concluded that there are other systems that we have provided and may be in a position to provide even more of that would be more effective for our Ukrainian partners in taking on the threats that they face. Yes.
It's surreal right now. It don't even seem like, but it's happening.
Got a few questions about Georgia. A couple of recent facts first.
Somebody just said they got a price
target
at $4,445
regarding the Russian invasion.
They said they want to run it.
Georgia's decision to block the charter flight scheduled to bring the volunteers from Georgia to Ukraine, and Zelensky recalled the Ukrainian ambassador from Georgia based on that. Also, Georgian Prime Minister Garibashvili said flat out that Georgia will not join any sanctions coming from the West, and he called those sanctions ineffective. Also, Georgian government finalized a deal with Moscow, and now Georgian dairy products will be exported to the Russian Federation. And lastly, Moscow published a list of countries a few days ago, unfriendly list, as they called it, and Georgia was excluded from that unfriendly list. Like bearing in mind that 20% of Georgian territory is still occupied by Russia. And my question would be, and also the 30 years of diplomatic relations between U.S. and Georgia, my question, I guess, would be, what would be your reaction of the silence coming from the Georgian government, in light of those facts that I just laid out? Thank you. I might have one follow-up on that.
Well, I will say when it comes to Georgia that few countries understand to the same extent the potential implications and consequences of Russian aggression than a country like Georgia, a country that in 2008 was itself invaded by Russian forces. There are many Georgians who, of course, still harbor stark memories of that. And I can only imagine there are many Georgians who are standing in the government and private citizens who are standing in solidarity with their counterparts in Ukraine. More broadly, I think what we've seen over the course of the past several weeks has been tremendous, in some ways, unexpected amount of unity within the international community. I think perhaps the best illustration of that is what happened in the UN General Assembly just last week, when 141 countries spanning the globe came together to condemn this unprovoked, premeditated, unjustified war against Ukraine, and to call for it to come to a close. 141 may just be a number, but this is a collection of countries that the UN system sees only rarely. In 2014, when Russia last aggressed against Ukraine, last invaded Ukraine, 100 countries signed on to the resolution in the UN General Assembly condemning that act. In 2016, when Russian forces were bombarding the Syrian town of Aleppo, 122 countries came and signed on to the condemnation of that action. The fact that 141 countries across the globe have spoken to this speaks to the fact that we are working and we are speaking with one voice. To the effectiveness of the sanctions, I think it is hard to argue with their effectiveness. And you can look at any number of metrics regarding the toll that they have taken on the Russian economy. I've spoken to the fact that the ruble is now virtually worthless, literally worth less than a penny. The flight of international companies from Moscow, the fact that the Russian central bank has doubled its interest rate, something that would be unsustainable over the longer term. The fact that inflation is rising as a result. The fact that the Russian stock market has remained closed 4 days now, presumably as a means to prevent capital flight. There are any number of additional metrics we can talk to in terms of the effectiveness of the sanctions. I think what can't be argued is that these measures lack teeth, that they lack strength. And I think we can see in terms of the Russian economy the strength that they carry.
I feel like they did that because we got out at 2930. So that way they set the second way at 2960.
And the
the
fact
third
that
way
Congress of Georgia is
3000, I
calling
think.
those sanctions ineffective, do you think that is a concerning signal coming from Georgia, the country that is still occupied by Russia?
We are calling on all countries to stand up for not only the sovereignty, the territorial integrity, and the independence of Ukraine, really what is at the center of this conflict, but to stand up for the broader principles that are at the heart of the rules-based order that have undergirded 70-some years of unprecedented levels of stability, of security, of prosperity the world over. The same principle that Russia violated in 2008 when Russian forces invaded Georgia is the same principle that Vladimir Putin is violating today. The idea that borders should be inviolable, that big states, big countries, big nations cannot bully small countries, small nations, the idea that might does not equate to right, all of these things are at stake. And so that's why, whether in Europe, whether in the Indo-Pacific, anywhere in between, we have called upon countries the world over to stand with Ukraine and to stand with these broader principles.
Will support any diplomatic pursuit by Ukraine. Did that include maybe their decision to swear off membership in NATO at any time ever? If they declare that, would you support that?
So this is really at the heart of this conflict, and it goes back to what I was just saying to your colleague. The principle that we have stood up for and that the international community has stood up for is that each and every country should have the right, the sovereign right, to determine its own chosen foreign policy, its own chosen path, with whom it associates, the alliances that it belongs to. So these are going to be sovereign decisions of the Ukrainian government and no one else.
You will support them if they say we will never be members of NATO.
We will support.
We will acknowledge Russia's interest in Crimea and and the Donbass region.
This is what at stake. It is the ability of independent countries to make sovereign decisions. That's what we support.
On the issue of weapon proliferation, or the support of weapons, and maybe volunteers and so on, flooding Ukraine with all kinds of weapons from all kinds of sources. Does that concern you for the future? Did we see a situation similar to what we see in Syria, or what we saw in Syria, or Yemen, or anything like this?
Right now, Saeed, what we see is the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian military, standing up against an aggressor, standing up against an invading army that has sought to rewrite international borders, that has sought to remove Ukraine's sovereign rights and really its sovereign identity. So right now we are supporting the Ukrainian government, we're supporting the Ukrainian people in their ability to do just that.
Okay, so here's unqualified support for the Ukrainians to resist this Russian invasion and so on, and for any occupied people to resist their occupied. Did that extend to other places, like for the Palestinians and maybe the Iraqis and other places? Do they have the right to resist their military occupation?
Saeed, self-defense is a principle that belongs to all countries.
Right. So it does belong to people who are under military occupation.
It belongs to all
including
countries.
the Palestinians. Right?
All countries have the right to self-defense. Yes.
Just going back to Ukraine for a minute. During the meeting between Lavrov and Kuleba, apparently a Putin-Zelensky meeting was discussed. The U.S. has said now is not the time for diplomacy, but would you guys support it if both sides agree that their leadership?
A meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky?
Yes.
We would support our Ukrainian partners in the diplomatic overtures, the diplomatic initiatives that they wish to take part in. That does not mean that we would have necessarily high hopes at the moment. Before the meeting in Antalya today, Foreign Minister Kuleba said that he had low expectations for what the meeting with Foreign Minister Lavrov could achieve. It's unclear to us, it may be unclear to our Ukrainian partners, that even those low expectations were met. We've heard from Foreign Minister Kuleba in his public comments after meeting with Foreign Minister Lavrov that what the Russian Federation continues to purport to seek is a surrender of Ukraine. Now, clearly, that is not something that can be achieved or solved or addressed through diplomacy. And our concern in all of this, and this is a concern that predates the start of the invasion, we actually spoke to this before the invasion began, is that the Russian Federation is taking part in something you might call, and what the Secretary has called, the pretense of diplomacy. Going through the diplomatic motions, sometimes theatrically, sometimes at high levels, as you really invest, and in this case the Russian Federation invests, its resources, its efforts, not in the machinery of diplomacy, but in the machinery of war. That is what we saw prior to the invasion. It is our concern that what we're seeing now continues to be a little more than a procedural pretense with Foreign Minister Lavrov, prior to that, lower-ranking officials taking part in these diplomatic gatherings. The challenge for Russia, though, is really twofold. First, and I've mentioned this before, Vladimir Putin's war effort is not going according to plan. Unless, of course, it was his plan to meet stiff resistance from the Ukrainian people, for his convoys to be bogged down, for his soldiers to be encountering heavy losses. I do not suspect that was his plan. The other challenge that President Putin now faces is that his economy is in a freefall. The metrics, I don't need to go into that again, but not only is his economy in a freefall, his financial system is flailing, but perhaps even more importantly, his strategic positioning in the world now, and certainly going forward, it is similarly diminished. So in our estimation, the status quo, in some ways, is not tenable for Moscow. So even if it is engaging in little more than the pretense now, the pressure it's encountering on the battlefield the economic dire straits that it's in back at home, it is certainly our hope that those forces will combine and it will push the Russian Federation to the negotiating table in a way that actually involves good faith, in a way that actually involves a genuine effort and desire to bring this conflict, to diminish the violence, and ultimately to bring the conflict to a close. We haven't seen that yet, but we will continue to mount pressure on the Kremlin, on President Putin until we do.
Is there a reason to believe that Putin would come to the table in good faith now if he were to meet with President Zelensky? I mean, you say that everything they've done is a pretext, so is your expectation that said meeting possibly would also be not actual efforts towards a diplomatic end?
It would entail a change of course. Of course, we wouldn't rule out a change of course, but we would need to see the Russian Federation show up with a different disposition.
And just one more on U.S. diplomacy. Beyond what you guys are saying publicly to Russia, are you getting any private messages to Russian officials, either directly through our diplomats that remain at the embassy or through a third party? Are you, clearly stating what you're saying publicly to them privately as well?
Well, I will say this. There are a number of countries around the world who have engaged the Russian Federation, including at senior levels. As you know, on our way home from Europe last week, we stopped in Paris. This week. These days are a blur. Secretary Blinken had an opportunity to meet with President Macron. A large part of that discussion was President Macron's engagement with President Putin, with France's engagement with the Russian Federation. We had a chance in Europe to meet with Foreign Minister Lapid of Israel. As you know, Prime Minister Bennett was recently in Moscow. A large portion of that meeting was dedicated to comparing notes and to hearing from our Israeli partners what they had heard in turn from the Russians. Chancellor Scholz and other Germans have engaged with the Russian Federation. President Biden today spoke to President Erdogan of Turkey. And of course, Turkey hosted today's ministerial level meeting between Foreign Minister Lavrov and Foreign Minister Kuleba. So all of these diplomatic efforts are being well coordinated with us. We have very good visibility and insight into what these efforts entail, what our allies and partners have heard or not heard, as the case might be from the Russian Federation. And in turn, our allies and partners have a very good idea of where the United States is. And should they need to convey anything about the United States, that is at their discretion.
I know about both of them,
direct
but I think
contact to Russia right now.
As you know, there was a meeting on the books between Secretary Blinken and Foreign Minister Lavrov a couple of weeks ago now. We determined at the time that under the present conditions, and those strategic conditions have not changed, that the time was not right for engagement between the United States and Russia in this regard. Yes, sir. It's the job of an ambassador everywhere to meet with the host government. So that work continues.
Are you somewhat disappointed in the sort of condemnation by Israel, and in fact the absence of a position by the Palestinian Authority on the invasion of Ukraine? The Palestinians claim that, we're going to have a government, we're going to have all these things, but they do have some sort of a moral weight on the issue of occupation and so on. Are you in touch with them? Have you spoken to them? Whether they would issue a statement, are you also disappointed in the Israelis?
When it comes to our Israeli partners, again, a large part of the conversation that we had with Foreign Minister Lapid just a couple days ago now was focused on Ukraine. Our Israeli partners made it very clear to us that they stand in stark opposition to the naked use of force, naked aggression against a sovereign state. They made that very clear in private. They've made that very clear in public. When it comes to other countries, to other entities that may have been, or may be guarded, or may not have made such a clear statement. Look, we've said before that now is not the time to sit on the sidelines. Now is the time for every country, every entity, every bloc, every alliance around the world to make clear whether they stand on the side of the very principles that have been at the heart of our international system over the better part of a decade, or whether those principles that they may have claimed to espouse are entirely hollow. Countries around the world need to make that clear. This is not a time for equivocation. This is not a time for ambiguity. We have been heartened by the fact that the vast majority of the world's countries have stood up, some of them in the form of a UN General Assembly vote, some of them by exercising their voice on the world stage, some of them through other forms, have stood up to clearly and starkly condemn this, and we are encouraging countries, entities, alliances, blocs around the world to do just that. Yes, sir.
But two questions, if I may. First, you spoke about the Kremlin lies on the chemical and biological weapons activities in Ukraine. However, there are reports about a lab in the Ukraine. I'm sure you noticed that Tucker Carlson yesterday had a big show about it, and also some.
I didn't catch it. Sorry, I did not catch it.
Okay. Anyway, so there are reports about a lab which is funded by the US. Could you explain what the goal of this lab is in contrast to what the Kremlin obviously says? And second, do you have any comment on the meeting between former German Chancellor Gerhard Schröder and Putin right now in Moscow?
Between the former Chancellor and Vladimir Putin. So to be very clear, the United States government does not own or operate biological laboratories in Ukraine, full stop. Just as we have done in countries around the world, experts have assisted Ukraine at times with laboratory safety issues. But that is the extent of the activity. Ukraine is in full compliance with the Biological Weapons Convention. It is in full compliance with the Chemical Weapons Convention. Of course, the same cannot be said of Russia. Russia has an active biological weapons program. It's in violation of the BWC. As I mentioned before, Russia has previously employed some of these very chemical agents against dissidents and perceived enemies of the Ukrainian government. We know that the best antidote to disinformation is information. And that gets back to some of the questions we've spoken to in this briefing already. It's part of the reason why we went on record pretty vigorously yesterday with our concerns, pushing back on the propaganda, on the disinformation that we're seeing in the first instance emanate from Russia, from Russian state media, from Russian officials, and we want to do everything we can to ensure that that disinformation isn't parroted by those who may be unwitting or who may have a different agenda. When it comes to the former German Chancellor and his engagement with President Putin, we wouldn't have a comment on the activities of a private citizen.
Of this trip?
It's not something we would typically comment on, nor is it something we would typically coordinate. It's the actions of a private citizen. Yes,
Can we switch to Asia? So South Korea elected its next president yesterday, but days into the presidential election, North Korea launched two missile tests on March 4th and February 26th. Is that U.S. read that those launches are targeted to are aimed at influencing the presidential election of South Korea, and what the U.S. plan to prevent further escalation of North Korea?
Well, let me first say that, and you heard this from the president last night, but we congratulate President-elect Yoon Suk-yeol on his election. The alliance between the United States and our ally in the Republic of Korea, along with our economic ties, the close friendship of our people, it is and remains the linchpin for peace, for security, for prosperity in the Indo-Pacific. We are, to your question, Nike, committed to the defense of the ROK, and we look forward to working with President-elect Yoon to deepen cooperation on key global challenges. That includes climate, and includes COVID-19, deepening our economic ties, our supply chains, but also it, of course, includes deepening our cooperation on some of the security challenges that we both confront. And At the top of that list when it comes to the Indo-Pacific is the threat that is posed by the nuclear weapons and ballistic missile programs of the DPRK. I wouldn't want to speak to possible motivation of any DPRK ballistic missile launches. This is something, of course, that the DPRK has done fairly consistently over the years. In recent months, too, we've seen a spate of these launches, but whether any particular launch or series of launches was had a particular motivation in mind is just not something we speak to.
Were those ICBM launches?
These are ballistic missile launches, and we've been very clear that we condemn the ballistic missile launch. This launch, like the other launches earlier this year, it's a clear violation of multiple UN Security Council resolutions. It demonstrates the threat that is posed by the DPRK's illicit weapons of mass destruction program, its missile program. These are threats that really strike at peace and security within the Indo-Pacific and beyond. That is why we have stood resolutely with the international community, called on the DPRK to abide by these Security Council resolutions, to refrain from further provocations, and to engage in substantive and sustained dialogue. Our commitment to our treaty allies in the Indo-Pacific, including Japan, Republic of Korea, it is ironclad. We will continue to work closely with them on the type of pragmatic, practical steps that we believe can help achieve the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. That remains our goal.
Can you be more specific what exactly U.S. is going to do to prevent more launches or escalation from its depths?
Yeah, this briefing started the
Well,
market
as we've
yesterday,
said
so
previously, we will
it's the top,
continue
ladies
to
and gentlemen.
hold the DPRK accountable for its flagrant violations of UN Security Council resolutions. We've imposed a number of sanctions and designations on the regime in recent weeks alone. The UN Security Council has taken up this challenge with urgency. All the while, we have continued to reach out to the DPRK. We're committed to pursuing a diplomatic approach to this challenge. We've made very clear that we have no hostile intent towards the DPRK, and we are prepared to meet with the DPRK. We have extended this offer. It is up to the DPRK to determine whether they wish to engage in this sustained diplomacy that we think can address security challenges and help achieve our ultimate objective of a complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. Iran.
Can you update us what is happening? I think we had the impression last week that we were probably looking at arrival at a deal this week. And second, the former Vice President told Israeli Hayom, Vice President Pence, that we will tear up any new nuclear deal.
They're telling me right now, everybody still got
I don't have a comment on that. I wouldn't have a comment on the remarks of a private citizen. When it comes to Iran and negotiations in Vienna, you've heard us say that there has been significant progress. We remain close to a possible deal. It's really down to a very small number of outstanding issues. But the reason these particular issues are outstanding is because they are among the most difficult ones. I'm reminded of a former president who had a sign on his desk saying, hard things are hard. These are hard issues, and they're outstanding for that reason. Now is the time for all parties to show seriousness. We continue to believe that we can and should be able to reach a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA in the coming days, but there is little time that remains because of the advancements that we've seen over the course of recent months and over the course of the past couple of years in Iran's nuclear
Yeah, that's
program.
basically what I'm about to tell them. What you just said, like, you're gonna want to play both sides here. They do got to imply a move.
Look, we are
know which
at the
direction they're gonna
final
take that move,
stage of what has been already an 11-month negotiation. There's very little time remaining to test the proposition as to whether we can achieve a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. We've urged all parties, and of course that includes the Russian Federation, to focus on resolving the final remaining issues so that we can achieve our shared objective. That is an Iran that is permanently and verifiably barred from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. That is not only our objective. The Russian Federation was and is a party to the P5+1. Russia was there when the JCPOA was negotiated and consummated in 2014 and 2015. It is manifestly in our interests. It is manifestly in the interests of our close European allies. It is also happens to be manifestly in the interests of the People's Republic of China and the Russian Federation to see to it that Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon.
You can't hear. You gotta play it like headphones. I mean, we can't hear it here.
Did you guys actually engage with Russia on the last demands that they tried to impose last Saturday?
So Rob Malley remains in Vienna. He has had a chance to meet with the envoys, his fellow P5+1 envoys, to continue discussions. We've made it very clear privately. We've also made it very clear in the context of the P5+1 in Vienna that the new Russia-related sanctions are wholly unrelated to the JCPOA and should not have any impact on a potential mutual return to compliance with it or its ultimate implementation. We also have no intention of offering Russia anything new or specific as it relates to these sanctions, nor is anything new required to successfully reach an agreement on a mutual return to full compliance with the JCPOA. Jessica.
One of the main roadblocks to achieving an understanding, but you can't include that in the very small number of outstanding issues.
There are a small number of issues. I will let the Russian Federation speak to what it is that they are seeking, but I will just say we urge all parties, including Russia, to focus on resolving this very small set of issues to determine whether or not we can achieve a mutual return to compliance. Yep.
Last week there was, witnessed a spike in deadly assaults by the Israeli army on Palestinian Muslims. A number of them died, maybe half a dozen. And the British Consul General came out and expressed a concern and called on the restraint and so on. Do we expect Ambassador Knight to say something similar or to caution the Israelis against such a spike or such use of deadly force?
You've heard from any number of individuals in this administration, including from Ambassador Knight, that we believe it's critical for Israel and the Palestinian Authority to refrain from unilateral steps that exacerbate tensions, that undercut efforts to advance what remains our desired outcome. That is a two-state solution. That certainly includes this violence of all types. Thank you all very much.
Are you expecting any further outreach with the Venezuelans?
I'm sorry, any further
outreach?
Well, first on Venezuela, let me first reiterate what has been the big news, and that is that we, and welcome news, and that is that we gladly welcome the return of U.S. citizens Gustavo Cardenas and Jorge Alberto Fernandez from Venezuela. Their release would not have been possible without the tireless efforts of individuals in this building and throughout this administration. Of course, those efforts were led by Special Envoy Carstens, our Special Envoy for Hostage Affairs. Even as we celebrate the return of these two Americans, we are going to continue working every day to bring home every U.S. national held hostage or wrongfully detained in the world, including those who remain to this day wrongfully detained in Venezuela. We've said this before. We've said this in unison with our allies and partners around the world, that the practice of wrongfully detaining third country nationals represents a threat to the safety and security of everyone traveling, working, living abroad. We oppose this practice anywhere. We oppose this practice everywhere. So one of the purposes of this visit was to ensure the health and well-being of U.S. nationals detained by the regime in Venezuela and to press for their release. Of course, we were able to welcome home two of them, but certainly the delegation sought to ensure the health and well-being of all those detained. We also noted Maduro's statement that he is willing to return to negotiations with the opposition's unitary platform, which we believe to be an important and a positive step. We continue to believe that Venezuelan-led comprehensive negotiations, they represent the best mechanism available to restore Venezuelan democracy and the rule of law. And that's why we support the unitary platform's goal of immediately resuming negotiations with the Maduro regime to restore free and fair elections, democratic institutions, and the rule of law, as well as respect for human rights in Venezuela. The other big element of the delegation, the other element that they pressed, was the need to make progress on the democratic aspirations of the people of Venezuela. We will continue to press that case. We will continue to do everything we can with Juan Guaido on the unitary platform, but also through other channels to support the democratic aspirations of the Venezuelan people. Thank you all. There's been no change. We recognize Juan Guaido as the interim president. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that briefing is finally over there. That was the State Department there. That was about, I think, maybe an hour and 32 hours. I don't know. We got about 10 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen. What a day here. What a day. So it looks like that briefing right there caused the market to cool out here. We got called it resistance here. Everybody did, it looks like. So they're making it interesting, man. Very interesting here. Ooh, I like what they did here. We can go either way here. If it goes up tomorrow, Bulls win. Comes down tomorrow, Bears win. Bears win today, too, actually, right now. Why? Indices are red. So that's all that matters, you guys. Doesn't matter about nothing else really happening right here. Like I said, only thing really went down today was the Bulls did come off the bottom here. They bounced off the bottom and got in the air. So they had momentum there, but still in the bear woods there, you guys. Still in the bear woods. Earnings after hours here. You got Ulta Beauty. Be on the lookout for that. We're going to stick around just to catch the earnings move. Ulta Beauty, ladies and gentlemen, they're about to change right now. They're at $3.79. They won't be there after hours anymore. If they do, just know some traders will lose money. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to find out after hours. There is another big name, DocuSign. Oh, my gosh. The big Jaws right here. Well, the same thing happened 3 months ago. We're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. We don't know. Or is this the bottom right here? About to bounce. And we don't know. It's something right here. This is going to be a huge earnings play right here. So we're going to stick around for that one as well. Rivian. Let's check with Rivian here. They report too. We're going to check on them. Go Rivian. Let's see if Amazon's supporting with their stock split. Or are they not? And Rivian is the next Nikolai. Uh-oh. So we're going to see here after hours, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a quick break here. We will catch the closing bell. Like I said, we're here. We're here to the close. We're here a little bit after hours. We're going to watch the earnings. We'll be right back.
Kill. And I'm American sniper, know me, I lay your head up on the grill. Ooh, nigga, yeah, you flake. Nigga, yeah, you fucking fake. Put that nigga with the snakes. Cut his ass off every day when I fucking cut the fucking grass. Understand me, I'm the realest. Understand me, I'm a killer. Nigga, yeah, I'm a villain on these fucking tracks. Call me motherfucking ground reaper, nigga. Ooh, yeah, you know me. Nigga, yeah, you know me. Understand I do this shit every day. I get them dollar signs. Look at that. Other things. Nigga know me, I change my ways. Positive things. Smoking dope is all my things. Nigga know me, I do these things. No give a fuck what you say, how my flow is. Nigga know I'm a rock star. I be partying hard, getting money. All day I'm a rock star. Nigga know me, I'm living life. Drinking lean all day and night. Real shit, and I'm fucking yo bitch on motherfucking sight. And she know me, I'm a dog. Call me a fucking killer. And you know I like vanilla. Baby, come forward with this nigga, he be moonwalking like Thriller. Yeah. Killing this shit every day. Talk about money, nigga, you gotta see it every day. Yeah, I see it every day. Yeah, you know I'm Blaze. Matter of fact, I'm Blaze right now. Feeling like Whiskey Leaf right now. Real shit, yeah, I'm on a different cloud, on a Latin. Chilling with a bad bitch named Jasmine. Twisting up fucking Paula Patton. Ooh, living with them dragons. Nigga, yeah, we gone. And I feel like I'm in a race. Speed racing to the home. Yeah, you know I'm busting in like the Bengals. Call me Chris Smith. A real shit, yeah, I gotta get the Smith out the pocket, real shit. And if I had to blow it back, nigga, yeah, I'll put your ass on your back. And you already know, all my niggas been about that, what? Been about the fucking cash, been behind that shit, been behind the fucking money. Yeah, we living in this fucking big world and shit, but these niggas don't really understand. What we really gotta do is put it to the motherfucking man. Nigga know me, yeah, I gotta get the money, nigga, but the money ain't everything. When these niggas shooting, man, niggas trying to kill niggas. What the fuck you doing, my nigga? You kill another nigga, black brother on brother. Nigga, yeah, what the fuck going on? Gotta put the shit out here on this song. Nigga know, yeah, I'm spitting from my fucking home. This nigga ain't right. These niggas ain't right. Them other niggas right. Survive with your fucking circle. And vibe with your fucking homies. The real niggas that got you. But you can't even trust nobody. You can't even trust your own niggas in that circle. So you gotta do your own shit. You gotta go and grind, put your own mind to it. Fuck the cops, fuck 12. Nigga, yeah, they got us in here. Like a behind bars, like we fucking monkeys and gorillas and shit. Nigga, I ain't no monkey. Nigga, white people monkeys. Understand, yeah, we get it. Nigga, yeah, we fucking get it. Nigga, yeah, I gotta live it. Yeah, I'm an Egyptian. Nigga, I love gold. I'm a rock star, so I don't give a fuck what I say, nigga. Understand me, yeah? I'm a rock star, bitch. I don't give a fuck what the fuck I say. So listen to me, nigga. Ay, listen to me, nigga. I be smoking on the killer. That's that motherfucking Doja real shit. And you know me, I love chillin' with 4 cleat lovers, nigga. That's that love, nigga, with them lucky jaws. That's that motherfucking lip combo with the damn gold. Nigga, understand it though. Like I be up on the day. I be going in, getting all this cash like a bank. Real shit, fuck you think you won't come back? GTA, not today. Nigga, this ain't no game. We ain't playing no motherfucking games. No games. No games, little bitch. No games, little bitch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We are approaching that closing bell. Oh, the indices are in the red still, so that's what's letting me know the Bears are about to win. If they can close red here, the Dow's only down 17%, though. Uh-oh. Will the Dow try to fight green and make the market end at a kangaroo here and we end mixed? We're about to see here, ladies and gentlemen. We got about 6 minutes left. The NASDAQ is down 72%. SP 500 is down 24%. So it's getting very, you see what I'm saying? Or are they trying to scoop down lower and red here? Oh, man. Or are they just trying to just keep it right here and let the Bears just close out the win here? Oh, man. We're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. We're finding out right now. I hope you're just excited as I am. We got earnings after hours right now, ladies and gentlemen. We got DocuSign reporting here. Oh, man. We got Rivian reporting here. Oh, man. We got Ulta Beauty reporting. Oh, wow, ladies. What y'all got? Is it Girl Power Unite? Or is it Girl Power Sunk? We're about to find out in about 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Ulta Beauty is reporting after hours. It's about to get real here. The video's on the high here, about to try to fill that 228 gap. It's crazy here. They're right at their resistance. Everybody is. SPY's going up here, 426, you guys. 426 on the SPY here. This is wonderful here. They just broke it here. So they are trying to hold it up here, you guys. The Bulls are fighting here. The Bulls are fighting here. They trying to trim it. They want the Dow. I know what they're doing here. They want the Dow to try to flip green here, right here at the close. I see what they're fighting to do. This is crazy, you guys. This is a 10-minute rig in action right here. We got 4 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen. 4 minutes left. You're about to get earnings reports. You're going to see some numbers change like never before. Amazon is pulling back here. Still wonderful day for them. 20-to-1 stock split, man. Wow. It's going on. It's going on till about May. June 6th will be the final day if approved. This could be a selling news event. This could be a buy the dip. We don't know. Amazon is beautiful right now. What they're doing over there, they're still providing opportunity. 10 billion buyback shares. That's a lot of money, you guys. $10 billion. What would you do if you had $10 billion in your possession and a company has it and they're telling you they're offering? What would you do, you guys? That is crazy, right? So, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, we're approaching that final horn. follow the smart money race to the close, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you cheat on the right side of the trade. If you're doing nothing, there's nothing wrong with doing nothing. You're actually learning. You're doing better than the next person by doing nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, it's getting real here. It's getting real here. I hope you guys know what CPI was today because you got the first taste of it. We're not done yet. We got Powell speaking again next week. FOMC minutes is going to get real. That's going to be your confirmed direction right now. We got kind of both sides of it here. The CPI inflation data, the market took it kind of both ways here today. We know what the market is capable of here, LCAOD. We know they can offer a lot more than what they just doing. This is a tease here, but we know next week Powell's coming on, man. It's going to get real, ladies and gentlemen. The final bell is approaching here, though. It's 3:57 p.m. Make sure y'all go check out that Speedy Chaser bag, man. Finessing, man. Go check that out. Download that on SpinRealer. Please go check that out. Hey, make sure y'all check out On Lane 2. Speedy Chaser bag. He got another single coming out for y'all tonight, man. We're going to be playing that tomorrow here on the live stream, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. And if you ain't letting cash accumulate over days, then to me, you ain't doing nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, look into what that means. It's getting real out here. SPY is picking up here, fighting at the top, though. They're fighting that top, ladies and gentlemen. They're fighting it bad here. Woo-wee! Woo-wee! I wish I had it like that just to be fighting. I wish I could just let my money fight like that. Woo-wee! You got to have patience, ladies and gentlemen. You got to have patience. That's what this is about. It's all business here. We're going to see what's going to happen tomorrow, though. As I said, you got weekly contracts expiring tomorrow at 3 p.m. One side has to expire worthless. One side will expire a winner, ladies and gentlemen. That's if you're trading here. If you're investing, it has nothing to do with you. You're just buying shares. You're accumulating cash. 3:59 is 1 minute. Let's get it, ladies and gentlemen. Make your final picks. And if you're going to do it, you're going to do it. If you're not, just watch, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing wrong with watching, as I said. Oh, man. But the risk-to-reward ratio is high here, ladies and gentlemen. It is high here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. What's going to happen here, ladies and gentlemen? What is about to go down here? We're about to find out. We're about to find out. We're about to find out. We better find out. We better find out. We definitely better find out. We definitely better find out, you guys. We're definitely about to find out, you guys. Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're definitely about to find out, you guys. We're definitely about to... Ding, 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 ding. On! Where's the on, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, man, it's it. It's closed. The market is closed. The market is closed. I repeat, the market is closed. Take your eyes off the screen, get your fingers off the triggers, and sit back, get you some popcorn, and enjoy the show. There's nothing we can do now. The market is out of our control. It's in private investors' hands. We have no control. If you're buying shares, you still can buy right here after hours. If you're buying options, close. Wait till tomorrow morning, 9:30, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see who wins the bull-bear battle fight here tomorrow. It was very close here today. Bulls show momentum like they want to win. They're not dead yet. We do know that, but the Bears did win here. They are still alive. The Bears are like, you go nowhere, you son of a... You see what I'm saying? That's what we got going on here. So, like I said, we got earnings kicked off here. Let's see what's going on here. Let's check with DocuSign. I will give it about a few minutes here. Then they'll start to make their report. Give it a few minutes here. We're going to zoom all the way in. We want that one big old, juicy, fat green bean candle. If it's going to be green or big red, cherry, strawberry red candle. What you got going on, DocuSign? You got it or not? You said you got 20% on you. Is it true or not? Do you have 20% or you don't? At this point, DocuSign is about to get exposed. We have Ulta Beauty right here. Do you have 9% or not? That's what the earnings is asking here. Nobody cares about nothing else that's going on anymore. What do you got? Do you have 9% Ulta Beauty? Do y'all have it, ladies, or not? That's the whole question here. We're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this is post-market right here. This is post-market right here. We're going to stick around here for a little bit. It looked like Amazon did close with $2,936. Ooh, right there. $6 above what LCAOD sold for today, you guys. As I was saying, it was very strong resistance right there for real. You probably could have shorted that into close. I've seen that, but it's really going to go out to tomorrow, man. It's better to wait here. It's better to wait here. Let's see what these earnings going to do. I think everybody was waiting on this anyway. For real. Let's see what Rivian is going to do here post-market. Let's see what everybody's got going on here. Matter of fact, we're gonna pull them all up. We're gonna use all our screens here today. We're gonna use all our screens here towards the end of the day today. Let's see. We got some people in the Discord trading this. Good luck. Good luck, you ladies and gentlemen. Rivian, let's see Rivian here. So yeah, we are still live, ladies and gentlemen. This is the after hours. We are still live. We're just waiting on earnings. We're gonna stick around here for a little bit with the earnings here. I'm pulling up all of them here. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here. So we're not seeing anything yet. They're stalling in here. Be patient though, it's coming. It's coming, you guys. The move is coming. It's either gonna happen or it ain't. It's coming. We want patience with this one, you guys. It's gonna happen. The percentage they gotta have, like I said, the implied move is that's what the money is. They gotta have it. If they don't have it, they go the direction of whatever. If they do or they don't, you get what I'm saying? So just be patient. We're gonna get a lot straight here. Let's put an Ulta right here. And now we got them all three staged. And let's see. It looks like Ulta is moving a little bit more first here. They were already down about $2. Oh, they don't. No, actually about 373. But I see a bounce here. They're just getting started over there. Ulta looks like Rivian is going a little bit 19 cents, getting started as well. Like DocuSign might be wanting to get started here too. But just consolidate. Nothing out yet. Give it a few minutes. They'll release it. It's coming. They're in that office right now. The final decision is like, all right, this is it. That's all I got. You can put it out now. You get what I'm saying? That's what's going on. So we about to get it. We're gonna get it. Relax. This is gonna be happening all the way to 8 p.m. tomorrow. 8 p.m. tonight, excuse me. Anyway, and all the way to tomorrow morning, pre-market really. So this is what you want to really pay attention to, really after hours. Whoa, here we go. It looks like DocuSign is off to the races here. They're going straight down here. We have DocuSign going down here. Now we are off. DocuSign straight down here. DocuSign is straight down here. They're still down here. They did this 3 months ago, you guys. This is not good here. They're going to have to pick that needle up or it is over here. They are going to get dumped, you guys. DocuSign is down here. They're starting off down. Rivian's a big pop here on Rivian here. DocuSign's to the downside still. They're going down more here. They're going down a little bit more here, Docky. They got caught at 80. If they break 80, you guys, it's over. They know that Ulta Beauty's clapped here. Whoa, Ulta Beauty down here. More to the downside. Ulta Beauty down 17, you guys. Here we go. So now the earnings release is kicking in here. Looks like Rivian's trying to go up here about $2. DocuSign slipping here, 79. Not looking too good. They got a 20% implied move. That could be a 20% negative correction. If they keep on slipping like this, you guys, it's looking like it's coming your way. I know some people at the 75 level. It looks like you might get that 76. Stopped at 79, so just hang tight. Let's see what they're going to do for real. Looks like they dumped here. Looks like they don't have what they was asked for. So this is the earnings results here. This is the implied move. This is what you get here, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're enjoying the after hours show, man. But wow, they just get straight to it here after the gate. Like, woo! That deserves a horn. DocuSign retesting that 80 here. They're at critical levels here. Like I said, I think you're good if they can. Numbers on the board, ladies and gentlemen. If you can reach 75, you're fine, Docky. At this point, I don't know if they want to do that or if this is fine enough here. We're going to find out here shortly. That's just the first move. It's actually going to be taking place all night, as I said, so we ain't going to watch it that long. But we're about to end this here in about 3 minutes. I just wanted you guys to see how Ernest kicks off here, how things start off. So, yeah, Ulta, they bouncing back here. So, with this Ulta here, I can honestly say you stayed away from it. Good choice there. Looks like they're clapped here, Ulta here. Why? Is because they already went up and down here a little too much here at that first beginning here. Now, DocuSign looks like a payment here still. If they stay to the downside now, if they pop back up, it looks like they're going to wipe both sides there as of right now. What we don't know is why Rivian's going up so high right now. We're going to find out here shortly. They're going to have a conference call and tell us. But Rivian is going up here. Looking good for Rivian right now. Ulta actually is reversing here, so Ulta's up now. Ulta's in the green, so you see how they went down and up. That's just wipe contracts out. Now, if you brought calls, now you want this thing to stay up at this point. You're going to need that momentum to stay up at this point. If it can't, then, like I said, no one wins these trades. It was worthless to even play. That's what it's looking like right now. Rivian's coming back down here, so it looks like that's going to be worthless to even play. So yeah, Docky's still right here trying to decide if they about to do the same thing, basically what Ulta just did, went down and up. But they don't know with Docky right now. They might, I don't know. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. But ladies and gentlemen, this was the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream. We're about to wrap it up right here. As you can see, CPI data is full effect with the market. We're going to see how tomorrow is, you guys. Tomorrow's Friday. We did it. We made it. You get what I'm saying? Everything's everything. Amazon got a stock split going on. Crypto giving you a discount right now. It's a lot going on, man. It's a lot going on. So, yeah, stay tuned. Hope to see you guys tomorrow. Hope y'all catch the recap. But I hope you guys enjoy the live stream. We'll see y'all